Storm Publishing presents A Cozy Kind of Christmas, written by Ellie Alexander and read by Anne McDonough. 1. Meg. Was the universe conspiring against her? Gam, her Reiki-healing, Christmas cookie-baking granny, would say the universe was always conspiring for her. But today? Nope. Not a snowball's chance. It was definitely against her. The universe had picked a side, and it wasn't hers. Meg? Hey, Meg? Joanna, Meg's friend and managing editor, called out from her office as Meg attempted to scurry past, keeping her head down as she headed along the hallway lined with glossy posters of every sports legend imaginable. Soccer stars, track champions, baseball icons, tennis heroes. At ESPN, they covered the whole wild, sweaty, adrenaline-fueled gamut. Sure, big-budget sports like football and basketball dominated the headlines. But Meg lived for and loved the obscure stuff. The rogue adventures, the races no one put money on, and the competitions where half the time she was the only reporter who showed up. Last year, the network sent her to El Capitan to follow a team attempting to break the free climbing speed record. Her tenure had taken her to nearly every continent. But she was still waiting for the most coveted assignment: Antarctica, the holy grail for an extreme sports reporter. As of yet, she hadn't managed to make it to the land of the golden sun or endless midnight, and quite frankly, she was well overdue. Her features garnered more engagement than any of her male colleagues. Sure, some of it was due to the viral nature of her content and her tendency to outfit herself in pink. But no one on staff could argue that she didn't know how to sell a story. There was just one problem. She wasn't convinced these were the stories she wanted to tell anymore. Her heart and her laptop had been pulling her in a new direction. A direction she wasn't quite ready to face. Not yet. Meg Reed, get your derriere in here. Joanna's voice called again. Meg stopped in her tracks and sighed. It wasn't that she didn't want to talk to her. She did, as long as the topic was something safe, like if Joanna had hooked up with her date last night. But Meg knew what she wanted to talk about. An assignment. Not just any assignment, but one in Bend, Oregon. Bend, where he was. Meg had read the brief and passed, twice. Her answer was still no. She glanced at the shimmery silver garland dangling from the drop ceiling in a failed attempt to camouflage the ugly fluorescent lighting. Could she make a break for the end of the hallway and seek refuge behind the fake Christmas tree tagged with donation requests for local families in need? Last week, Meg had plucked 3 names from the tree and spent her entire Saturday picking out books, Lego sets, and ice skates, wrapping them in paper dotted with candy canes and elves, and depositing them in the bin on her way to the office. It was too late to try and dodge Joanna. Plus, she hadn't had enough coffee yet. I can't chat, on a deadline. She popped her head around Joanna's doorway, waved with a wide grin, and tapped her smartwatch like an idiot. Her watch had nothing to do with the story on the spikeball trend sweeping college campuses she needed to deliver by the end of the day, but it was a knee-jerk reaction. She had never outgrown her tendency to respond without thinking first. Gam had advised her on countless occasions about the power of a pause, taking a beat, a breath, a moment to gather the words before speaking. Spikeball waits for no one. She shot Joanna a lopsided grin and pretended to spike an imaginary ball. Catch you later, yeah? Girl, get your ass in here. Joanna pressed her lips together and gave half a scowl. Look, I don't want to play the I'm your boss card, but I'm your boss. She raised one eyebrow, tipping her head toward the glass door. And shut that behind you on your way in. Meg sighed, staring longingly down the white corridor with life-size posters of Michael Jordan and Serena Williams draped with cheerful Happy Holidays banners and streamers. Her office was only a few feet away. If she could have hidden out another few hours, Joanna just might have caved and assigned the story to someone else. But it was too late. Joanna's piercing brown eyes locked onto her like a heat-seeking missile. Joanna was a few years older than Meg, with a stare that could slice through steel, and the uncanny ability to make the cockiest of the sports bros quake in their sneakers. "What's up?" Meg slunk into Joanna's office with its ridiculously impressive view of the New York skyline, shutting the door and desperately willing her brain to come up with a new excuse. Instead, it was a total blank, like a whiteboard that had been erased clean. Damn, don't fail me now. Think of something, anything, to get out of this. She frantically tried to scramble up a reason not to sign on to the assignment. A sick pet? No, sadly, she didn't even own a goldfish. Coming down with a cold? She massaged her throat and glanced around Joanna's office, trying to buy a minute. Everything inside the office was sleek and intentional, much like Joanna. A minimalist white desk that probably cost as much as Meg's remaining student loan balance, an orange leather chair that screamed power move, and a curated collection of signed sports memorabilia. No mess. No clutter. Just crisp lines, a ridiculous view of the Hudson River, and the undeniable energy of a woman who didn't play games. She ran them. The only hint that the holiday season was upon them in here was a potted Christmas poinsettia resting on the windowsill. Its droopy crimson leaves looked desperate for a drink. "Are you going to make me beg, Meg? Because you know how much I hate begging. However, I'm not above it." Joanna reached for a pink Sharpie, a gift from Meg, by the way, and made a show of circling something deliberately on a piece of paper. Then, with a sweet as Southern iced tea smile, she slid the paper across the desk. Meg glanced down and couldn't suppress a laugh. The assignment was practically giggling on the page with pink hearts, doodles, and over-the-top positive affirmations ripped from a motivational feed. In big bubbly letters it read, "Meg Reed is the only reporter for this job." Subtle, Joanna. Real subtle. Pink? Come on. Joanna knew Meg could never resist a touch of her signature color. How dare she use Meg's own tools against her? Joanna was a formidable adversary. It was one of those things Meg liked best about her. They'd both started at ESPN around the same time, having landed in New York without knowing another soul. Joanna was from Georgia, and Meg was from Oregon. Her boss and friend was tall, with dark hair, skin, and the deepest, warmest, and most casually terrifying brown eyes Meg had ever seen. Her southern accent and sweet charm could lull almost anyone into complacency, and that's when she went in for the kill. Meg was the opposite in pretty much every way. She was short and fair, with unruly blonde hair that never knew what it wanted to do with itself. Curl into waves? Sometimes. Sure. Stick out on end like Pippi Longstocking for no apparent reason? Yep, absolutely. She was accident-prone, clumsy, addicted to mochas, and a hopeless romantic. Meg had a thing for vintage movies like Roman Holiday and Rear Window. Why weren't there any Cary Grants left in the world? They just didn't make movies the same these days, minus the blatant sexism and all. Hear me out, Meg. I have 2 things to sweeten my offer, Joanna said, rubbing her hands together and leaning in for effect. Her eyes glinted with a touch of triumph, like she already knew she'd won. Free coffee for life? Meg tugged her thick cardigan tighter, wishing the powers that be would crank up the heat in the office for once. The cardigan was a gift from Gam, hand-knit with pink and white snowflakes and finished with pale pink buttons. We already have free coffee. Joanna swept her hand in the direction of the break room. This is better. Much better. What's better than free coffee? She furrowed her brow and folded her arms across her chest. She should have layered better. The cardigan was no match for the bank of clouds rolling in over the city, making the skyscrapers vanish like a magic trick. Hear me out. If you take this assignment, I think I can get you Antarctica next spring. Really? Meg perked up at this news. Or was Joanna toying with her? No, Joanna wouldn't do that. She knew how much Meg wanted to be able to say she'd covered every continent. Was it a silly flex? Maybe. But she wanted it more than just for bragging rights. She needed it. If she'd given up the last 7 years for this job and, Well, for the disaster that was her personal life. She pushed away the thought and refocused on Joanna. Are you serious? Dead serious. She nodded, making an X over her heart. And here's the second part of my offer. I'll come with you. To Antarctica? Meg frowned. No, to Band. Joanna tapped the paperwork with a manicured nail. Meg happened to be the only member of the team who knew Joanna's Wednesday noon lunch meeting was actually an appointment with her nail tech. For the holidays, she'd gone with a deep emerald green polish and gold accents. Every finger was bejeweled with glittery rings, a look that Meg could never pull off. Wait, what? Meg sat up taller. You'll come to Bend with me? Really? Why? Why not? I've never been to Oregon, and my parents are taking a month-long cruise through the European Christmas markets for the holidays. They invited me to join them, but hard pass. I love them, but a month? No way. Plus, I need a break from this. She paused, glancing behind her out the window where the growing gray clouds were devouring high-rises. We're guaranteed snow, right? Hold up. Meg tried to wrap her head around the offer. Joanna was New York through and through. She lived for the club scene, nightlife, and different dates every other day. You really want to come to Bend? You know it's a ski town in the Oregon high desert, right? There's no nightlife unless you count a sleigh ride under the stars or a snowy bonfire. Those sound great. She smiled too broadly. Meg didn't like her off-kilter smile or how she strummed her fingers on her desk. Did she have an ulterior motive? Look, Meg, no one else will take this story. It's the holidays, and we need this. I have to demonstrate that this division, that extreme sports and personal interest stories are worth keeping. I understand going home is complicated for you. Complicated? Meg interrupted, her voice turning a tad shriller than she intended. Oh, come on, you know my story. It's more than complicated. Which is why I'll come with you for moral support. Joanna stole a glance through the door to make sure no one was listening and then lowered her voice. This stays between us, yeah? Meg nodded, suddenly very aware this was more than just a cute assignment wrapped in pink Sharpie doodles. Next week is big for me, she said, her voice edged with something that sounded a lot like nerves. I've got the internal interview, and I have to impress him. It's high stakes. Things are rocky, okay? Rumors are flying about major layoffs and restructuring. The whole doom and gloom package. She paused and straightened her shoulders. There's been talk of going back to basics with a focus on stats and scores. The holidays and this assignment are a perfect way to showcase the reach of what we do, to tug at viewers' heartstrings and make them demand more stories that go deeper than the scoreboard. I need this story to land hard, full of sparkle, warmth, and charm. Think Hallmark. I need you. Give it the Meg Reed magic. We have to show him we're not just essential. We're irreplaceable. We're at the heart of this network. Okay. Meg swallowed. Great. This wasn't just an assignment. It was a career lifeline. Joanna's career. No pressure. The future of their entire department was riding on her ability to turn an obscure winter sport that all of 2 people cared about into ratings gold. Her stomach flopped, and not in a good way. Right. Got it, she said, mustering a smile. Homey, holiday, Hallmark. Athleticism meets icy chaos. No problem. Totally not panicking. She cleared her throat. Also, should we address the massive elephant in the room? Bend is Matt's home turf. We have this sort of unspoken agreement that he gets the Oregon high desert and I get the entire eastern seaboard. I haven't seen him since we broke up. I can't just go waltzing into Bend unannounced. It's a small town. Odds are very good. Very, very good that I'll bump into him the minute I get off the plane. And it's his birthday weekend. I know. Joanna raised both hands in mock surrender. But remember, Jill's already going to be there. The three of us can hang. Our girl gang energy, yeah? She gave Meg a look that said, no, I haven't forgotten about Matt and his shiny new girlfriend, and yes, I realize how awkward this might be for you. We'll run interference. No unexpected bump-ins. We've got you. Come on. It'll be fun. An adventure. She turned on the Southern charm again, sounding syrupy sweet, like thick honey pouring into a hot cup of tea. I can't just show up and crash his party. Crash it? I seem to remember you showing me the invitation a few months ago. Figuratively speaking, Meg corrected herself, feeling the same swell of longing and sadness she had when the glossy invitation showed up in her mailbox. Heat rushed to her cheeks. He's having a huge holiday birthday bash. Forest formal, remember? At a snowy mountain lodge at Christmas, hosted by his girlfriend. His girlfriend. She's like a snow goddess, Ben's heiress, his partner in crime at Blazin'. I can't compete with that. Look at me. She ran her hand over the fuzzy Christmas sweater. I'm wearing a freaking snowflake cardigan made by my grandmother, and I'm quite happy about it. Stop. You're adorable, and everyone knows it. Joanna scowled. Including you. Adorable or not, Matt is with Lucinda now. She's like a literal princess. Trust me, I've stalked her social media. The woman is a force of nature. Stunningly gorgeous, a Rhodes Scholar. She's on every rising corporate stars to watch business list. I don't think I can face seeing them together and not feel like a complete loser. Have you sent your official RSVP for his party? An unusual hint of caution crept into Joanna's voice. Didn't Jill... What's the word I'm looking for? She stretched out a pause, letting the unspoken implications linger between them. Encourage you to at least respond? He was your best friend and boyfriend for years, and you've ghosted him for how long now? Okay, not ghosted. That's not fair. It's been cleaner, easier to give him space. You know, Meg sputtered over her words. I had this opportunity, and he wanted to stay in Bend and at Blazin'. It's fine. We both had to choose, and I chose this. Joanna had no retort to that. I get it. That's why I'll come with you. Me, Jill, you. You cover the story, and then we'll have the coziest little Christmas you ever did see. They both knew she had already won. Meg picked up the assignment sheet, studying the details, even though she'd already read the brief the first 3 times Joanna had asked her to take the story. Bend was hosting the World Championship snowcross race. The sport had grown wildly popular in recent years. A mashup of snowmobiling and motocross. Racers used snowmobiles on tracks at dizzying speeds of over 60 miles an hour, flying over hurdles, taking tight turns, navigating tough obstacles, and extreme jumps of 30 feet and higher. The race would take place over 3 days, drawing the best snowcross athletes and spectators from all over the country. Normally, this would be just the kind of extreme sport Meg would be eager to cover. But not this December. Not with Matt, the guy she had loved since college. The guy she thought she would marry eventually. The guy she was supposed to share a streaming account and fancy espresso maker with was celebrating his 30th birthday with a lavish party thrown by his current girlfriend. Meg wanted to be anywhere but Bend, Oregon. Jill will be thrilled. Girls' weekend? Joanna added. And save both our asses and jobs, please. Pretty please. Jill Pettygrove, Meg's longtime friend, had been living in Italy for 7 years. Meg still couldn't believe it had been 7 years. She had once read an article about the fact that the body's cells regenerate every 7 years, hence the old saying, the 7-year itch. The very skin Meg was walking around in was new, completely unique from the skin it had once been. She sort of loved that thought. And the thought of seeing Jill again was seriously tempting. Jill had left for art school around the time Meg took the job writing for ESPN, met a dreamy Irishman, and made her stay permanent. They'd kept in close touch over the years, visiting for birthdays and meeting up for spontaneous getaways. But their little trio had never found their way back together. Not after the breakup. Not after saying goodbye to Matt and an alternate life that might have looked very different than her life today. Gam would remind her that every path was meant to meander. And Meg had been meandering for years, carving out her own version of adulthood and constantly trying to ignore the lingering ache in her heart from losing the one person she had loved with deep and unbridled abandon. The one person who still felt like home. "Okay," she finally said to Joanna with a heavy sigh, barely able to believe she was saying yes. She wrapped Gam's cozy Christmas sweater tighter, feeling a strange mix of trepidation and excitement start to build. She was going to see Matt again. In Bend. Break out the big band Christmas carols. Was this a mistake? But what other choice did she have? Her job was on the line and rent was due soon. What's the worst thing that could happen? Huh. Famous last words. 2. Jill. "So you're in for Bend, yeah? Are you really sure?" Jill asked Owen, squeezing around the ever-growing stack of art supplies in their home on wheels, aka camper van. The shiny Airstream was decked out for the holidays with vintage Christmas lights and a tabletop tree adorned with ornaments Owen had hand-carved over the years. She and Owen were minimalists, except for when it came to Christmas. They both lived for the holiday season. One might call it obsessed. But hey, there were worse things in life to hyperfixate on, as far as Jill was concerned. There was something uniquely magical about November and December. The pop-up Christmas tree farms displaying Fraser firs, Scotch pines, and blue spruce trees immaculately trimmed and pruned to fit in cheery front windows, shops featuring tins of Christmas candy and shiny packages of chocolate biscuits, and the general hum of happiness in the air. Even though they didn't have room to spare in the van, they made an exception for Christmas. The holiday season in Europe was even longer, and, if possible, more festive than her memories from Portland. The big tree in Pioneer Courthouse Square, the winter beer fest, the Santa pub crawl, and holiday lights dripping with rain. Italian Christmases involved caroling, bagpipes, holiday markets, food, and more food, with the festivities spilling into January with Epiphany. Every year since they'd been together, on the day after Halloween, Owen dragged out giant tubs from storage, and they spent the day drinking Christmas wine and decking their roving halls. His childhood holidays hadn't always been very merry, so he made up for those harder years by leaning into the festive spirit and going slightly overboard with the decor. Red and green knitted stockings hung from the front windshield, intertwined with strands of popcorn and cranberries. Photos of them at holiday gatherings were framed like packages and taped to the walls and fridge. Bright tea towels and Italian Christmas dishes lined the open cupboard in the small galley kitchen. "I'm about to book the tickets, but I want to double-check that you're still game," she said, tapping her laptop screen. "Why wouldn't I be game?" Owen did that thing where he scrunched his face like he wasn't tracking the conversation. Jill used to find it cute and endearing, but lately it was starting to annoy her. She wanted to shake him and scream, "Make a decision already. Any decision." "Well, my parents want to see me after Matt's birthday, and you didn't exactly sound thrilled about the idea of spending another week or two with them." Jill reached for the invitation, which was printed on expensive cardstock with calligraphy and gold-embossed lettering. It was a strange mix. Like a wedding invitation meets a corporate event. Matt was a technical writer for a green energy company in Bend, Oregon. Blazin'. Jill found it slightly odd that the company logo and motto were included on the invite. Blazin' into the future for Matt Parker's 30th. Owen dragged his hands through his shaggy ginger hair, shooting her the sheepish, lopsided grin she'd fallen for those many years ago. "Yeah, darling. Count me in." "You're sure?" Jill hesitated, her finger hovering over the keyboard as she double-checked the dates on the invite. I know that they're, well, a lot. It's fine. I'll turn on the Irish charm. How can they resist the accent, or this face? He grabbed an empty frame from Jill's traveling art studio and posed like he was sitting for Michelangelo. His freckles and affable grin made him look younger than 33. Owen had classic Irish features. Skin that burned to a crisp if he spent any amount of time in the direct sun, burly shoulders, and cheeky personality. Jill was more refined, with long, silky hair, olive skin tones, and narrow bone structure. Owen, I'm being serious. Remember the last time we met up with them in Austria? It wasn't great. That was an understatement. It had been a complete disaster, with Owen cracking jokes while her parents lectured her about her life choices. They envisioned their only daughter would outgrow her art phase and seek out a respectable profession like being a lawyer. When it became evident that Jill had no intention of following their prescribed path for her, tensions had mounted. They'd threatened to cut her off, especially when they learned that a healthy chunk of the funds they earmarked for law school had gone to buy the camper van. As for Owen, they found him amusing and witty, but far from husband material. In their minds, Jill was destined for bigger things, better things. Their only daughter wasn't supposed to be on a permanent road trip with an artist. She should be on track to marry a doctor or lawyer and live in a fancy house in the West Hills. Ever since that trip, Jill opted to see them on her own, traveling to Portland for a visit or meeting up with them in Mexico or the Cayman Islands. It was better to leave Owen behind and pretend like she wasn't serious about him. It was easier that way for all of them. He'd made it clear since they met that he wasn't looking for anything serious, so why cause any of them undue stress? Maybe stable was a better word choice. They'd been serious about each other for over 7 years, but Jill was naturally more serious and reserved. Owen had brought out her playful side and her sense of adventure. They'd balanced well, like perfect colors in a palette. But things were changing now, in ways she wasn't quite ready to face. If she told him the truth... She trailed off, not wanting to deal with that right now. Okay, I guess it's just a week, and there will be so many holiday events going on anyway. She dragged her teeth along her bottom lip, hovering her finger over the buy button like it might detonate at any moment. As long as you're really sure. She grabbed a handful of candy from the custom dispensers Owen had built and mounted to the camper van, one of his many important upgrades, like the cappuccino maker and the Guinness tap. The dispensers were the type that used to be at restaurants and toy shops. For the holidays, Owen had filled them with peppermints, chocolate balls, foil-wrapped Santas, and jelly beans. I'm sure. Yeah. Owen set the frame down and reached for her hand, massaging it gently and tenderly. He brushed his thumb across her knuckles in slow, soft circles. It was the kind of touch that made her believe he meant it, even if he was part of the reason she'd been stress-eating chocolate since 10 in the morning. Moments like this gave her a tiny flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, there was a future for them. Be sure to pack the Christmas letters I sent you. Meg thinks there's a story there. Owen said, still fondling her hand. She might be right. You should bring them and see if she can work her literary magic. Another New York Times Christmas piece or maybe a novel. That would be something, yeah? Yeah, okay. Jill wasn't concerned about Christmas letters at a time like this. She needed him to be serious. But my parents? Are you sure? Best behavior. He grinned like a puppy who had been told he was about to go to the park. I promise. I'll swear a blood oath if necessary. Jill laughed and shook her head. It's not you I'm worried about. It's them. What she didn't say out loud was that there was much more her parents wanted to discuss. Big things. Life-altering things. Things she had yet to mention to Owen. Like moving to San Francisco. Like the loft they'd purchased for her. Like saying yes to the offer they'd helped facilitate for her to teach at the prestigious San Francisco School of Art. But how could she tell him? They had carved out a different life, one that she used to think she would want forever. She already knew Owen's answer. He wasn't looking for a conventional relationship. He lived for the open road and border crossings, new countries, adventures, and inspiration for his art. He was the kind of guy who thought a permanent mailing address was merely a suggestion, not a requirement. His idea of adulting was making green smoothies for breakfast before hitting the beach. He was perfectly content chasing sunsets in the camper van, and until the last few weeks, Jill had been right there with him too. Lately, though, something had shifted. A tug she couldn't ignore toward putting down roots and stability, a place of permanence. Jill's hand drifted to her stomach. It wasn't just turning 30 or feeling slightly homesick. She was carrying something bigger than herself now, bigger than both of them. Whether she was ready or not, this trip back home to Oregon felt like a turning point, a crossroads. This holiday would either make or break their relationship. 3. Joanna.
Stay. Come on. Just a little longer.
Connor traced her collarbone with his hand luxuriously, pausing to massage the tension in the base of her neck. Then, slipping into song, of course he did, he leaned in, his voice smooth and melodic, the same one America swooned over on TV.
It's cold out there, but it's warm in bed,
he crooned softly into her ear. No wonder women drooled over this man. Joanna pulled away, sitting up and breaking the spell. She wrapped the satin sheet around her like armor and refused to meet his eyes. Then she carefully retrieved the dress she'd abandoned on the hardwood floor last night. Connor's apartment was the quintessential bachelor pad. Very little practical furniture, but ample gaming equipment. His idea of decor was sports posters he'd swiped from the freebie pile at the office and 2 beanbag chairs. The guy had the charisma of a leading man and the design instincts of a teenager. For the holidays, he'd set up a plastic tree and decked it out with football, basketball, and baseball ornaments, pennants, mini jerseys of his favorite players, and strings of glowing soccer lights. Everything about his space screamed single. Permanently single.
I gotta go. Today's my interview.
She knelt next to the bed to look for her tights. I can't be late.
Oh, come on. Please?
Connor pleaded, batting his long lashes as he propped himself up on one elbow.
I'll make you coffee. Breakfast in bed? Pancakes? I've got a bottle of that pumpkin pie creamer you like. Add that to a splash of your coffee because I've seen how you guzzle pumpkin spice, and basically it's the full room service treatment. What do you say?
Nope. Hard pass. She scooped up her clothes and slipped into the bathroom, drowning out his voice with the rushing hot water in his bathroom sink.
You'll kill it, Joanna. I don't know why you're so uptight about it. You run the place,
Connor called from bed. She splashed water on her face, avoiding her reflection. She couldn't look at herself. She'd sworn she was done with him. This is the last time. The last time. This has to stop. She wiggled into the dress and tugged on her tights, trying to remember if she'd kicked off her boots by the front door or next to the bed. Probably the bed. Her phone buzzed. Damn, she was late. There was no time to go home and change. She wetted her hair down and sloshed mouthwash, wishing she could rinse away the memory of last night. She had called him. So pathetic. No more wine after 9 p.m. It always led to bad decisions, and Connor Howard was the worst of her bad decisions, even if he did make them seem like very good decisions indeed at the time. The problem was that no one she'd ever dated gave her the chills the way Connor did. The good chills. The ones that left her feeling slightly weak in the knees and barely tethered to the ground. A tiny touch from him made her ready to ditch all rational thought and run off into the sunset. Or maybe the subway station for a quick jaunt for a slice. With him and forget about all future plans. She hurried to the bedroom, scanning the floor for her boots.
Joanna, you're no fun.
Connor flashed her a sleepy, annoyingly sexy grin.
Stay.
No, it's late. She silenced the alarm on her phone. You're late too, Connor. You know today is big for me. I have to be on my A game. The all-hands meeting starts in 20 minutes. Then I head straight for the firing squad and I round out the day with story pitches from you and the bros. It's gonna be brutal. Non-stop. Starting now. She tapped her wrist twice.
Fine. We can go together.
He threw off the covers, exposing his naked body, chiseled and firm in all the right places. He was tall, dark, and handsome, like he'd been plucked straight from a Hollywood movie. His hair was the color of basalt and always had a messy, I've just woken up quality thanks to an expensive trio of gels and mousses. The same was true for his flawless skin, buffed and polished like a statue of the Greek gods. Oh my Lord, are you insane? Like, actually insane? She found one boot underneath the bed. Where was the other?
You're so uptight. No one cares.
He stood with his hands on his hips, showcasing his body like he was auditioning for a role as a male stripper. I care. I care. She shot up like a rocket. No one can know, Connor. Absolutely no one. Understood? A cold sensation crept down her arms.
You haven't said anything, have you?
Because I swear... She trailed off. Yet another reason this was idiotic and her fault. She knew better than to trust Connor Howard, but she couldn't seem to shake free from his orbit. Or maybe a black hole was a better analogy. If he sucked her in one more time, he would destroy her, for good. She needed to be singularly focused today. She had an interview to nail and a promotion to land. This was a mistake she kept making. A mistake she absolutely, unequivocally would not let happen again. 4. Meg. A week later, back at her apartment, Meg sat frozen in front of her laptop, staring at her first ever New York Times feature story. Today was the day. The one thing she had dreamed about for her entire adult life, her byline in the Times, had finally come to fruition. She blinked twice, her eyes blurry with disbelief as she reread the byline again and again. By Meg Reed. She should have felt giddy. She should have been blasting Frank Sinatra Christmas carols and dancing around her living room in her pink fuzzy slippers in front of her bedazzled pink tree, soaking in the cheerful vibe of her space. Her apartment was quintessentially cozy, with hand-cut paper snowflakes dangling from the ceiling, rope string lights adorning the window, and bundles of cinnamon-scented pine cones piled near the faux fireplace, where her pink stocking hung on a tiny, bejeweled hook. Instead, she fought back tears as she scanned the story. Never, not in her wildest, most ambitious dreams, would she have imagined that pursuing her passion would come at such a cost. She'd given up nearly everything and everyone she loved in the process of searching for her truth. Her phone buzzed on the antique wooden desk, rattling with a barrage of congratulatory texts from friends and colleagues around the world. That felt like something. Not necessarily good, but a version of good. She could almost hear Gam's voice, steady and certain, encouraging her to lean into the accomplishment and the baggage that came with it. Meg gripped her fingers tighter around her phone, willing it to buzz again, wishing. Maybe he'd seen it? Maybe he'd call, or send his congratulations through Jill. But the one person she wanted to hear from more than anyone else was silent. Not that she should have been surprised. When she said goodbye to Matt, she made her choice. She knew that leaving would forever alter both of their futures. And still, she couldn't stay. He knew it, too, at his core. Maybe he hadn't been willing to admit it. Maybe he hadn't been ready to see it. But deep down, Meg believed he knew. He knew she had to go, even if it broke both of their hearts. She'd never forget the day he begged her to stay, his big blue eyes turning glassy as he'd held her hand and whispered softly, "Megs, please stay." It wasn't a fair ask. Her career versus him. It was an impossible choice. He admitted as much as he left her at the airport with a parting kiss, giving her the same genuine, sappy smile that always made her knees feel like they might give out. "Or I could come with you." She had shaken her head, not trusting herself to speak. "Yeah, okay," he'd said with resignation. "Go live your wild dreams. You deserve this, but try not to forget about me, okay?" She didn't look back. Tears streaked down her cheeks as she power-walked to the gate and decided right then and there that she was going to go cold turkey when it came to Matt Parker. It was the only way. They'd gone over every scenario. Her staying in Bend, Matt trekking to New York with her, or continuing to try and make long-distance work, where they spent every other weekend flying halfway across the country. None of it made sense. None of it had lasting power. It was wearing them both thin. So Meg opted to leave it up to fate. If they were meant to be together, they'd find a way back. And if not, well, if not... She hadn't fully considered the if not back then. She only knew that Matt was her crutch, the person she texted daily pics of her morning coffee, the one she called when an assignment bombed or she couldn't find her way into a story, the guy she stayed up way past her bedtime with on video chats, her eyes growing heavy as she drifted off to sleep before the phone hitting her face startled her awake again. They had tried, earnestly tried, but it was over, and remaining connected even as friends was just too painful. Now, here she was, with the biggest story of her life staring back at her, and no Matt Parker to share it with. Deception and lies. That was the headline of the New York Times feature she'd pitched and had accepted as a freelance piece. How My Father Faked His Death to Bring Down a Criminal Drug Ring. It was still hard to process that the story, which was so much more than a side hustle, inked in print in arguably one of the most revered publications in the world, was her story. It was a story she'd been trying to run from for the last 7 years. To finally share it in such broad strokes felt equally right and oddly deflating. "Meg! New York Times, baby!" A text from Jill, her best friend, appeared on her screen. "You did it! You really did it! Can't wait to celebrate in Bend. We'll see you in a week." The message was followed by a dozen celebratory emojis. "It feels surreal for sure. This calls for a toast. You are coming to Bend, right? You are not backing out now. You promised. We promised. Matt's 30th birthday is a big deal. I cannot wait to smooch your face." Meg hesitated for a minute, trying to think of how to reply. She, Jill, and Matt had been inseparable in their early 20s. Her friends had gotten her through the trauma of Pops' death, then the shock discovery that her father hadn't died after all, but was deep undercover for a story he was writing. And they had teamed up to investigate some shady crimes of their own while she was working at Northwest Extreme magazine, a job that she had been horrifically unqualified for. She had learned a lot since then, mainly through painful self-reflection and slow growth. That's what your 20s were supposed to be for, right? The problem was Matt. When they finally parted, she made it clear it was the end for them. She owned that piece of their story. But she never imagined that Matt would find someone. No, that wasn't entirely true. Of course he would find someone. He was the kindest, smartest, funniest, most capable person on the planet. But fall in love with someone else? No, that wasn't on her bingo card. She had heard through the grapevine that he'd been dating Lucinda Hinton, the heiress to the high-tech energy company Blazon, where he had worked as a technical writer for the last 7 years. Back in the day, the three of them, she, Jill, and Matt, made a pact that they would remain inseparable no matter where they were in the world. They would drop everything and get on a plane for a wedding, a milestone birthday, or when one of them had a baby. That sounded like a great idea at the time. But even though he'd invited her out of politeness, Meg highly doubted Matt wanted her at his birthday party. I don't think it's a good idea. I will see you in Bend for sure. I'm coming for the assignment, but I don't know about the party. No way. You are not backing out now. RSVP this minute or I will do it for you. See you in 1 week. I doubt Matt wants me there. Already talked to him. He does. If I can fly from Italy, you can make it from New York. Can't wait to see you IRL. Kiss, kiss. There was no going against Jill once she set her mind to something. But Matt? Well, Matt was another story. She didn't love the thought of having to see Matt face to face for the first time since they'd parted ways. She should have been thinking about her next assignment. The pressure was on to deliver a story that was cozy and timely, a signature Meg Reed piece. Instead, her brain kept circling back to one impossible truth. She was going to see Matt face to face. For the first time since they'd said goodbye. Dozens of what-ifs bombarded her head. What if she had tried harder to make the distance work? What if it had been a mistake to go radio silent on him? All those ignored texts and phone calls. She sighed heavily, filled with a deep regret that felt like it had settled into her bones. Could they pick back up like old friends? Was it too late? And what about Lucinda Hinton? Seeing Matt in the arms of another woman would be rough. Maybe that's exactly what she needed to finally let him go for good. She took a deep, steadying breath. Regardless, a long weekend in Bend would be good for her Oregon soul, as Gam would say. She missed the smell of the forest, mountains, and green as far as the eye could see. She even missed the rain. Somehow, rainfall in Oregon felt different, like it could wash away all her problems. But then again, she might be romanticizing. She closed the laptop and picked up Matt's birthday invite, staring back up at her like a dare. On paper, it sounded like a spectacular weekend, if it weren't for the fact that they weren't exactly on speaking terms. Lucinda had arranged for a tour of the best that the high desert had to offer. A welcome holiday bonfire, beer tasting at Matt's favorite brewery, a snowshoe tour, a forest formal Saturday party, and a Sunday brunch to cap off 3 days of adventure. Lucinda had designed the weekend like she was staging a holiday rom-com, minus the drama. Hopefully. But the thought of Matt with another woman made her stomach twist. Still, she had a story to write and a job to do. She was a professional, and even though she wasn't sure her heart was in ESPN long-term, she needed a steady paycheck. And if she learned anything in the last few years, it was this. Some stories required more than research. They required showing up. Before she could talk herself out of it, she opened the email and clicked RSVP. You've confronted your demons on the page, Meg, she reminded herself. Now it's time to do it in person. 5. Joanna. Joanna's gaze drifted around the conference room, landing on each member of her team in turn, as a form of greeting and a way to signal the meeting was about to start, with one glaring exception. Connor Howard. He was hamming it up with one of the other anchors, showing them memes on his phone while keeping one steely eye on Joanna. He wore his typical uniform. A black suit jacket, a freshly pressed baby blue button-up shirt, a navy blue tie, and sweatpants. Classic. If I could get your attention, everyone. She stood at the helm of the long table like a captain steering their ship and cleared her throat. The table was littered with holiday treats. Donuts with red and green sprinkles, snowball cupcakes with fluffy buttercream frosting, candy, cheese platters, fruits, and nuts, all from the never-ending rotation of advertiser gifts that rolled in this time of year. Hello, people, let's get to it. She clapped twice to silence the room. Had anyone else noticed she was wearing the same dress as yesterday? Thankfully, she didn't think so. Not the ESPN bros. They were too wrapped up in themselves and running numbers and stats like they were attempting to break nuclear codes. They'd never paid attention to personal details. But Meg hadn't missed a beat when Joanna bumped into her on the way to her interview earlier. "Hey girl, hey, I recognize that dress," Meg had said, giving her a playful bump on the hip. "Hot date last night?" Joanna's cheeks had burned with heat. She'd smoothed down her dress and plastered on her most professional smile. "Blazing hot, but I have to run. My interview is in 10 minutes. Wish me luck." She darted off before Meg could ask for more details. She hated lying to her friend. It wasn't that she didn't trust Meg. If anything, Meg would have understood. No, it was much worse than that. She couldn't admit something as low as hooking up with Connor. The thought of saying it out loud and hearing how small it sounded made her shudder. And it wasn't just a hookup, and not just once. Their late-night trysts had become a habit. A dangerous, addictive, potentially career-ending habit she needed to break. Now. A last-minute assignment with Meg in the remote corners of Oregon sounded absolutely ideal right now. She couldn't shake how distracted she'd been during the interview. She'd stumbled over her talking points and sounded flustered with each question. Her mind kept drifting to the night before. The feel of Connor's lips on her skin when she should have been rattling off stats and budget numbers. That was on her. She never should have dropped by his place. She should have studied her notes, rehearsed every possible answer, and polished her pitch like the consummate professional she was. Instead, she'd walked into the interview underprepared and full of regret. The meeting now fell into a buzzy silence. Joanna drank in a long breath and took charge, doling out assignments and sharing budget reports and viewership numbers as the team devoured donuts and pungent cheese like locusts. But Connor Howard did his best to distract her. Every time her gaze even flickered in his direction, he would run his tongue seductively along his mouth and sweep his dark hair off his forehead, like a surfer coming out of ice blue water who had all the time in the world to wreck her concentration. "Damn it, Connor. Focus," she told herself. "Focus or you'll lose everything you worked so hard for." Was he trying to get them both fired? Joanna clutched the edge of the conference table to steady herself. She wasn't going to fall for his charms. He was a certified playboy, and if she didn't put an end to this for good, he was going to ruin her meticulous and long-standing career aspirations and her friendships. But if he smiled at her like that again, she wasn't sure if she would leap across the table and slap him across his smug face, or kiss those soft, supple lips into blissful oblivion. God, Joanna, no! 6. Jill. Owen snored contentedly, his head resting on Jill's shoulder. He'd popped in his headphones, melatonin, and a meditation soundtrack at takeoff and drifted off into a sleep before they'd reached their cruising altitude. Jill was alone with her thoughts over miles and miles of the Atlantic Ocean. And her thoughts were a swirling mess right now. Should she tell him the truth? Would it even matter? Or would he be on the next flight back as soon as they landed? She stared out the window, watching pillowy clouds float by. Being this high up in the air should give her a new perspective, but it didn't. She was in love with Owen. There was no doubt about that. He loved her too. Not only did he tell her every day, but he showed her in 1,000 tiny ways. Getting up first to brew a strong pot of coffee and bake his famous Irish biscuits that he'd serve her in bed on a tray, with a cup of fresh squeezed orange juice, a pat of butter, and a side of raspberry jam. Or the ultimate test of love, sharing the last bite of a gooey chocolate brownie with her. When Jill struggled to make space for her art, he'd built a custom roll-out studio complete with lighting and a special rain shade. No one had ever made her laugh the way Owen did. Deep belly laughs that sent tears streaming down her cheeks until her sides ached, and they would crumple on the floor in a tangled, chuckling mess. He was romantic in his words, too. Every year at Christmas, he wrote her a letter on the same cream cardstock, decorated with sweet doodles of pine trees and sprigs of holly. She'd kept each of them, like treasures, pressed into the pages of her journal. She'd tucked them into her carry-on bag at Owen's urging because once, in passing, she happened to mention the letters to Meg. Big mistake. Meg was the ultimate romantic and a sucker for a good love story.
Yearly Christmas letters, Jill? That's the sweetest thing ever!
Meg had gushed.
I feel like there's a story there. A holiday feature, or maybe even a full-length novel. Will you please let me live vicariously through you? I want to see them. They say the best inspiration comes from real life, and this is giving serious rom-com vibes.
Jill had blown her off at the time, but Owen kept mentioning it.
Show them to Meg. Take another look.
She's texted me twice to ask about them. She'd packed them at his insistence. Could Meg turn the letters into something more? Maybe. If anyone could, it was Meg. Her friend was a wordsmith who had a way of pulling readers into her writing, making them feel like they were part of the story. But what was the point? There was a huge, looming issue. Her future with Owen was uncertain. Their love story wasn't going to last. No happy ending was promised. It would take a lot more than Meg's quick wit and clever pen to turn her current disaster of a love life into something worthy of a novel. More like sad, sappy fiction, and no one wanted a story of heartbreak during the holiday season. He mumbled in his sleep, his head falling gently onto her shoulder. She stared at his chiseled jawline and scruffy, stubbled cheeks, a small smile spreading across her face. Owen wasn't the type of guy she'd imagined herself with in her youth. Not like her college boyfriend, who went on to do exactly what her parents had expected. Attended law school and landed a job at one of the high-powered firms in Portland. Nope. Owen was a free spirit. An artist. He dabbled in everything from poetry to piano, but his real passion was solving problems through his art, like Jill's outdoor rolling studio. When she once mentioned that she preferred the quiet morning hours to paint, he created a custom sketchbook with prompts and morning meditations for her, one for each day of the week. After she complained about needing breathing room in the camper, he painted a mural on one wall to give the illusion of an open forest, with her favorite poem hidden in one of the trees. Once, when he forgot what to pick up at the grocery store, he built a magnetic chalkboard shaped like a paint palette for their camper van, which was hand-painted with their favorite foods. He called it Functional Still Life. Owen didn't just make art. He used sentiment to create stunning, real-world solutions for her every problem. Like a modern-day MacGyver, he could fix anything and turn trash into showpieces. His art didn't bring in much money, and that had been fine with her. They had time, but now, suddenly, they didn't. Her mind drifted to packing earlier. She had crouched next to her rolling studio, looking for her favorite scarf, and the back corner of the van caught her eye. Another new surprise from Owen. He'd mounted a hinged wooden shelf against the wall, painted in a soft, mossy green. Fold it down and it became another workspace. Fold it up and you could see a mountain scene he'd sketched of the Pyrenees Mountains at dawn. A note taped to the shelf said, "So you'll always have a window to the world, even when you can't find one." The plane bounced with a touch of turbulence. Jill pressed her palm against her stomach, her heart hitching. He didn't know about the baby, about San Francisco, about how untethered she felt. Owen solved problems best with paint, never-ending patience, and scraps of unused wood. But this wasn't a forgotten grocery list or a pretty nature mural. Her entire future was pressing up against her ribs, demanding to be acknowledged. Her 30th birthday was fast approaching, and it felt like she'd flipped a switch. Everything was sped up in overdrive. The realization that she was entering a new era was starting to sink in. And for the first time in a long time, Jill wasn't sure if love alone could fix their problems. 7. Meg. A few days later, Meg found herself on a plane to her hometown of Portland, Oregon. The December liquid sunshine drenched the Rose City in glorious gray gloom. It felt like walking through a memory, wet, gloomy, and comforting. She had to admit that while she missed things about the hipster city of her youth, the bookstores, brew pubs on every corner, food carts, coffee culture, and the innate weirdness of it all, and the people, of course, at least some of them, this wasn't home anymore. Seeing the world had expanded her viewpoint so much. Chasing stories over the globe, trekking through deserts and high mountaintops, made Portland feel like a well-worn, well-loved raincoat that she'd outgrown. She couldn't imagine herself ever living here again. Visiting, yes. Staying for good, doubtful. She was the last person off the plane, thanks to cramming as many clothes as possible into her carry-on suitcase that she had packed within an inch of its life. A helpful stranger had managed to stuff her bag into the last available overhead bin, row 44, naturally, saving her from needing to pay extra bag fees. But now she had to defy physics in an attempt to wrangle it free. She heaved and yanked it with a distinctly unjournalistic slew of profanity. Was she feeling a bit more edgy at the mere thought of being in the same state as Matt? Yeah, probably. And her luggage was taking the brunt of her anxiety. Not fair, Meg. Don't blame the bag. Once she accomplished the task of prying it free from the bin, she headed for the gate, her nerves kicking into high gear and her palms turning sweaty. She had told Mom and Gam that she could easily take an Uber from the airport, but they had insisted on coming to pick her up. Honestly, she was glad. Her stomach was already tangled in a mess of knots as she rolled her suitcase through the crowded airport. It was a lot. Matt, his party, and her assignment that came with the added pressure of potentially saving Joanna's job, not to mention her own. No biggie. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here. She wasn't sure which was making her the most anxious. Probably a combination. First, there was the thought of seeing Matt after their breakup that wasn't exactly a breakup. Then there was the pressure of delivering a heartwarming holiday story about Snowcross. How she was going to blend heartwarming and Snowcross was a mystery at best. And what about her job and her future? She could already anticipate the onslaught of questions sure to come from Mom. She didn't have answers for any of them. This was new territory. Since starting at ESPN, she'd had a singular focus. Now, she was floundering. She hadn't felt this untethered since she'd discovered the truth about her father, that he had faked his death. She'd done all the things: therapy, journaling, tears, meditation, acupuncture, and endless healing sessions with Gam. It had ultimately been time. That and long, hard discussions with Pops about the choices he'd made. The irony of the situation was that her relationship with Mom had evolved since his betrayal. Mom and Pops had formally split after he reemerged from hiding. Things had been rocky with them long before everything hit the fan anyway. His decision to go deep undercover had left Mom with no other choice. It had also sent them into new territory. Meg had idolized Pops growing up. He had been her hero in every story, which, in fairness to Mom, hadn't left much room for her. His death drove a deep wedge between them. Ironically, it was his resurrection, not his loss, that ultimately forged a new way forward for her and Mom. If she was being honest with herself, the fallout from Pops had played a significant role in her decisions with Matt. It was like she needed to make a clean break, to start over again without any of the baggage of her formative years. But was Matt baggage? She sighed and scanned the crowd, spotting Mom and Gam waiting near an artisanal kombucha booth. How perfectly Portland, she thought, as her heart soared, and she waved and ran to greet them. She broke out into a jog, focusing on the two women who had shaped her and somehow still believed in her. She hoped she wouldn't disappoint them. Mom stood out in her usual polished perfection amongst the sea of muted gray and black puffy coats and rain jackets. She wore tailored cream slacks, a pair of pumps, and a silky sweater with a matching scarf. The sharpness in her cheeks had softened with the years. Or maybe it had taken this long for Meg to recognize the warmth in her eyes. Gam was the embodiment of pure joy, a flowing purple tunic, a bright teal skirt, and enough dangling jewelry to supply her own shop. "Mary Margaret Reed," Mom waved in return as Meg approached. "You look gorgeous, honey. I love this longer hair on you." She kissed each of Meg's cheeks and then stepped back to appraise her. "Don't you love it, Mom?" she asked Gam. Gam's eyes sparkled as she shot Meg a knowing wink. "I do." Gam pressed her lips together in a wide smile. "You're all grown up and glowing." Mom finally let go so Gam could sweep Meg into a tight hug. Her petite frame felt even more tiny as Meg wrapped her arms around her. She was pushing 80 now. Not that you would know it by looking at her. With her naturally tanned skin and age-defying smile, she could easily pass for a young 70. Gam always said that meditation and her connection to her spiritual guides kept her young. She called her daily dose of Zen Mother Nature's facelift. As they pulled apart, a little lump swelled in Meg's throat. She hadn't realized how much she missed them. Them. There was nothing quite like the embrace from the women who came before her. It felt good to sink into, knowing that no matter where she landed in the world, Mom and Gam were always home. She appreciated the easy comfort of being seen. They still looked at her like she was unbreakable, like the girl who would search for fairies in Forest Park and wrote her first story on a borrowed typewriter was still somewhere inside, beneath her New York touch-up and everything she'd left behind. She wanted to hold on to that part of herself a little longer. "It's good to have our girl home." Gam squeezed her arm as if she had read Meg's mind. Gam's spirit shone through in her bright eyes, but Meg could tell that she was slowing down by her pace as they headed toward the car. "You are absolutely radiant, Margaret," Mom commented as if she was wondering what Meg's secret was. "Like a new woman. I hardly recognize you." Meg wished she could say that she had Gam's dedication to meditating, Tai Chi, or Pilates, but she suspected that any glow was much more likely the result of her nervous energy. "Thanks," she managed to mumble, wondering if either of them would pick up on the pulsing hum surging through her bloodstream. If she was already this wound up, how was she going to manage keeping it together once she got to Bend? "I haven't seen you with hair this long since you were in elementary school. Remember when you and Jill decided to experiment with dyeing your hair with Jell-O in middle school?" Mom shuddered. "I swear it took us 3 hours to wash the sticky gunk out of your poor hair." "Well, I was 12, Meg responded with a little grin, giving Mom a playful bump on the hip. "Oh, I know, honey. I'm just saying that New York suits you. The stylish cut, the outfit, everything." She gave Meg a soft smile. Meg couldn't help but feel a tiny flicker of pride. Over the years, she had come to learn that Mom had deeper qualities than Meg had realized in her moody teens and early 20s, when Mom seemed obsessed about appearances and things that didn't matter to Meg, like skincare brands, designer purses, or using Jell-O as a substitute for hair dye. It used to bug her, especially when Mom would ask her to stop by her club so she could introduce Meg to her friends, who Jill had dubbed the ladies who lunch. But when everything in Meg's world had fallen apart, Mom had been there. She'd shown up when the shit came pouring down. Not just present, solid. She transformed into a steadfast supporter. Maybe she always had been. In fairness, Meg hadn't been paying much attention in her younger years. "Kyle cannot wait to meet you." Mom's cheeks tingled with a bright pink blush. Kyle had been a hot topic on their Sunday night video calls. Kyle this, Kyle that, Kyle. Meg had never seen Mom love-struck. She transformed into a teenager whenever the subject of Kyle came up, which was often. They'd met on a dating app and been inseparable for over a year. Meg hadn't been surprised when Mom called shortly after Thanksgiving with the news that Kyle had proposed. Mom held out a behemoth, sparkling diamond ring that Meg guessed could probably be viewed from space as they waited for the elevator to take them to the 3rd floor of the parking garage. "Isn't it gorgeous?" She wiggled her finger for Meg's inspection. I can't stop looking at it. I've been poring over ideas with the wedding planner. We're thinking of a special moment when we enter the reception, potentially fireworks, although drones might be more realistic, what with the fire danger and all. Kyle loves ice cream. So we're going to set up a full soda fountain outside, complete with staff in red and white striped uniforms, and then certainly we'll have the classics, champagne toasts, a sit-down dinner, dancing, the works. Mom beamed as she rattled off more elaborate suggestions. The elevator dinged, but Meg hardly noticed. The ring reflected every flicker of fluorescent light in the garage. Mom's plans were borderline absurd, but her happiness was real and well-deserved. Meg loved seeing Mom like this. Lit up from the inside, talking a mile a minute about heirloom roses, jazz trios, and tiered cakes. "You're coming home for the wedding, right?" Mom asked, but it wasn't a question. "Of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world." Meg pressed her hand to her heart and let her jaw go slack. There was no chance she wouldn't show up for Mom. "Have you set a date?" "We'll work around your plans. Kyle's sons both live here, so it's just you and your dad. And of course, we'd love to have Jill and Matt attend too." "Matt?" Meg tried to keep her voice neutral, but his name came out like a cough as a cold chill spread through her veins. "You're inviting Matt to the wedding?" "Yes," she replied as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "Why wouldn't I?" Meg gulped. I don't know. I guess I just wasn't expecting that. Have you been in touch with him?" Mom held the elevator doors open. "We text every few weeks. He likes to make sure you're doing okay, and he's so great about keeping in touch with your father. You know your father. If he goes off the grid, he won't remember to eat." Off the grid was an understatement. Ever since Pops returned from his extended stint undercover, he preferred to stay in the shadows. He'd been freelancing and picking up gigs on the side, but stayed out of the spotlight. He didn't trust big government, local government, the media, AI, the list went on and on. If Charlie Reed didn't want to be found, there was no chance of tracking him down. He called Meg on a burner phone a couple of times a month to tell her about his latest escapades and check in. She was fine with their arrangement. Through the work she'd done on her own mental health, she'd come to realize she couldn't change him. She'd given up trying and decided to meet him where he was at. According to her therapist, it was a sign of growth. Currently, Pops was in New Mexico, working on an investigation into a major kidnapping on tribal land. He'd called 2 weeks ago when he saw the Times piece. "Maggie, well done, my love. It's a beauty of a story. I wish I could go back in time. I would make so many different decisions, but as you well know, we are our choices. In a different life, I might have made better choices, but alas, in this one, I'm left with my mistakes and regrets. I rationalized it back then because I believed the work I was doing was important. It was important, but certainly not more important than you or your mom. I was not very present with you in your formative years, and when I was present, at least physically speaking, I wasn't emotionally present. I'm sure none of this is news to you. When I read your New York Times piece, it hit hard and reminded me how much damage I've done. That's why it's better this way. You know you can always call me on this burner, or find me on the message boards." She wasn't surprised Matt had been keeping an eye on Pops, but she was shocked he'd remained in touch with Mom. "You're seeing him while you're in Bend, aren't you? He's very excited about it. Turning 30? It's such a milestone and hard to believe. The party sounds like a wonderful reunion. I'm sure the three of you will have so much to get caught up on." "Yeah, sure," Meg lied. Gam's lips pressed together in a hint of a frown, but she didn't say anything. Was Meg going to go to the party? She didn't know. She wasn't sure she was ready to see Matt with another woman, but then again, she could easily live in denial and never be ready. No. She'd made a promise with this trip. Not just to show up for this assignment, but to stop letting the past take up so much headspace. Gam once told her that most people spend their entire lives staring out the tiny rearview mirror, fixated on what's already behind them when they should be focused on the expansive, wide-open windshield in front of them. Meg had never been particularly good at following that advice. She was here now, back in Oregon. And if she wanted to move forward, it was time to stop dragging her past around like her carry-on baggage that she had never bothered to unpack. 8. Jill. 3 flights later, Jill found herself touching down in Bend, Oregon, nudging Owen awake again.
"We're here! Finally,"
she said with a yawn. He stretched, massaging his jaw and giving her a groggy smile as he leaned over Jill to see out the window.
"Snow! We've got legit snow, as far as you can see."
"It's a winter wonderland, isn't it?" Jill agreed, reaching into the seat back pocket to gather her candy, gum, headphones, and paperback mystery that she hadn't managed to read a single word of. The view was undeniably Christmassy, with snow-capped mountain peaks and a brilliant icy blue, crisp winter sky stretching out endlessly over the high desert. But what time zone were they in now? First, there was the long-haul flight from London to New York, followed by a flight to Portland with a quick layover, and then an hour-long flight to Bend on a much smaller plane, resulting in plenty of bumps. Shockingly, or not so shockingly, Owen slept like a baby on each flight, even through the turbulence, unbothered by gravity or any impending life changes. Jill, on the other hand, had spent the trip wide awake, rehearsing a million ways to try to tell him about San Francisco and the baby. Nothing sounded right. Somewhere between the turbulence and layovers, her mind drifted to the last time she, Meg, and Matt had been living together in the same city. 7 years. 7 long years since they shared frothy pints and garlic rosemary fries at Deschutes, making countless promises that none of them kept. It was almost impossible to believe that much time had passed. It was even harder to believe that Meg and Matt still weren't speaking. The fact that Meg was coming was a small miracle, a feat only made possible by the one and only Joanna King, a true force of nature. Jill had taken an instant liking to Joanna when they met years ago in New York. If she lived closer, she imagined the 3 of them would do some damage, just like she had with Meg and Matt before things had gotten complicated. She stuffed everything into her carry-on bag and followed Owen off the cramped airplane. As much as she was excited to see her closest friends, she was also nervous. Navigating the tension between Matt and Meg was likely going to fall to her. She hadn't met Matt's girlfriend, Lucinda Hinton, but even if Lucinda was the chillest person on the planet, there was no chance the duo of Matt's first love and new love wasn't going to be complicated. And then there was the ticking time bomb of her own love life. Meg was more than a friend. She was a sister. Keeping anything secret from her was practically impossible and unnatural, like trying to walk with a rock stuck in your shoe. And the truth was, Jill needed to talk. She needed Meg. If things went the way she anticipated, she was also going to need a shoulder to cry on, and there was no shoulder better than Meg's.
"Penny for your thoughts?"
Owen said, grabbing her hand instinctively as they made their way through the crowded terminal. It was decked out for the holidays with fragrant wreaths and garlands. Strings of bright green and red lights stretched from the high ceiling, and carols played on the speakers overhead. The food stands offered holiday favorites, chocolate-dipped pretzels and warm turkey sandwiches smothered with cranberry sauce and stuffing. Jill could eat. She placed a hand over her stomach to stop its rumbling. The jet lag has removed any and every coherent thought from my brain. Jill lied, lacing her hand through his.
"You never sleep on planes,"
Owen said, steering her past a group of high school students in matching band uniforms, lugging instruments toward their gate.
"You should try M&Ms.
Jill reached into her pack and retrieved a crumpled, melted bag of chocolate candies. I did. They failed me. Miserably, I might add. He laughed and kissed the top of her head.
"I'm talking melatonin and meditation. A little of my M&M remedy and you'll drift off into the most blissful sleep of your life like a newborn baby."
Jill flinched. She recovered quickly with a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. If only it were that easy. What are you thinking about? He tugged the handle of his rolling suitcase, keeping a tight grip on Jill like he was worried he might lose her. Everything, she replied, nodding toward a giant blue spruce tree adorned with ruby-red berries and dazzling twinkling lights. It's the holidays, which I love, but I'm nervous about how things will go between Meg and Matt, especially with Lucinda in the mix, and then I'm already thinking ahead to seeing my parents. It's just a lot. What she wanted to say was, we should talk, like, really talk. There was no point, though. She had zero doubts that Owen loved and cherished her, but she was all too aware of his stance on kids and family, which stemmed from his own dysfunctional childhood. He'd basically raised himself, and left when he was in his teens to finish school on his own. He'd hit the road, crashing on friends' couches and sleeping on the floor, teaching himself how to fix leaky water pipes and paint houses to earn enough money to scrape by. His fierce independence was one of the things that had attracted her most to him, and now it might be their unraveling. But you have me, and there's snow and Irish coffee, he said, nudging her shoulder gently. What more do you need? His grin was pure Owen, hopeful, breezy, almost enough to make her momentarily forget the ache pressing against her ribs. Jill wanted to scream that she didn't have him, and that she needed a lot more than spiked coffee and a fresh dusting of snow, but instead she forced another smile and stopped to zip up her coat before they ventured outside. There was no reason to make everyone miserable right from the start. The best she could do was enjoy these last few days together, and face the reality of their divergent futures after the holidays. 9. Joanna. The doorbell echoed a melodic chime like something straight from the movies. Ding dong, ding dong. Joanna checked her watch. It was late, almost midnight. There was only one person who would show up at her door at this hour. Ding dong, just ignore him, he'll go away. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The chimes grew faster, like he was pressing the button over and over. Damn it, Connor, I have nothing to say to you. She knew why he was here. How did he think he was going to get away with it? One of her colleagues had ducked into her office shortly before the end of the day with the bombshell. Connor flipping Howard had interviewed for her job. The role she'd spent the last decade working toward. The promotion everyone had assumed was hers. Because it was. What an ass. What an idiot. What an absolute Neanderthal. She wasn't sure what pissed her off more. The fact that he'd gone behind her back and interviewed for her job, a job he was wildly unqualified for, or that he had the nerve to think she wouldn't hear about it. She dragged herself off the couch, tying her plush robe tighter and summoning every ounce of anger to harness as a weapon. Ding dong! Stop, I'm coming! She yelled, stuffing her feet in her cozy faux fur-lined slippers and shuffling to the door. She peeled back the little flap over the peephole and shut one eye. Yep, sure enough, it was him. Open up. I brought you a surprise, he whispered, pressing his face against the tiny round window in the doorframe. Against her better judgment, she cracked the door enough just to let her voice slip through, but not him. I swear to God, if you wake my neighbors, I will have something to say, and trust me, you won't lack it. She kept her hand on the chain. He wasn't getting in. Not tonight. Not ever. He had betrayed her in the worst possible way. Shame on her for thinking there was something real between them. Shame on her for trusting him. It would never happen again. A bouquet of creamy white roses mixed with holly berries and clippings of evergreen boughs appeared like magic from behind his back. For you, my lady. Connor, what the hell are you doing here? Joanna hissed. I was asleep and I have 0 syllables to say to you. As in nothing. Not a single word. You weren't sleeping. His smile faltered as he tried to force the flowers into her hands. And technically that was a lot of words, Joe. He pretended to count on his fingers.
so maybe you should just let me in.
She didn't budge. She wasn't falling for his usual tricks. Not falling for it. Not tonight. He'd never brought her flowers before. Not once. "You have no idea whether I was sleeping or not," she snapped. "And it doesn't matter anyway. I told you in no uncertain terms that last time was the last time. I'm done with you. With this. Done as in for good."
I know, but look, let me explain,
he said, thrusting the flowers through the crack in the door like they were some kind of peace offering. His voice took on an unusual, almost pleading quality.
"That's why I brought you these. I've been an ass. I admit it. I thought you only wanted something casual, but I'm into you, Joanna. Like, seriously into you. And I'm sorry I haven't done a better job of showing you that. This is a small token of my most sincere apology. I don't want just to hook up either. I want us to give this a try. Like, a real try."
He gave her the same earnest act he used to win over viewers on Sports Hour. The boyish, soulful stare that made middle-aged women swoon and post on social in all caps about how Connor Howard was making them question their life choices. How they were ready to abandon long-term marriages and their kids for one night with him. "Is this a joke? You can't be serious." A half snort escaped her lips. "Are you kidding me?"
"Honestly, I'm just a guy standing here in front of the legend Joanna King, asking for a chance,"
he said in full rom-com mode, batting his enviably long lashes at her. God, he was good. No wonder their 20 to 40 female demographics had skyrocketed once Connor took over anchoring Sports Hour. It was because of his undeniable, affable charm that they'd had to reserve extra space in the basement for his fan mail and hire security for public events. Focus, Queen. Focus. Don't let him in. "You want a chance," she said coolly. She was prepared for this. She'd practiced her takedown, and she was ready to end him. "You interviewed for my job, the one I spent 10 years building toward, and what? You didn't think I'd find out? Newsflash, I know. You want to play games? Well, game on, Connor. Game on." That wiped the smile off his face. "Wait, Joe, Don't." She took a breath, trying to contain her rage. "You think you can show up with flowers and everything's going to be fine? You could give me every flower on the planet. It wouldn't matter. This is about trust. You went behind my back and interviewed for a promotion you are completely underqualified for, by the way. And now you show up at my place in the middle of the night acting like I'm the one being unreasonable." He looked stunned, even hurt, but she didn't care. "I have an early flight," she said, using every ounce of control to keep her voice steady. "And like I said, we're not a thing. Hookup or no hookup, this is done." And yet, her hand moved like someone else was controlling the strings. She watched herself reach out in slow motion and grab the bouquet. Before she could second-guess it, she yanked the flowers out of his hands and slammed the door shut. She waited for a minute, watching through the spy hole. Connor hesitated and started to knock again, but then he changed his mind and hung his head as he walked away. The flowers were stunning. She took them to the kitchen, found a vase, filled it with water, and fluffed them up, tossing the attached card on the counter. That was close. Too close. Connor had a hold on her. A frustrating, undeniable, impossible-to-shake hold. She would shake it no matter what it took. He'd come for her job. Time to end him. The morning couldn't come fast enough. She needed a flight and as many miles between them as possible. 10. Meg. Mom had moved a couple of years ago, and since Meg hadn't been home in a while, the drive to her house perched above the Columbia River felt oddly familiar and entirely different. They breezed past soggy lawns with deflated Christmas blow-up decorations and houseboats with twinkling lights and golden stars on their flat rooflines. Gam regaled Meg with stories about her healing clients. "You'll never believe what a trip we took last week," she said from the front seat, adjusting her seatbelt so she could turn to face Meg. When Gam talked about trips, she was speaking metaphorically. Meg caught Mom rolling her eyes with a little glimmer of a grin. She sharpened her focus on the drizzle ahead and remained quiet. That was quite an improvement. Mom used to snap whenever Gam drifted into anything in the mystical territory, but Meg had come to realize that parent-child relationships were complicated, and that despite their differences, Mom and Gam deeply loved each other. "My client has been stuck," Gam said, with a twinkle in her eye. "We've been working on finding new ways for her to connect to her spirit guides and higher self, and I must admit this particular situation has tested me. My client has been resistant to going deep and letting go. I've tried everything, Reiki, drumming, working with my tarot decks, to no avail. You know my methods. I don't direct, I guide. But I've had to sit on my hands with this one." Gam wiggled her fingers, adorned with turquoise and topaz rings, and winked as she pretended to stuff her hands under her seat. "Yesterday, we finally had a breakthrough. I took her on a journey to the most beautiful winter forest. We meandered along a gurgling stream, and you'll never guess who showed up." She held up a finger and wiggled her brows eagerly. "I'll give you a hint. It's a power animal." "A hawk?" Meg asked, eyebrows raised. Gam had a deep connection with hawks. They appeared practically everywhere she went, gliding over her deck every afternoon, showing up en masse at family picnics, and even swooping past the windshield on random drives down the highway as if to say, "Oh, hi, we see you." "You would think," Gam said with an eager nod. "But no, a snowy owl." "A snowy owl?" Meg asked, leaning in closer. "What's the significance of the owl?" Mom flicked the wipers on high as she turned off the freeway, rain battering the windshield. "The snowy owl is a harbinger of spiritual growth, wisdom, enlightenment, and a shift in perspective," Gam responded with a touch of reverence. Meg stared out the window as a blur of evergreen trees streaked by. Wisdom, enlightenment, perspective. Yeah, she could use all those this weekend. She shook off the thought as they arrived. Mom's house was a stunner. A 3,000 square foot, sprawling one-level modern design in Frank Lloyd Wright style, with a wall of windows on the backside that offered views of the river as far as Meg's eye could see. Mom's furniture was an extension of her refined taste, with creamy leather couches that looked as if they were straight from the showroom, slate gray walls, and a collection of carefully curated holiday decorations. Her tree stood like a piece of art she'd borrowed straight from an influencer's social media. Silver and eggplant ornaments, satin ribbons tied neatly on each branch, and a rhinestone star mounted on the top. Meg thought about the differences between Mom's and Gam's spaces. Gam's condo was always cluttered in the best way, with her handmade pottery and drums, houseplants in every corner, and the smell of her cinnamon bread. Mom preferred everything in order and in its place, from her Christmas decorations to the tidy, labeled flour and sugar canisters on the island. Meg was a mix of both of them. The thought brought her comfort as she kicked off her shoes and noticed that a collection of her grade school Santa pictures had made the cut. They lined the mantel, blending in with the expensive crystal goblets and pewter vases. "Drinks, ladies?" Mom asked, moving into the open-concept kitchen with pristine white countertops and sleek appliances, which Meg highly doubted got much, if any, use. Hopefully Kyle was a cook. Meg had to remember to ask at dinner later. Mom barely knew how to operate the microwave, which was funny given that she'd grown up with Gam, canning boysenberry jam in the summer and baking trays and trays of assorted Christmas cookies for the neighborhood every December. There was never a moment when Gam's kitchen wasn't filled with the delightful aroma of fresh bread or a savory stew. Mom purchased fresh-from-the-freezer dinners and equated cooking with warming up soup on the stove. She was her generation's version of girl dinner before girl dinner was even a thing. Most nights, she sipped champagne and nibbled on wafer crackers and expensive cheese. Another combo Meg had inherited from them. Champagne? Mom ran her hand over a chilled bottle of bubbly, not waiting for their response before popping it open with the nimble deftness of a practiced sommelier. What are we celebrating? Meg asked. You! Your return! Your success! Mom waved a flawlessly manicured hand over a stack of New York Times papers on the center island. Honey, you did it. You realized a dream, and everyone is talking about what a wonderful piece it is. She pressed her hand to her throat and blinked hard, as if she were fighting off tears. Myself included, Meg. It's a beautifully haunting piece. Your best work, by far. Gam nodded proudly as Mom handed her a fluted glass with pale pink bubbling champagne. You wrote from your most authentic self. That comes through on the page. Well done, you. Meg forced a smile. Maybe. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for the feature, and the paycheck was nice, but I guess I never imagined I'd be writing about the fallout with Pops. It's not the story I wanted to write, but it's the story I had to write, if that makes sense. That's what resonates with your writing, Gam said, raising a glass. Your vulnerability comes through. I don't think many of us are really seeking perfection, are we? We're seeking understanding and connection. When you write something that's so authentic and your heart is centered on that, it becomes transcendent, almost universal. Suddenly, we can all see ourselves in your story. That's a gift, a talent. Thanks. Meg took a glass from Mom, a tight swell gripping her chest. Gratitude, grief, all of it. It's pink. Mom raised an arched eyebrow with a teasing smile. For our girl. I'm going to be 30 in 3 months. I'm hardly a girl anymore, Meg said, feeling the swell of emotion tighten its grasp. Her girlhood was long over, but being here with Mom and Gam made her nostalgic for easier days when her biggest cares were ruining her hair with pink jello instead of ruining the one real chance she'd had at love. Mom's smile faltered just a bit. You'll always be our girl, won't she? Her voice caught as she glanced at Gam. Gam's smile was warm and sincere. Our growing, evolving girl who has matured into such a wonderful young woman. Yes, I say, a toast to that. They clinked their glasses together. Mom grabbed the bottle of champagne and moved toward the living room. Shall we go sit by the fire? A deck stretched the length of the house, enclosed by a clear glass fence that gave the impression that nothing would stop you from falling 2 stories below to the raging river. Heat blazed from the faux stone fireplace surrounded by a group of leather chairs. Fill us in. What's your plan now that you're a famous New York Times writer? Mom asked, patting the seat next to her. There was the faintest hint of familiar prodding that Meg tried to ignore, mainly because she was desperate for answers herself. Mom, I hate to break it to you, but I'm far from a famous writer, Meg said, watching a boat decked out with Christmas lights navigate the choppy river. I'm not a New York Times writer. You get that, right? I wrote 1 freelance feature for them. I'm still an extreme sports reporter. That's the gig. She sighed heavily. At least for now. Honey, don't sell yourself short. Any feature in the New York Times is big. It could be a jumping-off point for something more. I worry about you, the constant travel, and your tiny apartment. ESPN does not pay you enough. She scoffed and looked at Gam for support. Gam smiled softly. Of course, we're biased, but I agree. You're a valuable asset to any organization. Mom nodded. Maybe this could be an opportunity to put down some more permanent roots? Her tone was light, but threaded with something more.
The New York Times piece will surely help you secure more work. She tucked her scarf into place. Meg fought the urge to bury her head in the beaded purple throw pillow. She agreed, but it wasn't that easy to venture out on her own. There's a real opportunity here to finally write what you want to write, Mom pressed. Do you know yet what you want to write? Gam asked softly, holding Meg's gaze. Has writing about your dad made space for new stories to come through? Meg considered it for a minute. She had taken the old adage of, with great power comes great responsibility, to heart when it came to writing the New York Times piece, a story that was almost a decade in the making. She'd written in snippets, with lots of stops and starts when her memories were too raw to mine. She'd interviewed experts and poured every ounce of her own vulnerability and mistakes on the page. She'd felt equally naked and free when it was finally done. She'd called Gam, lamenting about how she felt like she had ignited a fire she didn't know how to put out. Gam's wise words had calmed her. Maybe that fire is what you needed to burn down what was false and show up in the world as your most authentic self. That's what she'd been trying to do, live authentically. Her audience had exploded in the past few days, thanks to the New York Times story, but leaving ESPN wasn't as easy as Mom made it sound. There were very practical issues with quitting a steady job, like health insurance, paying rent, and finding a way to silence the negative voice in her head telling her she couldn't embrace her next dream and write a book. Could she? I have some ideas about what I want to write next, Meg finally said to Gam, not ready to say it out loud. Then this is the time to seize that, isn't it, honey? Mom pressed, a slight touch of anxiety creeping into her voice. I don't know. Maybe? Meg felt heat rising in her cheeks. She took a slow breath, catching Gam's eye, who gave her a quick, encouraging nod. Is ESPN my dream job? No. I mean, it wasn't when I started, but it's been an amazing experience. I've seen so much of the world and met the coolest people, all while refining my writing and reporting style. There are a lot of other things I'd love to write, but it pays the rent and my student loans, and I've carved out a solid career there. Mom frowned, but topped off her champagne, wisely not saying more. Maybe they'd both grown up a bit. Gam patted Meg's arm. Trust the process. Keep following your truth, and your next path will appear. I'm trying, Meg replied truthfully. That's why I'm here. This weekend is about closing a chapter, so to speak. Closing a chapter on love. Gam smiled, but this time there was a touch of sadness behind her bright eyes. Gam had been heartbroken too. She had fallen for a hunky sheriff, her words, not Meg's, who turned out to be involved in drug running. Sure, she'd been disappointed that it hadn't worked out, but more so, it had shaken her trust in herself. Gam had always used her inner guidance as a compass that had never steered her wrong. Every conversation they had, she would bring it up, continuing to let go of that lingering doubt. Meg knew it was hard for her, but she wished that Gam would give herself a break. Maybe she should take her own advice. But can I say one more thing? Just something for you to consider. New York is so expensive. What about moving back home? Mom held her champagne flute to her lips and gave Meg an exacting gaze. With turning 30 and Matt's birthday, have you taken some time to ask yourself what you want next? Marriage? Kids? Geez, I thought we were toasting my success. Meg gulped a sip of champagne. She'd been trying to avoid this exact topic. Of course she thought about her future. Most days it was all she thought about. She used to imagine marriage and kids with Matt, but now that was nothing more than a fantasy. Now I'm facing the firing squad. Firing squad? Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Mom shot her an apologetic smile. I want you to be happy. That's all. I am happy. Meg could hear the irritation growing stronger. Mom still had a way of getting under her skin. Or maybe, in fairness, she was feeling prickly because Mom was right.
I'm proud of the work I've done at ESPN, and I'll figure the rest out, she said, shifting the topic away from her lackluster love life. You know, they sent me on this assignment because I'm the master at crafting personal story arcs and pulling in new viewers.
I know you are, honey.
Mom's voice turned soothing, like she was trying to pacify Meg or maybe keep herself in check.
I just don't want you to wake up one day and wonder where time has gone. Trust me, it vanishes way too fast. I feel like yesterday you were in diapers. Now you're a fully fledged adult with bylines in the New York Times.
Meg decided it was best to drop the subject completely. There was no point in going head-to-head with her. Did she want to get married? Have kids? Maybe. But she wasn't going to admit it. Regardless of the looming 30th birthdays, there wasn't much hope for marriage or kids in Meg's future since she hadn't been on a date in months. Sure, she'd dated on and off for the last year, but the New York scene wasn't for her. It was an endless sea of bros. Sports bros, tech bros, finance bros, and Brooklyn hipsters. No one compared to Matt. He was perfect. Handsome, kind, funny, able to fix anything from a broken faucet to a bike tire. A true beer snob. Masculine, yet in tune with his emotions, and a steadfast supporter of anything Meg had ever touched. Why had she ever let him go? There was no denying it, especially here in Oregon, where it had all begun. She was still hopelessly in love with Matt. 11. Jill. Bend was even more beautiful than she remembered. Rugged mountains jutted up from the endless snowy plains, their peaks stretching to greet the sapphire sky. Spindly pine trees dotted the landscape, a pop of vibrant green against a backdrop of white. A herd of deer frolicked in the snow as their car sped along the two-lane highway. It looked like a holiday card come to life. Bright, crisp, fresh, and impossibly cheery. With one glaring problem. Jill felt anything but merry. Matt's meeting us at the lodge, Jill said to Owen, forcing her voice to stay casual. Owen's face was pressed up against the window like a little kid on a snow day. Apparently Lucinda's dad owns the lodge and resort and, from what I gather, pretty much the rest of Bend, Jill said, feeling a new swell of nerves.
What's she like?
Owen asked, dragging his gaze away from the spectacular scenery.
No idea.
Jill shrugged. That wasn't true. She had plenty of preconceived notions about Matt's new girlfriend, none of which were fair. Lucinda Hinton was likely a wonderful woman, but Jill felt fiercely loyal to Meg. She needed to keep an open mind, for Matt's sake. It must be serious if Lucinda was throwing him a huge 3-day weekend birthday bash. Jill wondered just how serious Matt was about his new love. Lucinda's father, Howard Hinton, owned Blazon, the tech company Matt had been working for since they all left Portland. For a while, it seemed like Meg and Matt were making a serious go of long distance, but then it all blew up. After the breakup, Lucinda's name slowly started to creep into their text exchanges or semi-regular video chats. Matt would casually mention a hike or ski weekend with Lucinda and her family, or find a way to weave her name into the conversation. Then pictures of them together, posing at the top of Paulina Falls and rafting on the Deschutes, appeared on his social media. As a mystery aficionado, it didn't take much for Jill to piece the clues together and finally come out and ask him if they were dating. Matt had admitted it sheepishly, as if he were in the wrong.
You know, Jill, it's been rough after everything with Megs. I guess I never thought we'd get to a point where we weren't even speaking. Lucinda has been a good friend. She's been a good cheerleader. I never anticipated falling for her. It happened naturally. I can't wait for you to meet her. You're going to love her.
Jill understood, and she didn't blame Matt for moving on, but she still held tight to a tiny glimmer of hope that maybe he and Meg would find their way back together. When Jill received an invitation to his party out of the blue a couple of months ago, her heart stopped for a minute. It arrived in an expensive envelope with hand-drawn calligraphy and all the formality of a wedding invite. In fact, when she pulled it from their P.O. box, her stomach dropped. For a full 5 seconds, she was convinced it was his wedding invitation. It was ridiculous to hold out hope for a Matt and Meg reunion, but she couldn't help herself. They were perfect for each other. Although, then again, maybe they weren't. It had been almost a year since the last time they'd spoken. She shuddered at the memory of what had started as a fun, pub-hopping weekend in Portland and had imploded into a blowout fight. One moment they were laughing and reminiscing about old times over IPAs. The next, the two people she adored most in the world were walking away like strangers. And she'd been stuck in the middle ever since. Relaying messages, playing referee, dropping subtle hints. Matt got another promotion. Did you see Meg's latest article? She tried to be neutral. Frankly, it sucked. They were supposed to be a unit, a trio. They'd weathered so much together. Heartbreaks, moves across the country into another continent, careers that didn't go as planned, grief. Maybe this weekend could finally put an end to the silence, the not speaking. Maybe this could be the reset they all needed. As for Lucinda, she was inclined to want to hate her. On principle, if nothing else. But that wasn't fair. Keep an open mind, Jill. Meg and Matt's falling out wasn't Lucinda's fault. But Jill didn't know if she was walking into a reunion or about to face disaster. What are you thinking? Owen asked, pulling his face away from the window again and resting his hand on her thigh in an easy show of affection. Her body instantly relaxed at his touch, ripples of calm spreading down from her shoulders. Why did it have to be this good between them? If he were just an ass, it would make ending, well, not easy, but not this painful. The worst part was that she understood his position. He'd opened up on many occasions, pouring out his soul to her with stories of being in primary school and working odd jobs like walking dogs and washing cars to come up with extra cash to buy bread and milk to help feed the family when his dad would go missing for weeks on end. He was the youngest of 5 brothers and had fallen in with the wrong crowd at a young age, getting into fights and scuffles. Nothing major, but enough to get him sent to the principal's office on more than one occasion. It was art that saved him and carved out a new path forward. He'd thrived in art school, quickly garnering praise and accolades from their professors, and an almost cult-like following from their fellow students, who were amazed by his unique ability to take a functional, everyday object and turn it into something show-worthy. His relationship with his brothers was strained, even these days. One of his nephews was currently serving time for minor theft and drunken and disorderly conduct, and another had been in and out of jail for drug possession. Anytime he got a text from one of them, he would sigh and say, "See, this is why it's just you and me, Jill. Can't pass on these genes." "You're trembling," Owen said, scooting closer to her and wrapping a muscular arm around her shoulder. "Are you cold?" "Yeah," Jill lied. "Italy to this is, temperature shock." "Don't you worry. Once we get to the cabin, we'll cuddle up under a pile of blankets and find a way to stay warm." His voice dropped low into that sultry tone, the one that made her heart flutter and flop like a lovesick teenager. His smile turned slow and sexy, filled with a touch of longing. Jill smiled, but she felt far from happy. Her heart was hammering, but not for the usual reasons. She leaned into him just enough to play the part, trying to calm the spiraling thoughts assaulting her brain. As they pulled into the long turnaround in front of the lodge, her stomach clenched. She wasn't ready for this. Not for Matt. Not for Meg. Not to face the truth that she still hadn't figured out how to speak out loud. She sighed and concentrated on her surroundings. The gorgeous old-world structure took her breath away. The main lodge looked like something out of Disneyland, with its dark wood exterior and slanted roofline covered in mounds of snow. It reminded her of a gingerbread house, with the wafts of smoke puffing from the massive stone chimney and elegant wreaths adorning the arched windows. Dainty, intricate snowflake lights and garlands with whole clementines, cinnamon sticks, and ruby red berries were draped from the eaves and wrapped around the banisters. 2 Christmas trees flanked each side of the entryway, and a wreath nearly the size of their camper van hung from the giant wood doors.
When you said cozy, rustic lodge, this is not what I pictured.
Owen let out a low whistle, admiring the building. Pathways lined with more twinkle lights led to groups of cute and cozy cabins scattered around the lodge, as well as a massive, steaming outdoor hot tub, a charming fire pit complete with tents and bright red Adirondack chairs, and a ski rental shop. I knew Lucinda's family had money based on the invitation, but not this much money. No wonder they call her Ben's heiress. Jill replied, unbuckling her seatbelt and pulling away from Owen.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed she's not a total nightmare.
Owen exhaled slowly through his nose.
Let's just hope she's the rare kind of rich, not a sociopath. Money like this messes with people. Makes them think they're above us. I've seen it before.
That's not fair. Jill felt her skin prickle. She'd told Owen about her family trust, but they'd never gone deep into her parents' wealth and property portfolio, in part because of this exact response. He'd grown up without much, leaving him with a bad taste in his mouth about anyone who came from money. He had strong feelings about entitlement that clouded everything, including how much she was willing to tell him about her own background.
Come on, you know how it is with people like this.
The edge of Owen's lip curled into a snarl.
She probably has people who wait on her hand and foot. I can only imagine how pretentious she's going to be.
Jill inhaled slowly as she exited the car. I don't know. I trust Matt. He's a good guy with a big heart. I can't imagine he'd be with a partner who didn't share those values. I'm going to keep an open mind, and you should too. Owen softened a little.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe she's fine, but if she's not, and she acts like she owns the air we breathe, I'm stealing all the fancy catered desserts and blaming it on the deer.
Jill laughed in spite of herself and laced her hand through Owen's. He always made her feel safe. He knew how to make her smile. Moments like this made her want to believe they could make it work. She wished things could stay this easy and simple. But nothing about this weekend was going to be simple. 12. Joanna. The alarm blared early the next morning, rousing Joanna from a deep sleep. She hurried to the shower, dressing in layers and tucking her gloves and knitted hat into her carry-on bag. She did a once-over of her apartment before she left for the airport. Connor's flowers would be dead by the time she returned, which was the perfect symbolism for their ill-fated affair. Connor Howard. Connor flipping coward. What the hell? How dare he show up and try to apologize with flowers? Freaking flowers. Like an expensive bouquet would solve everything. After he'd interviewed for her job. What an ass. She grabbed her bag and locked the door behind her. This was good. This was what she needed. A little escape, a reset. Time to figure out her next power move. She vowed when she came home that she would never, never let a man like Connor distract her from her career again. Joanna needed to be singularly focused on her career. Changes were brewing. The rumors that had been circulating for months about a restructuring project, never what you wanted to hear as a mid-level employee, were obviously true. But this wasn't done. Oh no. Connor had another thing coming if he thought she was going to roll over and die. She hadn't clawed her way up the ladder and worked this hard for a guy like Connor, who saw her as nothing more than a casual hookup, to steal it out from under her. Nope, not a chance. She was swearing off Connor, and men, for good. The only thing that mattered now was work. She would help Meg with this story and brainstorm her next move. She needed Meg to deliver a sparkling story, one that showcased Meg's sharp instincts and insight. It was just the kind of collaboration that might help her beat Connor at his own game. The sports world was still dominated by men like Connor, and she was officially done playing by their rules. This getaway wasn't just a temporary escape. This was her chance to strategize how to position herself as a powerhouse at ESPN, or go in a new direction. Over the past few years, plenty of networks had come calling with very enticing and tempting offers. She'd turned them down gracefully and professionally because she had really believed her future was at ESPN. Now, she wasn't so sure. Maybe it was time to think outside the box. Maybe it was time for her to walk away. Did she want to work for a bunch of old boys who would toss her aside as soon as Connor flashed his smug grin and offered to bro up with them? No. Absolutely not. Their loss. Joanna King had plenty to offer. She wasn't just another editor in a blazer and heels. She was fierce and fabulous. She was bold and built for more. This weekend was her chance to prove it. 13. Meg. Later that evening, Meg met Mom's paramour at dinner at her swanky club. It didn't come as a surprise that Kyle was nothing like Pops in appearance, personality, and demeanor. He greeted her like they were French, with a kiss on both cheeks. "It's lovely to finally meet the famous Meg." Kyle smiled broadly, smelling of musky cologne, as he guided them to a table with a view of the city skyline. Meg gave him half a hug and returned his smile. He seemed genuinely nice and age-appropriate. Thank God. She didn't think she could have handled it if Mom had fallen in love with a hunky millennial. Kyle had a distinguished style that matched Mom's, but slightly more relaxed and casual with his white linen shirt and khakis. He was tall and thin, with salt and pepper hair, dark eyes, and a dazzling smile so bright, Meg practically needed sunglasses to stare at his face. Pops was an aging hippie who had never bothered to care about clothes, food, or really anything else when he was on a story. He was like a dog with a bone. Everything else fell away. He had a singular focus, which Meg used to revere in him. Not anymore. Meg clenched her jaw, trying to tamp down the gnawing worry that refused to loosen its grip. What if she was like him? What if Pops's unyielding obsession was in her DNA? What if she was destined to follow in his footsteps, to live alone and give up everyone she loved for the sake of a story? Wasn't that partly what she'd done with Matt? She sucked in a breath and forced her shoulders back. Meg instantly understood why Mom had been attracted to Kyle's easy confidence. He pulled out their chairs and waited for them to sit before he leaned on his elbows, giving Meg a conspiratorial grin. "So, Meg, I know this might come as a bit of a shock, but your mom has told anyone within a 30-mile radius who will listen about your New York Times piece. She keeps a stack of copies in the car and her gym bag on the off chance that she bumps into someone who hasn't read it yet. I had no idea they even printed that many physical copies of the paper any longer. I think your mother might be single-handedly saving print." "It's mortifying, isn't it?" Meg shot him an apologetic smile. "Sorry." "Not at all. I think it's sweet." He casually wrapped his arm around Mom and planted a kiss on her cheek. "She's a proud mama, as she should be. I'm sure you must think I'm saying this to get into your good graces, but it was truly a touching piece. I already feel like I know you from everything your mom and grandma tell me, but reading your story moved me. It's a brilliant piece. Honestly, brilliant." He bobbed his head and pressed his lips into a half smile. Meg caught a brief flash of dewiness behind his eyes. The feature moved him? Meg was touched that he had even taken the time to read it. "Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. It wasn't an easy story to write, but I'm proud of how it turned out." "You're off to Bend next?" Kyle asked, gently changing the topic as a waiter delivered a fruit and cheese board and a bottle of chilled white wine to the table. "I don't know if your mom mentioned it, but both of my boys are big skiers. We've spent a lot of time at Bachelor over the years. It's a beautiful country out in the high desert, especially this time of year. You should have some good snow. Do you ski?" "Ski? Have you met me?" Meg chuckled and choked on her wine. "Does drinking hot chocolate at the lodge count as skiing?" Kyle laughed, his face lighting up like the Christmas ships that bobbed along the Willamette River. Meg wasn't kidding. That was a huge lesson that she had learned in mending herself after everything that happened with Pops. The old Meg would have tried to fudge her outdoor abilities to fit in or fake her way through a job. Not anymore. She fully owned that she much preferred a cozy fireplace with something warm to drink than a chairlift or a steep mountain slope. If that made her lame, so be it. She knew that was one of the reasons she had garnered such a large social media following and her own ESPN fan base. Being honest and being herself, flaws and all, had ironically brought her more success. Much more than her early escapades trying to pull off someone, that she wasn't. Her male counterparts, like Connor Howard, got stacks and stacks of perfume-scented love letters from fans with phone numbers and straight-up propositions. Meg's inbox and DMs were always full of heartfelt messages from viewers and readers, thanking her for making sports feel more obtainable and welcoming. She was often touched by the deeply personal nature of the letters she received, sharing how much her human interest slant moved her fans. It was a huge gift, and something she had never anticipated. Mom shifted the conversation, placing her hand on Kyle's knee and giving it a squeeze. I was telling Mary Margaret about our wedding plans earlier. And good news, it sounds like she'll be able to come. Right, dear? Of course. She nodded, catching Kyle's eye and smiling broadly. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Kyle filled everyone's wine glasses as Mom launched into a spirited rundown about flower arrangements and caterers. Kyle nodded along happily with her descriptions of their vision for the wedding. He offered the occasional but otherwise he either agreed with her ideas for their big day or he didn't care enough to voice otherwise. Meg couldn't quite tell, but there was an ease between them. A rhythm. She watched them carefully. They had a natural rapport. Kyle listened attentively, or with practiced patience, while Mom rambled on about the jazz musicians and table linens. She kept hold of his knee like it was anchoring her to the ground. Meg was happy for Mom. Genuinely happy. But she couldn't shake the touch of envy. She used to feel settled with Matt. The conversation shifted again to Meg's plans. How long are you staying in Bend? Kyle asked, spreading cheese on a cracker and passing the tray around. Just for a long weekend, Meg answered truthfully. Enough time to cover my assignment, submit a story, and maybe make a quick appearance at my friend's birthday party. And then you go back to New York? She nodded, carefully avoiding Mom's ever-watching eye. Yep, that's the plan. How do you like the East Coast? Kyle popped a grape into his mouth. I've always wondered how we left coasters make the shift. I like it. It has a similar vibe to Europe. Italy was my favorite, although I was absolutely rubbish with the language. I never could master the accent or string more than 3 or 4 words together in a sentence. But the food and the people and the views were amazing. Meg paused, pulling up a memory of sipping espresso in the center of the sun-drenched piazza. I do miss these mountains, though. Where do you think you'll land next? Kyle's tone was casual. Too casual. Dare she say, rehearsed? Meg was sure Mom had put him up to the question. She tried not to bristle. I don't know. Mom cleared her throat. I really don't. Meg fiddled with her napkin, wishing she had an answer. I've been journaling about it per Gam's advice, but so far I'm not feeling drawn anywhere in particular. I'm leaving it up to the universe to guide me. But there must be interest from other publications. Mom sounded hopeful. I'm sure magazines and other newspapers must be flooding your inbox. Yep, and private jets waiting to whisk me away to far-off destinations where they serve me bonbons and mimosas for breakfast, Meg said with a hint of sarcasm, keeping her tone light. No, seriously, I don't know. I'm feeling like I might be ready to try something new. I've been with ESPN for almost 10 years. Writing jobs are notoriously low-paying. Everyone thinks it's limos and champagne, but it's more like soup and grilled cheese. I could think of worse things. Kyle shot her a wink. I make a mean grilled cheese and roasted red pepper soup. I'll have you over for dinner soon. Mom gave him a playful smack on the knee. Do not encourage her. She's about to be 30. She needs to settle down and get paid what she's truly worth. She seems pretty settled to me. He pushed back. Meg flashed him a grateful smile. She liked him. A lot. And he cooked. Bonus. I'm content with not knowing what comes next, Meg said. But as the words escaped her lips, she wondered if it was true. She didn't feel lost anymore. Writing had saved her. Building a community of like-minded people had saved her. But as for the future, she wished she had better insight. She wanted an aha moment, for the heavens to open and for gorgeous, golden light to rain down on her and deliver someone exactly like Matt Parker into her life again. If only it were that simple. The one thing she was sure of was that this trip was a turning point. She needed closure. She needed to say goodbye and put the past behind her once and for all if she was ever going to figure out her future. 14. Joanna. Joanna couldn't escape Connor Howard. He was everywhere. His face was plastered on the side of buses as she weaved through downtown on her way to the airport. Those perfect pearly whites gleamed at her with a bright, cheeky smile as her cab sat at a stoplight like he was taunting her from every direction. The thing was, she knew they weren't even veneers. Some of the other anchors and sports reporters had had subtle and not-so-subtle work done. Veneers, nips, tucks, spray tans, hair implants. Not Connor. He'd been born with a set of glistening white teeth, destined to star in toothpaste commercials, and those rock-hard abs that never seemed to show the slightest sign of wear, despite the fact that the man lived on cheeseburgers and buffalo wings. Connor followed her at the airport, too. His face taking up every screen as he rattled off stats and scores on the morning sports report. Leave me alone, she wanted to scream. But instead, she slogged through the security line and tried to find a seat at her gate without a view of a TV. Why did he have to be so goddamn handsome and congenial? He was too wholesome, too earnest, too polished, too conceited. And yet, there he was, taking up every corner of her mind. She leaned against the hard plastic chair, ignoring the throng around her. Families loaded down with baggage and brightly wrapped gifts racing to make it to their gate, business travelers with their heads buried in their laptops, the overhead speakers paging people about to miss their flights. She banged her head softly against the uncomfortable chair, wishing she could pound out the rush of sweet memories. Connor had managed to worm his way in through seemingly romantic gestures when they began hooking up. Like Thanksgiving Day, when she'd been happily curled up on her couch watching the Macy's Day Parade alone, content not to be at the office for once, and he appeared at her door with bagels from her favorite shop around the corner, a spiced latte, and an entire pre-prepared meal complete with the turkey, stuffing, sweet potatoes, and pumpkin pie. Or on the first day of December, when he waited for her after work and scooped her away for sushi, ice skating in Central Park, followed by hours of wandering through neighborhoods with hot chocolates in hand, taking in the holiday lights and decorations. For a while there, she almost believed it might be real. It wasn't, Joe. She blew out a breath and let her head flop against the chair. None of it was real. It was all a ploy. A ploy for her job. You're diabolical, Connor, she whispered to herself as the gate agent announced that her flight was about to board. And you've met your match. 15. Meg. The next day, Meg was zipping down I-84. Rosemary Clooney's holiday album blasting on the stereo, the mighty Columbia to her left, and the rocky cliffsides of the gorge carved out in front of her, dusted with a sprinkling of snow. A blur of memories assaulted her. The last time she'd been out this way was when she was on her first assignment for Northwest Extreme, covering an adventure race that would take her up wicked trailheads and launch a much bigger mystery into what had really happened to Pops. God, you thought he was dead then, Meg. She shuddered. It was impossible to reconcile the man she had adored with the reality that he had abandoned her, Mom, and everything he knew for the sake of a story. A freaking story. Who does that? Who lets their only child believe they're dead? Her therapist had gently suggested that Pops's obsessions had been rooted in his mental health. And that was the part that scared Meg most, the part she'd tried to explain to Matt. If she was being honest, it was a path that didn't feel that far off. She inherited his obsessive tendencies. The looping thoughts, the need for control, the way her mind could spiral and fixate. It was one of the reasons she had worked so hard to stay self-aware. She didn't want to follow in his footsteps, or disappear into herself the way he had. Was that why she was holding back on writing the book? Was that why she'd let Matt go? Matt. Matt. She sighed. Matt Parker was stuck in her brain on an endless loop. Her sweaty palms clung to the steering wheel. The jittery feeling she'd had since she landed in Oregon was teetering into a full-fledged panic now. She was going to see him. Today. In person. She blew out a quivery breath. How would he react to seeing her again? Better question. How would she? When she'd stormed out that night in Portland, he'd looked like she'd permanently broken him. And then the next morning at the airport, when he'd shown up unexpectedly to see her off, letting his lips linger on her cheek as he asked one last time if there was any chance, any way they could make it work. She had walked away. God, Meg, you walked away without ever turning back. She swallowed a sour taste spreading across her tongue. It was a bad move. Not her proudest moment. But she couldn't go back. The damage was done. Traveling this route, past the Hood River and then heading south toward the high desert, was like watching an old movie in slow motion. She replayed so many scenes, so many adventures. Surfing the swelling waves of the Columbia with Matt, trekking to the top of the Newberry crater, and traversing through deep mile-long underground lava tubes, sharing post-hike pints and pretzels, slow Sunday brunches, movie marathons at the vintage theater by her apartment, game nights. Everything had been so easy. It felt like another lifetime ago. The 4-hour drive to Bend passed in a blur of memories of a happier time. But once she made it to the high desert town, her nerves kicked in full throttle, like she'd pressed her foot on the accelerator and couldn't slow it down. Joanna had offered to book accommodations away from the festivities, but if Meg was going to face Matt and his paramour, Lucinda, she might as well lean all the way in. She followed her GPS to the Hinton family lodge and immediately regretted her decision. The lodge and vintage ski chalets were straight out of a travel magazine. Damn. Impressive. Meg could write an ode in the form of a sonnet to the lodge. It was quintessentially Christmas and oozing with charm. A sloped, shingled roof clinging to fluffy mounds of pristine snow, a horse-drawn carriage outfitted with jingling bells cutting through the snowshoe trails, and dazzling vintage Christmas lights and lanterns framing the cabins dotting the grounds. She checked in at the front desk, trying to quell the butterflies battering her stomach. Was he here? She glanced over both shoulders, scanning the lobby and dining area, wondering if she might catch his eye or find him nearby. Waiting, lingering, eagerly anticipating her arrival. Huh. Right, Meg. He's with someone else. Matt wasn't waiting on pins and needles, counting down the seconds until he saw her. His girlfriend, emphasis on girlfriend, was throwing him a huge birthday party. Get it together, Meg. She texted Jill after she unpacked and got settled in her cabin, which was equally luxurious. It had a kitchen, dining area, and a giant stone fireplace stacked with fresh-cut logs ready to burn. Meet me in the lodge. I scored us cozy seats in by the fire. Meg changed into her favorite dress, the Grace Kelly, made from gray flannel with dark pink straps and a matching ribbon around the waist. Stepping into the dress made her feel like old Hollywood. She checked her appearance in the bathroom mirror. Her blonde hair had grown out to her shoulders and was cut in an angled, long bob. Her green eyes were flecked with brown and gold, depending on how they caught the light. Freckles dotted her cheeks and forehead. Spending the bulk of her days working on articles outside had left her skin a natural glow. Not bad, Meg. Was she dressing up in hopes of a Matt sighting? Yes. Was it futile? Sure. But at least she would feel good in the face of meeting Matt's girlfriend. She grabbed her puffy coat, ignoring the hammering in her chest as she headed for the main lodge. If Matt was already here, Jill would have mentioned it, right? He must have tons to do to prepare for the weekend. Or maybe he and Lucinda were off on a romantic snowshoe tour before the festivities began. Meg tried to rationalize all the reasons Matt Parker certainly wouldn't be at his own party. She practically skipped to the lodge at the thought of getting to see Jill, but she wasn't ready to have a face-to-face with Matt yet. What would she say? Just pretend like the last year hadn't existed? It was his birthday weekend, after all. Was it better to ignore the past? To forget about how they'd left things? Or did she need to confront it head-on? She sighed as tightly packed snow crunched under her feet. The air was sharp and clean, laced with the bright scent of pine needles and the faint, earthy mineral tang of the dusty red rock. Hard evidence of Central Oregon's geologically active past. This was where it had happened. This was where it had all gone down. In some ways, it still felt like yesterday. That first glimpse of seeing someone who looked like Pops, and then the realization that it was Pops. She fought to keep the memories at bay. Keep breathing. Go get a drink, Meg. It's all gonna be okay. Thank goodness for Gam's insistence that Meg practice positive self-talk. She was going to need all the positive self-talk to get through the next couple of days. Inside the lodge, the scent of wood smoke and toasted marshmallows enveloped her. Meg scanned the massive lobby with its knotty pine walls, cozy collection of couches, and touches of plaid. Everything was draped in rich holiday decor. Swaths of garland with sprigs of holly, bunches of mistletoe hanging from wrought iron chandeliers, and dainty twinkle lights framing every window. She pressed her hand to her stomach, trying to hold in her nerves as she quickly scanned the lobby again. No sign of him. Yet. Phew. Jill jumped to her feet and waved from the 20-foot-tall stone fireplace blazing with logs practically as big as Meg. Stockings filled with peppermint sticks, oranges, and pretty little wrapped packages hung from the ornate wood mantel. Meg! Meg, Meggie, Meg! She did a funky dance that only Jill could pull off. Jill was a true beauty in the classic sense. She was tall and thin, with a bone structure that even models would envy. Her silky, thick chestnut hair fell to her shoulders and was streaked with perfect honey highlights. Jill wasn't oblivious to the fact that men and women tended to ogle over her, but she wasn't fazed by it. She never had been. In their early 20s, she'd gone through a phase where she dated men who were handsome on the outside but completely misaligned with her heart and passions. Fortunately, she had outgrown that phase and was currently in a long-term relationship with Owen Sheehan, a lanky, funny Irish redhead woodworker, sculptor, and creative jack-of-all-trades she had met in Italy. Owen stood next to Jill and mimicked her wave. Maggie! Maggie is in the house! In the house? Meg teased him as he pulled her in for a burly hug. Wasn't that saying dead like 10 years ago? You must remember that slang in Ireland takes that long to catch up. Owen flashed her a cheeky grin. Don't listen to the old man and his outdated attempt to make people think we're still young and hip. Jill winked at him and tackled Meg in a hug. Meg, I've missed your face so much. She proceeded to squeeze Meg to death. Meg hugged her back just as fiercely, burying her face in the easy comfort of her oldest friend. There was something grounding about being around the people who knew you back when you were becoming yourself. Jill was that for Meg. They'd been friends since second grade, together like twins through so many awkward years. First dances, crushes, breakups, loss, every hard-earned triumph. Jill had been by her side through it all. And she was still here. Okay, loving the dress. Jill stood back to give her a once-over. And the hair? It's the longest it's ever been. You look freaking fantastic." Jill and Meg made a funny team. Jill towered over Meg and her 5'4.5" frame. Don't even think about rounding down. While Meg's pale skin tended to turn pink and burn if the sun even glanced in her direction, Jill's olive complexion soaked up the rays, turning her arms into museum-quality bronze. They were different in every way that didn't count, and similar in the things that mattered the most. "You look pretty freaking fantastic, too," Meg said, noting Jill's sleek black sweater dress that left little to the imagination. "Sexy." "That's what I told her." Owen grinned. Then he pointed to his Irish tweed slacks. "Aren't you two going to comment on my look? I wanted to pack the kilt, but Jill wouldn't let me." Jill rolled her eyes. "Go get Meg a drink." "As you wish." Owen bowed to her dramatically and made a beeline for the bar. Jill laughed. "He's such a kid. Which is why he's great for you." Jill nodded, but Meg noticed a flash of sadness cross her face as she motioned to the empty chair next to hers. "Sit. I can't wait to hear everything. I need every gory detail on your dating life. New York and your mom's engagement. When does Joanna arrive? Oh, and how's Gam?" "Where to start?" Meg grinned, stealing another glance toward the front doors. Still no Matt. She wasn't sure if she was relieved or disappointed. Probably a bit of both. They scooted their chairs closer, leaning in like no time had passed. Sure, they texted at least a couple of times a week and would often do monthly video chats to really catch up, but it wasn't the same as being together in person. Nothing compared with this. To being here, face to face in the same room. Across the bar, Owen got caught up in a discussion about the superiority of Irish beers with the bartender, as Jill and Meg made up for lost time, diving into the kind of catch-up that could only happen in person. Their conversation was fast and overlapping, full of laughter. It felt like home. Meg gave Jill a condensed version of everything that had happened since the New York Times piece hit. "It's been great, you know? A dream, really, but also, I just don't know what I want next." Jill nodded. "I get it. We're entering a new chapter." "Yep, sadly, it's true." Meg sighed and changed the subject, not wanting worries about her future to drag her out of the moment. "Okay, now you. Tell me every juicy, delicious detail about your hunky Irishman. Are you sure he doesn't have a twin hiding somewhere in County Cork? Because you seriously won the love lottery. He's so romantic and such a charmer. Those pics you sent of the art studio he built you? Swoon." Jill glanced in Owen's direction, a soft smile making her face look lighter. "Yeah, it's true. He's a magician with his hands." "Oh, really?" Meg dragged out the words, fanning her face theatrically. "Say more. What else does he do with his hands?" Color crept up Jill's cheeks. "Stop, you're making me blush." She shifted gears. "I mean, his actual handiwork? The portable art studio? It's incredible." She showed Meg more pictures on her phone. "We're planning a trip down the coast to visit my parents in the Bay Area before we head back to Italy." Meg grinned. She wasn't letting her off the hook that easily, and she was happy for a distraction from her own thoughts. "Yeah, sure. We're talking strictly functional handiwork with those big Irish mitts." Jill rolled her eyes, but her smile lingered. Meg never would have pegged Jill as a true vagabond, but she seemed to embrace being a citizen of the world. Owen had finished his artist residency in Italy, and they'd recently been talking about where they wanted to go next. "Part of this trip is to see what he thinks of the West Coast, Meg." There was a touch of wistfulness in Jill's voice. "Wouldn't it be cool if we ended up back here?" "In Bend?" Meg gulped. Her eyes drifted across the room again, like a detective on a stakeout ready to spring into action to guard her heart the second Matt arrived. "No, but maybe San Francisco." Jill shook her head, stealing another glance toward the bar. "There might be an opportunity for me to teach at the San Francisco School of Art." It's still in the works, but my parents found us a live-work space where we could both do our art and not have to worry about insane rent prices. Oh my God, Jill, that would be awesome. I know, right? Jill bit her bottom lip. But don't say anything yet. It's not a sure thing. I have to convince Owen, though. It's not super easy to get an extended visa in America, you know? There's one easy way you could get around that minor detail. Meg winked and tapped her ring finger. I'd love to be your maid of honor. Yeah, but marriage, that's a big step. And I don't think Owen's the marrying type. You two have been shacking it up for years. What's the difference? I don't know. Marriage? It's just... Well, there's a lot we should discuss. Jill stopped as Owen approached, balancing a tray of pub snacks and beer menus. Meg returned his smile, but then her mouth quickly fell. Two people followed behind him. A stunning woman with long red curls. Her matching bright red dress was losing the battle at containing her ample cleavage. She flipped her hair to one side and giggled, her lilting laughter sending heads turning. Meg had never met the woman but knew instantly who she was. Lucinda Hinton, Matt's girlfriend. It only took her brain a second to confirm it, because right behind Lucinda was none other than the first big love of her life, Matt Parker. 16. Jill. Seeing Meg again brought a swell of memories rushing forward. She looked good, happy, content, the same as the girl she'd met so many years ago in school, and yet different, wiser, like she'd centered more into herself. Could Jill say the same? Not really. She couldn't tell the man she loved the truth. So many pieces of the truth. She was terrified of his reaction and what was sure to be subsequent rejection, starting with the fact that she was seriously considering returning to the U.S. Too much time had passed since her conversation with her parents about the loft, job, and a move to San Francisco. If she told him the truth now, well, she already knew exactly how the conversation would go. The worst part was that this relationship, which began with a burning, passionate heat and a serious spark that felt like they could set the world on fire, was likely going to end with a slow, sad fizzle. There wouldn't be fireworks. Owen wouldn't raise his voice or cause a scene. He'd just casually walk away, disappointed with her for not being honest and for selling out. Ending a 7-year relationship quietly like it never even existed or mattered. And that was only half of what she had to tell him. He would never be mad about the baby. No, that wasn't Owen. But the news would bring the memories of his painful past rushing back to the surface and probably send him spiraling. Jill gulped, her throat tightening as she tried to focus on the conversation. Meg had always been the brave one between the two of them. Maybe some of that would rub off on her this weekend. Doubtful. Jill needed a serious infusion of courage. But this wasn't the moment. Owen danced toward her with his signature goofy grin, setting bowls of spiced nuts and popcorn in front of them and handing her a menu, catching her eye briefly. Their gazes locked, sharing an unspoken moment. Like he could tell that she was on edge. You good? He whispered, leaning down and brushing a strand of hair from her face. Did something happen? Jill wanted to scream. Yes, everything, so many things. Our life is going to be radically different. She could blurt it out right now. In front of Meg, in front of everyone. I'm pregnant with your baby. But she shook her head and looked up at him with a forced brightness. No, all good. He frowned, but shrugged and plopped next to her, lazily looping his arm over her shoulder and keeping his voice low. Ready to play a referee? Huh? Jill was confused. Referee? Look who's here. Owen gestured subtly to the front of the lodge where Matt and Lucinda had made a grand entrance. It's about to get real, isn't it? Jill suddenly felt exhausted. She wasn't ready for this. For any of it. 17. Joanna. There was no denying Ben's stunning nature. Joanna had never visited Oregon, and she was quickly regretting that. Everything was washed in varying shades of white, snow-capped mountains and long swaths of fields that stretched as far as her eye could see. Red rock lined the roadside, and holiday banners flapped in the breeze. She settled in for the short ride from the airport to the lodge. 15 texts. 15 texts and counting. Connor had been blowing up her phone all day.
Where are you? Tell me you arrived safe wherever you are, okay? I just want to know you're good. Please, Joe. I'm worried.
There were a dozen more she ignored. What was his deal? No, don't answer that. She knew exactly why he was suddenly obsessed. Because he knew he had betrayed her, and she'd called him out. He couldn't take it. He didn't like being the bad guy. But guess what? He was. Connor was also the kind of guy who wasn't used to hearing the word no. His path to success, unlike hers, had been rolled out in front of him like a red carpet, without so much as a bump or ripple. It must be nice. Her route to ESPN had been hard-fought and bloody. She'd had to fight for everything. Every raise, where her pay still paled in comparison to her male counterparts. Every seat in the conference room. Every meeting. Every conversation. Every interview. Women swooned over Connor. After he casually mentioned missing his grandma's cookies on air, care packages of homemade chocolate chip cookies flooded into the station. For weeks, boxes filled with thick and chewy chocolate chip cookies loaded with walnuts and tied with pretty red ribbons piled up in the break room like it was a bake sale for the world's most eligible bachelor. When he shared a story with viewers about breaking his favorite baseball bobblehead when he moved, hundreds of the collectibles arrived at the station with handwritten notes and invitations to meet up in person, to dive into a deeper and more intimate conversation about Connor's love of the sport. Honestly, she wouldn't be surprised if women tossed their panties at him like he was fronting a boy band. No, scratch that. She refused to let Connor and panties exist in the same sentence, let alone in any corner of her world. His colleagues adored him, lavishing undeserved praise when he performed the bare minimum, his basic job requirements, things that were literally in his job description. The Connor Howard effect went something like charm, underperform, and still come out shining. She was furious with herself for getting tangled in his web. Another text buzzed. Good. Let him squirm. No response was a response, and that was the best he would get from her. As far as she was concerned, Connor no longer existed. Period. No notes. Hopefully, that message would sink in for him soon. 18. Meg. Megs, you came. Matt dropped Lucinda's arm and ran to embrace Meg. He stopped short and went in for an awkward fist bump instead before standing back to appraise her like he was a stranger. Wow, you look great. Really great. I'm so glad you came. As he approached, her heart felt like it might swell right out of her chest. Oh my God, it's happening. He's here. Shit, he's here. A loop of happy memories played in her mind. Driving with the windows down in his old truck, blasting tunes, late-night pizza and beers at her place, cuddling up and watching sci-fi flicks, tender embraces, passionate kisses. A sudden warmth spread from her scalp to her fingertips. Thanks, you look good too. She managed to gulp. She couldn't breathe. Could everyone hear the blood rushing to her head, or the way her heart was assaulting her ribcage, trying to break free? Stop staring. But he was even more handsome than she remembered. He had grown into himself since she'd seen him last. His shaggy blonde hair was slightly longer, just enough to cover his left eye. Have his eyes always been that blue? They reminded her of Gam's sapphire crystals, crisp, soul-stirring, and impossibly deep. He chuckled effortlessly, wrapping his arm around Jill. "Hey, lady, it's been way too long. Great to see you." Has he always been that muscular? She didn't remember his chest looking quite that firm, or his shoulders being as broad. God, stop it. Her mouth felt dry. She tried to force the ever-growing hard lump in her throat down, but couldn't tear her eyes away from him. He seemed equally entranced as he studied her face, and grinned, making his eyes sparkle even more. "Megs, I can't believe it's been so long, and that you actually came. Jill and I had a bet that you wouldn't show." "Hey, a pact is a pact. You're an old man now," she teased. "I had to be here to lord that over you for a while, and technically speaking, I'm here on assignment. My editor should be here shortly." She tapped her wrist like she was keeping time. He started to say something, but the drop-dead gorgeous redhead came up next to him, bumping him playfully on the hip. "Maddie, who's this?" Maddie? No, come on. Not Maddie. Anything but Maddie. "Oh, hey, Lucinda." Matt froze like a deer in the headlights for a minute, but then composed himself, waving his hand from one woman to the other. "Lucinda Hinton, this is Meg Reed." "Of course, Meg, or do you prefer Margaret?" Lucinda spoke animatedly with her hands. "I read your New York Times piece. Damn, sister, that should have come with a content warning. I wasn't prepared to bawl my flipping eyes out and ruin my mascara when Matt shoved his laptop in my face. He said you wrote a piece for the New York Times, but failed to mention that the story would pack such an emotional punch." Lucinda placed her hand over her heart in a show of affection. She looked sincere, but Meg had already made up her mind not to like Lucinda, and calling Matt Maddie was a serious strike against her. "You know, we have a lot in common. We'll have to find time to chat and get to know each other properly." Yeah, right. What could they possibly have in common? Lucinda was an heiress to one of the biggest fortunes in the entire state. Meg was still living paycheck to paycheck and struggling to pay rent. The only thing they had in common was Matt, and he was Lucinda's now. Meg hoped her face wasn't betraying her. "It's so nice to meet you," she finally said, forcing a smile. "Thanks for hosting us and doing all this." She motioned to the lodge. "Oh, it's nothing, a corporate thing." Lucinda waved her off. "I mean, anything for this guy, of course," she cooed, fluttering her eyes at Matt. "Okay, fine, maybe technically it wasn't a coup, but it was close." "I've heard so much about you. Your adventures sound epic. Maddie talks about you and Jill all the time. I feel like I practically know you both." Lucinda reached for a handful of nuts, popping them in her mouth and plopping into one of the oversized chairs. "What is everyone drinking?" She gestured to a waiter who happened to be passing by. "I'll take my usual. And can we get a round for my friends?" Jill caught Meg's eye and mouthed, "You good?" Meg nodded. She wasn't. Her jaw ached from clenching her teeth in a tight smile. Tiny beads of sweat dripped down her neck and formed over her upper lip. She just had to hold it together for a while longer, then she could go scream into her pillow and fall apart. Owen passed around menus. "The beer list was too long. You all decide. It was too much pressure, and Jill will tell you if they have Guinness on the menu, then it has to be Guinness. It's like an Irish law." "Guinness is on tap, just for you," Lucinda said, flickering her fingers at Owen. "Matt gave me a crash course on each of you, and I took notes." Owen gave her an Irish drinking salute. "Cheers to that." "I don't know if Maddie has mentioned it yet," she continued, glancing at Matt and letting her eyes linger comfortably for a minute. "But my dad is taking care of all the arrangements for the weekend. Just put everything on my tab. We'll take care of it. Consider it a tiny part of your birthday present." Every time she called him Maddie, Meg cringed. Maybe this was a mistake. Matt started to protest.
Really, Luce, you don't have to go to any extra trouble. I just want a chill weekend with my friends. We'll grab some beers, go snowshoeing, soak up the winter vibes. That's it.
She scoffed. Please, as Blazon's newest and, might I add, youngest VP, you are getting the works for your birthday. I don't make the rules. Talk to my dad. My orders are clear. Spare no expense. This weekend, we're rolling out the red carpet to celebrate you. She twisted her hand with a flourish, as if she were actually rolling out a velvet carpet. When Matt had decided to leave print journalism to take a high-tech writing job at a startup, Meg thought it would be a good match for his geeky tendencies. He had covered the tech beat for the O. It seemed like a dream gig. But he ended up frustrated with the paper's lack of foresight about the changing media landscape. They had met at the J School, where they were eager to venture into the real world of journalism and leave their mark on the world. Only a lot of their glassy-eyed visions of working for a newspaper hadn't turned out the way either of them had imagined. Matt had been smart to make the move. Obviously, it had been a financial boon for him, and a VP at 30 was impressive. But looking at him with Lucinda made her wonder if he'd sold his reporter's soul in the process. "Pints up, friends." Matt gave Meg a sheepish grin. "You'll learn there's no arguing with Lucinda Hinton. The Hintons are used to getting their way." Meg wanted to believe that his voice contained an undercurrent of irritation, but the way he sat on the chair next to Lucinda and casually threw his arm over her shoulder made her realize it was nothing more than wishful thinking. The waiter returned with a hot buttered rum for Lucinda. "What can I get for the rest of you?" "I'm checking out the IPAs you have on tap," Matt said, giving the beer menu a quick once-over. "It's a good list." The waiter nodded with approval. "Yep, we have 3 in your honor. We're calling them the Hinton Holiday Rotation. A winter warmer, a hazy, and a hoppy pine." "I'll try the hazy," Matt said, offering Jill the menu. Jill pushed it away. "Can I just get a hot tea?" Owen massaged her shoulder. "You feeling okay, love?" "Yeah, I'm tired," she said, rubbing her eyes. Then she shot him a murderous look. "Only one of us slept on the flight." "Uh-oh." Owen winced and threw up his hand. "Guilty as charged. Maybe I should get in on this IPA action." "Hell, just bring the whole keg then," Matt teased. "A round of IPAs sounds great right now." Lucinda bit her bottom lip, flashing everyone a conspiratorial grin as she raised her glass in a salute. Okay, now I'm really excited about this weekend. This is on my dad's dime, so let's live it up, you all." "I don't know, though." Matt scowled. "I don't want to go overboard." "Are you kidding me? Dad thinks you're a god." Lucinda threw her head back and laughed. "Why do you think we're having this party?" There was something beneath her tone that flagged Meg's attention. "There's nothing better than beer, period. Good beer, anyway," Meg bantered back, trying to break the tension filling the empty space. "Cheap beer is another story." "You heard it from our resident New York Times writer," Matt said with a touch of pride. "What do you say, Luce? You want to jump on the beer train?" Lucinda shook her head and raised her mug higher, intentionally holding her pinky like a queen. "No, thank you. You peasants, stick with your beer. I much prefer something a bit more sophisticated." She winked and giggled. "So, back to the Times. Megs, that is incredible. I can't believe you actually did it. I mean, I don't mean that I didn't think you could do it. I just, Matt stopped, bumping the side of his face like he was upset with himself. "What I mean is, of course, you did it. It's just so amazing that you followed through on a dream. You made it happen. I remember you talking about writing for the New York Times basically every day in our undergrad. Everyone else got real jobs. Not you. You pursued your passion." This time, Meg was sure there was a hint of envy in his tone. She wasn't the only one who had lofty goals. Matt had wanted to write for Wired, or win a Pulitzer. He had revered Pops's work. Maybe even more than Meg, if that was even possible. They could have been a dynamic writing duo, but instead took two very different and divergent paths. But he wasn't entirely right about her. She had a real job that paid the bills. There was still a huge dream she had yet to realize. "What are you going to do now?" he asked. "You've reached the pinnacle. I guess you need a new dream, huh?" "Yeah, maybe." Meg nodded, thankful that the waiter appeared with a tray of frothy pints. When she and Joanna discussed the angle for the weekend, Joanna suggested the possibility that Meg could do a follow-up to her New York Times piece. Not just suggested, she'd been ecstatic about the idea. A return to the scene of the crime, in Joanna's words. Or the scene of the climb, Meg had offered, a funny pun left over from her early days at Northwest Extreme. Of course, Joanna was still trying to butter Meg up since she owed her for taking on this assignment. Meg wasn't sure if she wanted to write a follow-up to a story that had taken almost a decade to tell. Thus far, she hadn't told anyone, not Jill, not Gam, that there was another potential purpose for coming to Bend. Her first New York Times byline had been a saga with Pops, but if she decided to take a sophomore spin at a new writing project, she knew that it had to be something entirely new, something just for her. And that was the scariest part. 19. Jill. Jill noticed Owen checking his phone, his face immediately clouding over like the skies outside and turning dark. She knew that look. It had to be something with his family. "I'll grab some snacks at the bar. Does anyone want anything?" she asked their group brightly, tugging on his sleeve. "Owen, can you give me a hand?" He looked up from the screen and stuffed his phone into his pocket. "Sure, yeah." "What is it?" Jill asked under her breath as they headed for the bar. A group of skiers and snowboarders had congregated at the far end of the long, ornately carved wooden bar. They were decked out in neon ski bibs and puffy jackets. "Be sure to charge it to my tab," Lucinda called after them. "Remember, this weekend is on the company." Jill smiled at her, but could tell something was wrong. "What is it?" she asked Owen again, squeezing past the roaring fireplace. Owen's face looked as hot as the flames. "My family." He yanked out the phone to show her the text. "My nephew got caught again. This time, looks like he was dealing. That means another stint in jail." He sounded dejected as his eyes crinkled with concern, making his freckles look even more pronounced. "We're cursed, my family, I tell you. Nothing good ever comes with this lot." He paused as they reached the bar. He met her eyes, setting his jaw firm, as he grabbed a menu and rolled it up in a tight tube. "I'm glad you and I are on the same page, Jill. I hate this. There's nothing I can do, but I still feel responsible somehow. It's embarrassing." "It's not your fault." Jill reached for his arm, trying to soothe him as his words sank in. On the same page. But they weren't on the same page. "It could be me, you know. If I hadn't gotten my act together, I might be in jail now too. It's no wonder your family thinks I'm a screw-up." He tapped the tip of the menu on the bar. "They don't," Jill protested, but Owen was already spiraling, closing himself off and slipping into avoidance. She'd seen this before. She knew it was a coping strategy. Although his natural inclination was easygoing and carefree, whenever issues with his family came up, he reverted to an older version of himself. She could almost see the struggling little boy, the one who was worried about scarcity and was forced to parent himself, in the way his cheeks sagged and his eyes grew glossy. "What do you want?" he asked, taking in a steady breath, smoothing out the menu and handing it to her as if to put an end to any thoughts about his family back in Ireland. "You said snacks, so snacks it is." "I'm always up for snacks," she said with a smile, hoping to break some of the tension. His phone buzzed with one text, then another, and another. He didn't bother to read them. "Are you just going to ignore the messages?" she asked, carefully. "Yeah." He firmed his lips and nodded like he was trying to convince himself that was the best, or maybe only, option. It's terrible for my mom, the rest of the family, but what am I going to do from Bend? It is what it is. Better to let it go. Jill wished she could let go of what she had to tell him. She couldn't. Not forever. But maybe for just a little while longer. 20. Meg. Joanna arrived in a flourish. She was impossible not to notice. Every head in the lodge turned as she marched inside and joined their party. In typical Joanna fashion, she was dressed in power layers: sleek slacks, a cashmere turtleneck, a matching scarf, a shiny gold puff vest, and faux fur-lined snow boots. Joanna owned the room instantly, tossing her hair over one shoulder, moving with the calculated precision of a woman who was used to being in charge. Everyone, this is Joanna, my amazing editor and friend, Meg said, jumping to her feet to squeeze her friend in a tight hug and make introductions. Thank God you're here. I'm dying. It's so awkward, Meg whispered under her breath. I got you, girl, Joanna replied, keeping her voice low as she carefully assessed Lucinda. It's so great to see you again. Jill practically tackled Joanna in a hug after Meg released her. She and Joanna had hung out on Jill's many visits to New York. You remember Owen, right? How could I forget this Irish bloke? Joanna teased, squeezing Owen's arm in a greeting. You know, you could play American football with these biceps. Owen eyed her over his pint, narrowing his brow in exaggerated disgust. Take those words out of your mouth immediately, woman. Football is what your broadcasters call soccer. Sacrilegious, utter blasphemy. He pointed to an imaginary camera. Put me on the telly. I'll show them how real sports are done. He cracked a wide grin as Joanna raised the white flag. Okay, you win, you win. She waved both her hands like she was under arrest and paused to study him like a specimen she was preparing to dissect for science class. Actually, you would do well on camera. That strong jawline, Irish accent. She tapped her finger against her chin. Our female demographic would fall madly in love with you, and guys would want to grab a beer with you and be you. We should talk. Owen puffed out his chest, catching Jill's eye. You might have this one to contend with. She loves my bedtime football stories, don't you? Jill rolled her eyes. Don't encourage him, she cautioned Joanna with a shake of her head. He can talk football for hours on end. Tactics, stats, player formations. I can tell you way more than I ever wanted to know about 3 versus 4 player lineups. She leaned in with a wicked grin. I will admit, I've never found a faster way to fall asleep, though. Matt cleared his throat, hanging back like he was waiting for the right opportunity to jump in. Oh, sorry, Matt, this is Joanna King, editor extraordinaire and pretty much all-around badass boss woman. Meg nodded to each of them, smiling at her friend. Having Joanna here bolstered her courage. There was safety in numbers. With Jill and Joe on her side, maybe this weekend wouldn't be a total bust after all. Matt reached his hand out formally. Nice to meet you. I've followed Meg's work at ESPN, and it's top-notch. From a former journalism major, I have to say it's impressive stuff you're doing. He's following my work? Her heart screeched to a momentary halt. Meg had no idea Matt was even aware she still existed. Keep it together, Meg. As if reading her mind, Lucinda stood up gracefully, clasping Joanna's hand. It's a delight to have you join us. I'm so eager to hear about sports broadcasting. I don't know how you two do it, she said, looping Meg into the conversation. It must be distracting to work with so many heartthrobs. Or is it just one big, sweaty boys' club? A bit of both, Joanna said. That's why assignments like this are so much fun. Meg and I get a break from the locker room, so to speak, for a few days.
What's the assignment? Matt asked. Nothing too dangerous, I hope. We've got a big birthday bash planned that you're not going to want to miss.
We're covering the World Snowcross Championships, Meg said, making space next to her for Joanna. She hadn't realized what a relief it would be to have her and Jill for moral support. Thanks for coming, she whispered again. Joanna squeezed her knee and reached for a handful of spiced nuts. Snowcross is the bane of our existence here, Lucinda scoffed, falling back into her chair. Be prepared for some serious hate. Skiers and snowboarders absolutely loathe the sport, if you can call it that. Well, that's one of the reasons we are covering the event. Meg is my secret weapon. She can move mountains with her pink pen and her way with words. Joanna replied, shifting into editorial mode. My division is tasked with elevating smaller sports like snowcross, and Meg's the only reporter for the job. She has a gift for finding the human heartbeat inside the surge in adrenaline. I have no doubt that she'll have viewers in Nebraska and Alabama ready to book a flight before the segment is over. She crossed her arms with confidence. Yeah, it sounds like it's an emerging sport, Meg added. 8 national events lead to the World Championships that are happening here this weekend. She offered a wry smile. We're hoping to find a cozy Christmas angle, but I have no idea what we're walking into. That's part of the fun. It sounds legit. Matt bobbed his head in agreement. I've seen them setting up the racetrack. It's huge. Some of the jumps look absolutely insane. I can't imagine how big some of the jumps are going to be. They're going to catch some serious air. And the crashes? He winced. I bet they're going to be brutal. That's the issue, Lucinda interjected, holding up a finger. Motorsports like this are tainting our charming mountain community. She gestured toward the Christmas tree near the center of the lobby. Bend is an alpine ski village. We're Oregon's most charming holiday destination. You've seen downtown and the lodge, right? The city rolls out the Christmas red carpet with dozens of festive events. A holiday scavenger hunt, carolers in the park, light up paddleboards on the river, 5-course dinners with roasted turkey and honey-glazed hams. Everything about snowcross is in exact opposition to Ben's vibe. I hate it. So do most of the skiers I know. It's a vile, loud sport. I mean, cozy and holiday, it is not. That's all I'm saying. Matt caught her eye. They shared a look Meg couldn't quite decipher, but if she had to guess, it seemed like a warning. Lucinda pulled back and sighed, pressing her lips together as she shook her head. Sorry, I'm not trying to come on too strong. I get worked up about the topic. We need to preserve the sweet holiday vibes. You might seriously want to reconsider giving any press to the sport. It's obnoxious, dangerous, and instead of leaving our mountains smelling like fresh pine, it's a gas-guzzling nightmare. I don't think there's much that's cozy or Christmas about it. You're going to have your work cut out for you trying to find a charming angle for snowcross. Meg hated to agree with her. Snowcross wasn't exactly her style, but her job was to write about whatever sport she'd been assigned. She'd much rather be tasked with taking a snowy carriage ride through the trails with a hot chocolate and a blanket over her lap. But the job was the job. She was a seasoned pro now, and there had been much harder assignments. She'd spent most of the flight digging into racer profiles, searching for something beyond the stats and lap times. Interesting details about their backstories, quirks, family ties, and obstacles they'd overcome, in hopes of finding a human interest arc she could lean heavily into. The thing she'd learned in these last 7 years with the network was that the sport was never the hook. Whether it was abseiling in Australia's Blue Mountains or paragliding in Argentina, every story she submitted centered on the people behind the sport. That was the point of the connection. That's how she drew viewers in. What drove an athlete to push past their limit? What made someone race through blistering pain to shave a few seconds off a personal best, or spend a lifetime chasing a peak most people would never dare climb? That was the heart of every story. That's what she had to find this weekend. Of course, the cozy holiday angle was a much harder ask. Lucinda wasn't wrong. Meg did have her work cut out for her, and maybe that was a good thing. Leaning into her assignment would be a distraction from daydreaming about what could have been with Matt. 21. Jill. Back at their cabin after a brief catch-up, Jill changed into clothes for the bonfire. She tugged on a pair of fleece leggings and layered with a ski shirt, turtleneck, sweater, puffy coat, and snow boots. Then she checked her appearance in the bathroom mirror, placing a hand on her stomach and inhaling a deep yoga breath. Come on, Jill. You have to tell him. It's time. Jill closed her eyes and exhaled slowly. There was no time like the present. She couldn't put it off any longer. You ready? Owen called from the living room. She opened her eyes and pinched her cheeks, willing color into her face and praying internally for courage. You look like you're ready to trek through the Arctic, Owen teased, kissing the top of her head when she emerged from the bedroom. I promised you I would keep you warm, darling. Plus, it sounds like Lucinda is bringing the booze. I don't know if I can keep up, Jill said, pulling away from him and digging through her bag for a hat and gloves. She knew she was stalling. Keep up with a boozy lass drinking on her daddy's money? Impossible. It's a job for an Irishman. He thumped his chest and pretended to down a pint. Speaking of Lucinda, she seems pretty great, yeah? And no fights. You worried for nothing. Everyone behaved beautifully. Very mature. It's almost like we're all in our 30s and adulting. Jill choked back her response, pretending to cough. Was he serious? The self-proclaimed student of life, the globe-trotting free spirit, thought he was adulting? What? Owen asked, frowning as he leaned against the wall and nearly knocked a holiday print off its hook. Nothing. Jill shook her head as she found her gloves. It's just funny coming from you. Coming from me. Owen's forehead crinkled, those wise, honest eyes scanning her face like something was lost in translation. What's that supposed to mean? Owen, come on, we're barely adulting. We live in a van. I thought you loved the van? His voice wasn't defensive, more like quietly hurt. I do. I did. She trailed off. Was this it? Was this her chance to tell him the truth? He had handed her the opportunity on a silver platter. Her palms went clammy. Her breathing grew shallow. Say it. Tell him. Every cell in her body screamed at her to do anything. Do it. Put them both out of their misery. The words wouldn't come. They remained lodged in her lungs, unable to break free. Jill, what is it? Owen stared at her like she was suddenly a stranger. I don't understand. It's just that lately I've been feeling like I've been ready for a change, something more permanent and stable. The words tumbled out, gaining steam as she clutched her gloves like a lifeline. It was now or never, so it might as well be now. I've dropped a few hints, but I can tell we're not on the same page. You made it crystal clear from the moment we started dating what your intentions were, and that was fine at first. Wait, stop. Owen held his hand up like a caution sign. How long have you felt like this? Jill twisted the gloves, curling them into a tight ball. No, I shouldn't have said it first. I'm just nervous. I've been working up the courage to tell you this for a while now, and I know I'm probably going to say the wrong thing. Look, I'm already saying this wrong, and I feel terrible dropping this on you now with everything going on with your nephew. She sighed heavily, looking at him for support. He remained silent. Gone was the affable, easygoing Owen, and in his place was someone who looked like he'd been punched in the gut. Jill exhaled again, rounding her lips and breathing out as slowly as possible. She'd learned the trick from Meg's grandmother years ago, but practiced intentional breathing did little to calm the swarm of nerves assaulting her. Let me try again. She tossed the gloves back in the bag and shifted from one foot to the other. It's not just at first. I've loved our adventures and getting to travel all over Europe and far-off corners of the globe with you. But I don't know. She halted, trying to find the right words. Maybe it's this. Matt's birthday, the reunion, all of us turning 30, but I guess it's been building a while. What? That I'm not good enough for you? Owen's tone held a trace of bitterness. No, it's not that. Jill shook her head forcefully. This was all wrong. This wasn't how she planned. I just know that you said from our very first date that this was how you saw your life. No commitments, no strings, no kids, no repeating the same family patterns. I get it. I understand what you've been through and why you're hesitant. You've been clear and upfront with me from the start. You left no room for doubt. It's me, Owen. I'm the problem. I changed. Okay. And? Owen's posture stiffened like he was bracing himself for what she would say next. Jill's lips trembled slightly as her breathing sped up. I got a job, Owen. A teaching job at the San Francisco School of Art. He recoiled, banging his head softly against the wall. What? She blinked quickly, feeling the rest of her face going slack. But she couldn't stop now. Yeah, I know, I should have told you sooner. My parents have a friend who works there, and they got me the interview. I did it, not expecting much or anything to come out of it. I figured they were doing my parents a favor, but they offered me the job. The color drained from his face as he cocked his head like he was wrestling with this discovery. Are you going to take it? Jill drank in a long breath and stared at her feet. I don't know, maybe. My parents bought a loft a while ago. It's great. Right in the heart of the city, walkable, completely renovated. Their tenants recently vacated the space and they've offered it to us. It's a live-work space. It could be perfect for us. You could set up a proper workshop and studio. The job at the School of Art is only part-time, so I would be able to paint, too. She wanted to keep going, to tell him the most important part, but words failed her. Silence settled between them, as thick as the snow outside. Owen pulled the front of his cable-knit sweater into a fist. Jill waited, holding her breath. Was he angry? Already slipping away? You want to move to San Francisco, he finally said. His voice was low, and he could barely meet her eyes. It could be a good opportunity, she repeated, hating the eager edge of hope and pleading in her voice. We could live there rent-free for a while until we get our feet on the ground. They don't even like me, Jill. He sounded hurt, like a young, wounded child. They like you, she insisted. They just don't know you. He scowled at her, his brows drawn tight. They think I'm a screw-up. That's not true. A knock thudded against the cabin door. Bonfire time! Someone shouted. Owen nodded toward the door with a tight jaw. We should go, he said. Don't want to keep your friends waiting. Then, in a quieter voice, he said, and I need to think. 22. Joanna. Meg bounced from one side of Joanna's cabin to the other like a wild rabbit while Joanna got ready. Tell me the truth. What did you think of Matt and Lucinda? They're great. Damn. I wanted her to be a nightmare. I was hoping she would be super posh and stuck up, but no, she's fantastic. Like, they're so sweet together, aren't they? Are you sure you want the truth? Joanna silenced another text on her phone. What is the deal? Meg asked, waving her hand toward Joanna's cell. Your phone has been lighting up like the Christmas tree since you got here. Work. Joanna stuffed it in her jacket pocket. Technically, Connor was a colleague, but his barrage of texts was far from professional. Is it the interview? Meg asked, her eyes lighting up as she rubbed her hands together like she was trying to stay warm or contain her excitement. Did you get it? Have you heard anything yet? Am I currently in the presence of the next station director? No, nothing yet, Joanna replied, shaking her head. Why couldn't Connor just let her be? What's taking them so long? Meg frowned, clearly outraged on Joanna's behalf. You are the only person qualified for the job. It's yours. I just know it is. It has to be. She forced a tight smile. We'll see. Before Meg could ask for any more specifics, she pivoted. Anyway, are you sure you want the truth about my first impression? The office was dead. No one else was around this late. Meg was sharp. If Joanna didn't keep dodging fast enough, Meg was going to see straight through her. The truth? Meg scowled, twisting her lips indecisively. Not really, but I already know what you're going to say. She's great, isn't she? I wanted her to be a villain. I wanted to hate her, but she's funny and gorgeous and definitely into Matt, and clearly he's super into her. Yeah, maybe. Maybe what? Huh? Joanna blinked, only half listening as her phone vibrated in her pocket again. Damn, Connor would not give up. She hadn't anticipated he'd be this persistent. You said maybe, Meg pressed, clearly still in mid-thought. Like, maybe she's funny and gorgeous, or maybe she's into Matt. Come on, semantics matter here. What do you really think? Another buzz, then another, and another. She sighed and pulled out her phone, glancing down. Meg tilted her head in concern. Are you sure everything's okay? She shook her head as if trying to shake off Connor. Sorry, I'm, a little distracted. Can I help? Meg offered. No, it's fine. I've handled it, she said quickly. Then she plastered on fake cheer. I'm putting my phone in do not disturb mode for the rest of the night. Anything that comes through can wait until tomorrow. She made a big show of clicking her phone together and holding it up in victory. There, see? I'm all yours. You were asking what I think of Lucinda. Yeah, don't worry about it. Meg waved her off. It's obvious everyone loves her. Hell, if I spend more time with her this weekend, I'll probably be head over heels for her too. She's great. Funny, down to earth, cares about her community. What's not to love? Well, minus calling him Maddie. I absolutely hate that. At least she has one flaw, because otherwise she's a dream. I mean, I suppose that's better than her being terrible, right? Joanna grabbed a coat and scarf. Is it? Meg asked weakly. I sort of wanted to hate her. Should we hate her anyway? We could. I'm all in on throwing shade if that's where you want to take this. No, it's fine. I'm miserable. But I'll be mature about it. Meg whined, intentionally puckering up her face like a little kid teetering on the edge of a temper tantrum. Joanna laughed. There's only one thing for both of us to do. Pretend like we're having the time of our lives this weekend. 23. Meg. The night sky opened like a velvet book stitched with stars. Darkness spread across the resort, punctuated by twinkle lights and the lapping flames of the bonfire in the communal clearing near the lodge. The blazing bonfire and smell of mulled spices and sweets drew Meg to the crackling flames. Christmas music played on portable speakers. Bing Crosby, Frank Sinatra, and Ella Fitzgerald, all her favorites. Blankets hung over the back of the cheery red and green Adirondack chairs circling the bonfire. A vintage buffalo plaid canopy was set up near the fire with long tables covered in matching tablecloths and lit with red and green lanterns. Meg's mouth watered at the incredible spread. There were all the makings for s'mores, marshmallows, assorted chocolates, graham crackers, and expensive skewer sticks with Lucinda's family's blazon logo etched into silver. Molten chocolate bubbled from a fondue fountain surrounded by artisan dessert boards loaded with every dripping treat imaginable, from buttery pound cake to fresh berries. Yet another reason she wished she could hate Lucinda. Everything was picture perfect. No notes. "This is amazing," Meg said aloud as she read the dessert and drink menu from the catering company. "Yes, cheese? Okay, that's adorable." A woman about her age grinned, handing her a copper mug. "Thanks, that's me. Yes, cheese." She pressed her hands under her chin and posed for Meg. Then she tugged on the strings of her cheery red holiday apron and pointed to the logo on her chest. Meg took the mug, weighing between a hot toddy or a mulled spice cider. "I'm a sucker for a good pun." "Me too." The woman swept her hand over the fully stocked bar. "I'm Marissa, and Yes Cheese is at your service this evening." And yet we seem to be missing one key thing: cheese. Meg smiled as she took in the smorgasbord board of delights. No, keep looking. Work your way down the tables." She gestured to the gorgeous spread that seemed to go on for miles. "There's a cheese fondue section at the end with the savory offerings and more cheese boards. I mean, because cheese. What's a party without it, am I right?" "For sure, I never say no to cheese. The cheesier the better, in my humble opinion. In food and life." Meg liked her instantly. "What a cool concept. I'm guessing this is your business." "For now." Marissa frowned, reaching into her red and white candy-striped apron and handing Meg a business card. "If you know anyone else in Bend looking for holiday catering, send them my way. Business has been kind of slow. When I got the call from Lucinda about this, I jumped at the chance. She's always been great to me. Lucinda is the best. She's such a dream to work with. Blazin hires me for their work events, but I'm trying to do more holiday parties, weddings, birthdays, you name it. If you need cheese, I'm your girl." "I'm only visiting, but I'll keep my ears open," Meg said, taking the card anyway. She knew how challenging it was to carve out a steady income as a freelancer. She could only imagine the same must be true for a cheese board business. "Lucinda is a regular client?" "Yes, one of my best," Marissa gushed, pressing her hands together in gratitude. "I don't know what I'd do without her business. She's so chill, too. She lets me do my thing. She usually has a vision, like for tonight, but she isn't hands-on like some of my other clients. There's no micromanaging with Lucinda, which is great." Marissa brushed her hands together. Then she glanced over Meg's shoulder like she was looking for someone. "In fact, I'm kind of worried because I've heard some rumors about changes at Blazin. Bend is still a pretty small town, so word tends to travel. I just hope that Lucinda sticks around. I've been trying to catch her, but I haven't seen her yet tonight. Have you?" "No." Meg shook her head. "What kind of changes at Blazin?" Marissa shrugged. "Another client mentioned there's a restructuring in the works, but I don't have any details. I'm crossing my fingers she loves what I put together. I know this is a big night for her. By the way, what can I get you to drink?" "I'll take a hot toddy." Meg held out her mug for Marissa to fill. "Enjoy," Marissa said, finishing the drink with a cinnamon stick. "It should be a great party. I heard some of the other staff saying there might even be an engagement coming soon. How cool would that be? What if it happens tonight? It's so dreamy. The stars, the bonfire, the Christmas carols. All of Lucinda's friends are here. I would absolutely be over the moon if someone proposed to me like that." A stabbing pain throbbed in Meg's stomach like she was being attacked by a swarm of angry wasps. An engagement? You mean, like, as in a proposal?" She expelled a long breath. Her body felt numb all over, and not just because of the cold. Oh no, please don't let that be true. Not tonight. Not here. "Yeah, that's the rumor. She's dating a guy who also works for the company. He's the complete package. Talk about the ultimate partnership." Marissa crossed her fingers on both hands. "We'll have to wait and see. Sounds like love is in the air tonight, and we'll have a front row seat." 24. Meg. Meg stumbled away from the food tent. Her limbs suddenly felt weak and limp. Matt and Lucinda were getting engaged? Tonight? Crap. Pressure spread across her chest. She almost forgot to breathe as she searched for an empty chair. He was going to propose to Lucinda in front of her? She needed to sit. She needed to figure out an excuse. Stat. She couldn't hang around and watch Matt take a knee. No, that was too painful. Cruel and unusual punishment. She spotted an empty Adirondack chair near the fire and practically collapsed into it. What would Gam say? Breathe. She sucked in the icy air, not knowing where else to look or what to do. If she left now, she could sneak back to her cabin and fake a headache. No one would miss her. Before she could force her body to move, Jill slipped into the chair next to her. Hey, some party, huh? This puts shame on our campfires. Remember when we thought we were so fancy about bringing official metal skewers for s'mores instead of foraging for sticks in the forest? Meg chuckled, feeling wistful and nostalgic for those easy days. Yeah, those were the days. She nursed her hot toddy, warming her hands in front of the bonfire. Have you heard anything? Heard anything? Jill echoed, her voice a beat late. About tonight? Meg asked. Jill blinked, staring into the flames. She looked distant and thoughtful in a way that Meg couldn't quite read. No, Jill said finally, shaking her head. Nothing official. Meg studied her for a minute. Jill was quiet and distracted. Is she avoiding this subject? Did she already know Matt was going to propose tonight? No. Jill would give her some warning, surely. She tried not to read too much into the bittersweet look on Jill's face, but something about it made her chest ache again. They sat in the flickering silence, both watching the same fire, side by side, but in two different worlds. Meg sipped her drink and craned her neck toward the sky, her breath puffing out little bursts like the smoke from the roaring bonfire. Everything smelled like Christmas. The woodsy smoke, the warming spices in the mulled wine, hints of savory grilled meats wafting their way. The stars overhead seemed to envelop them in a brilliant, sparkling hug of light. Meg had forgotten how many stars she could see in the high desert. The ceiling was so low it was like she could reach out and touch it. The mood should have been festive, but the thought that Matt was about to get on one knee and profess his love to Lucinda with her watching was too much to stomach. She caught a glance at Joanna, who was caught up in a conversation with Owen near the food tables. Meg couldn't tell if her friend was trying to hard sell Owen on joining the ESPN team or if something was imploding at work. Joanna was off, too. She kept checking her phone, even though she'd silenced notifications earlier. When Matt and Lucinda finally arrived, the vibe shifted. They arrived to cheers and happy applause and made a beeline for drinks. The birthday guy is here! Let's get this party started! Lucinda said cheerfully, joining everyone at the fire and raising her copper mug in a toast. To Matt! Here's to a new decade and chapter. Tomorrow, we officially welcome you to the 30 Club, and let me tell you, speaking as someone older and wiser by 5 months, it just gets better from here. I think we have many, many happy days ahead. Matt's cheeks reddened, but he clinked his pint glass to hers as everyone raised their mugs in a celebratory toast. He looked ridiculously handsome in a retro 80s ski jacket with bold primary-colored stripes across the chest. They had clearly coordinated their outfits because Lucinda wore a matching jacket. Her hair was tied in 2 long braids and covered with a vintage hat that made her look like she'd stepped straight from the pages of a ski catalog. Meg did her best to avoid getting stuck with either of them, but somehow found herself shoulder to shoulder with Lucinda as she moved closer to the fire to roast a marshmallow. Oh, Meg, I'm so glad you're here. Lucinda threw her arms around Meg, squeezing her tight like they were long-lost friends. I'm glad the timing worked. I'm here on assignment, so I'll pop into what I can, but don't expect me for everything. Tomorrow I'll be at the race course most of the day. She tried to shrug out of Lucinda's grasp. The more space she could put between them, the better. But you're coming to the birthday dinner tomorrow night, right? It's forest formal, and it's going to be a bash. You don't want to miss it. Trust me. You have to come to dinner, Meg. Pinky swear? Lucinda held out her pinky. I don't know. It will depend on how long the race goes and the time I need to write my first draft of my story. I can't make any promises, but I'll try. Meg wasn't about to commit to any additional events, especially if Lucinda ended the evening with a fat diamond ring on her finger. Please try. Lucinda grabbed her arm. It means so much to Matt to have you here. He talks about you non-stop. It's like you two were siblings separated at birth. Siblings? He thought of her as a sister? Great. Perfect. What could be better? Meg's marshmallows slipped off the skewer, falling into the fire and melting into an oozing mess. That pretty much summed up how she felt inside. She used to be convinced that Matt was the guy she was going to marry. He thought of her as a sister. Could this night get worse? Oh dear, hold tight. Lucinda handed Meg her drink to hold while she grabbed more marshmallows. Here, try again. They're slippery little suckers, aren't they? Meg didn't trust herself to respond, so she nodded, stabbing the marshmallow with the pointy tip and considered stabbing herself in the arm. Maybe that would take the sting of losing Matt away. Anyway, I hope you'll come. Matt is obsessed with you. He won't shut up about your writing. Like I mentioned earlier, we have a lot in common. Daddy issues. She sighed and tugged on a braid. Daddy issues? Meg hated that term. She'd spent years in therapy and a hefty chunk of her paycheck coming to terms with her dad's decision to choose his job over everything else. She'd never fully get over him allowing his only daughter to believe he was dead for the sake of a story. As far as they'd come and as much as they'd healed, that betrayal would forever be a part of their story. I know our situations are different, but I have my own challenges. My dad has extreme expectations for me and the company that, well, let's just say don't align always with my vision for my future. And Howard Hinton gets what Howard Hinton wants. But, at some point you have to do your own thing and break the cycle. You've done that. Lucinda paused and took a long drink. At Matt's prodding, I've been going to therapy and trying to work on it. I know it's been tough on him for the two of you not to be close. You should have seen his face when I told him you RSVP'd. He was ecstatic. I don't think I've ever seen him that happy. There was warmth in her eyes, and she spoke so freely and earnestly. At least it was clear that she cared about Matt. I know he was devastated after he tried to give you his take on the situation with your dad, but it's like he said, we can't force our friends or family to care more about themselves than we do. Meg's entire body went cold. She wanted to flee, run away through the snowy fields, and lock herself in her cabin for the rest of the night, or, better yet, the rest of the weekend. If Matt had shared this much with Lucinda about their friendship and falling out, then he was obviously in love with her as well. And, ouch, those last words really stung. He thought he cared more about Meg than she cared about herself. 25. Jill. Owen would barely look at her. She watched him mingle from person to person, the flames of the bonfire lapping up to the sky and threatening to consume her. She felt like she was on fire. Maybe she should have just finished it, then and there. His reaction was exactly as she anticipated. She couldn't blame him. He was in the right. She should have told him when she first started daydreaming about an actual house or apartment, someplace that wasn't on wheels. Did it make her less of an artist? Should she want to be an eternal free spirit? But couldn't she do that in one place? She rubbed her hands together for friction and scooted over towards Matt. He'd been a sounding board and like a brother to her for as long as she could remember. Maybe he'd know what to do, or what she could say to salvage this. But then again, was there anything left to salvage? If he was this upset about a job offer in San Francisco, she couldn't imagine how he would react to the news that she was pregnant. Hey, birthday guy, how's the weekend thus far? She plopped into the chair next to him, reaching for the blanket and wrapping it around her legs. Lucinda sure knows how to throw a party. Yeah, she loves this kind of stuff. Matt nodded and sipped his beer, stealing a glance in Meg's direction before he dragged his attention back to Jill.
It's what she studied in school.
Party planning? Jill asked. Isn't she next in line to run the company?
Technically, event management, Matt clarified. She wanted to start her own company, but her dad convinced her to come to work for him. And, yep, now she's in line to be the new CEO of Blazin'.
Oh. Jill tried not to let her eyes drift toward Owen, but she couldn't help it. Is he stepping down?
Matt shrugged. It's not official, at least as far as I know, but it sounds like he's already easing into retirement.
That must be good for you, she said, carefully. Are you still enjoying working for them? He hesitated, checking over his shoulder to make sure Lucinda wasn't listening. Jill followed his gaze. Lucinda wasn't paying any attention to Matt. She was locked into a conversation with Meg that looked serious. Matt lowered his voice.
Let's just say I've had an offer, but I'm not sure if I'm going to take it yet.
Matt, that's great. Jill patted his arm. As in, an offer for what, a leadership role? Would that make things awkward with you and Lucinda? It must already be hard to balance working together and being so close. He tipped his head to the side, considering his words.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes it's a lot to be working together. It gets hard not to let work seep into everything else.
It's like with me and Owen, she said, trying to keep her emotions in check. When you spend nearly every waking minute with each other, it's important to carve out space for yourself. She glanced in his direction, where he was teaching a group of Matt's Bend friends an Irish drinking song. Their arms were locked together as they swayed side to side with their pint glasses.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to figure that part out.
Matt exhaled slowly.
Lucinda and I have spent a lot of time together lately, and I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe it's too much.
He took a long, slow drink of his beer and leaned closer.
But hey, is everything cool with you and Owen? I love the guy, but it sounds like van life might be getting a little claustrophobic.
Something like that. She caught Meg's eye and waved. It's weird, the three of us being together again. I guess it kind of has me questioning what's next. That much was true, but she was leaving out the important part. You know, it's like almost a decade has gone by in the blink of an eye, and now, suddenly, we're all 30. To tell you the truth, I thought we might be married and having babies by now, but I'm still figuring it out. I keep waiting for the moment where I finally feel like an adult, but it hasn't come. She wanted to say more, but this was Matt's birthday weekend. It wasn't fair to dump her problems on him.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Matt didn't tear his gaze away from Meg.
We're all back together for less than a few hours, and I'm questioning everything. Like, everything. My life choices, my future, everything.
26. Joanna. The mountain retreat was charming, quaint, homey, something out of a postcard. But the snowy bonfire and cozy couples huddled up under blankets only made her think of Connor. Her rival. Her adversary. He wouldn't stop. What was the deal with the never-ending texts? Like blowing up her phone with apologies and crying emojis would make up for going behind her back and snatching a promotion right from her fingers. He was acting like a lovesick teenager, not a grown-ass man who was trying to land a coveted role, her role, to take over ESPN's new department. He wasn't serious anyway. The flowers, the texts, they were just an attempt to make sure she remained in his clutches. He didn't love her. He loved himself and couldn't handle the fact that a powerful woman like Joanna had turned him down. They'd had some fun, but it was over.
So, what do you think of Bend?
A voice asked. She turned to see Matt standing behind her chair. No wonder Meg had a thing for him. He gave off a certain all-American, wholesome vibe, with a touch of Oregon hippie mountain man mixed in. Not Joanna's type. But Meg's? Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Is this seat open?
Matt pointed to the empty chair next to her.
I've been waiting for a chance to get to chat, but
Before I do, can I get you anything? A refill? He nodded to her empty mug. What are you drinking? A mulled cider, but don't go to any trouble. She tried to stop him, but his reflexes were too quick. It's no trouble. Matt deftly swiped her glass and was back in a flash with a fresh drink and a plate of snacks before she could even blink. Just in case we need sustenance. I have like a zillion questions for you. Joanna felt like she already knew Matt. Meg had described him as a modern-day Boy Scout, which fit. There was a certain earnestness about him that was a rarity in the guys she met in the city. He was the kind of guy who would know how to change a tire or show up 2 hours early at the airport, even though he'd checked in for the flight online and had TSA pre-check. The guy definitely knew how to scrub a bathroom, make a mean omelet, and bring you homemade chicken soup in bed on a rainy Sunday. I never turn down sustenance, especially if it involves chocolate. And if you want the juicy inside scoop on ESPN and Meg Reed, then keep hooking me with chocolate, and you might just get in my good graces. Joanna said, plucking a chocolate-covered strawberry from the plate and biting into the juicy fruit. Noted. Chocolate. Check and check. Matt made a check mark with his finger. Lucinda is the ultimate hostess, Joanna said, savoring the rich, chocolatey berry. Yeah, it's kind of her thing. Matt's gaze drifted toward his girlfriend, whose lilting laugh filled the brisk night air. You're lucky to have someone shower so much on you. Joanna licked chocolate from her lip, gauging his reaction closely. That's what the Hinton family does. They want everyone on staff at Blazin to feel like family. It's almost like once you start working for Blazin, you end up married to the company. Matt glanced toward Lucinda. I appreciate the party, and Luce has put a ton of work into the weekend, but it's a lot. If it were up to me, we'd all just hang, grab some beers, maybe hit the snowshoe trails, but the company has other agendas. The company? That was an odd statement. Why isn't it up to you? Joanna pressed. It's your birthday. You should get to choose what you want to do. Yeah. Matt fiddled with the zipper on his jacket, zipping it up and down. It's not that I don't want this. It's great. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate the effort, but... He trailed off like he was searching for the right answer. It's complicated. Joanna tilted her head. How is a 30th birthday complicated? She grabbed a handful of popcorn as a new log the size of a Christmas tree was added to the bonfire, sending embers scattering into the black sky like tiny fireflies. Lucinda caught their eye from the food tent. She waved at Matt with 3 fingers and blew Joanna a kiss as she turned up the music and mouthed the words to Deck the Halls, swinging her arms like a conductor for everyone to join in. She's a character, Joanna said, feeling a twinge of discomfort. She and Meg made a pact to stand in solidarity against Matt's girlfriend, but Lucinda's effervescent energy was intoxicating. There was no denying that. Matt returned his attention to Joanna, his boyish face twisted into an impish smile as he intentionally changed the subject. So, you're Meg's editor. I hear from Jill that I owe you some of the credit for getting her to come. How did you do it? I never thought she'd show. Not for me. Oh, I can't take credit. Meg has agency in spades, as I'm sure you're aware. If she didn't want to come, there's nothing me or anyone could have said to sway her. Joanna saw a flicker of hope cross over his wind-kissed cheeks. I am her boss, though, and this assignment is important for both of our career trajectories. That was an understatement. She didn't even know if she had a job to go back to. For the moment, she didn't care. I've read everything she's written, Matt said. It's funny because even though her writing has grown and changed just like her, I can still hear her voice like we were back in college. I remember my creative writing professors talking about the importance of voice in storytelling, but I never got it. Probably because I tend to be more analytical. Tech writing doesn't leave a lot of room for creativity. Huh. Joanna let out a laugh. You should meet our stats team.
They track the minutiae, like the RBI percentage of left-handed hitters when it rains on a Friday and Mercury is in retrograde, to how many times a goalie blinks during penalty kicks in sub-freezing temps, and my personal favorite, this is true, the average free throw percentage of basketball players who eat gummy bears during warm-ups. I picked the wrong career. That's hilarious and about sums up the difference between creative and tech writing. Everything comes down to a number. Matt replied with a laugh. But going back to voice, I get it now. Meg's voice comes through in every word. You can't take that out of her, whether she's writing about paragliding or pickleball. She's a unique talent. Joanna nodded in agreement, hoping he would keep talking. He didn't sound like someone hopelessly in love with his colleague. His tone took on a dewy quality when he mentioned Meg. Was there still a spark? For Joanna, actions spoke louder than words, and Matt admitted he'd read every word Meg had ever written. Yeah, there was still something there. What did that mean for Lucinda? Joanna had met the woman for an hour or two, but there was nothing not to like about the heiress. I'm just glad she's not actually attempting to try any of the extreme sports she covers these days. It makes me feel much better that she's watching from the sidelines. Matt pressed his palm to his cheek and inhaled deeply. What makes you think that? Joanna raised an eyebrow pointedly, giving him her most serious side-eye. You didn't hear? She's competing tomorrow. I told her to pace herself because we have an early start to get her geared up and on a snowmobile. Matt's face dropped briefly before he realized she was teasing. He threw his hand to his heart. You got me for a minute. Joanna wiggled her eyebrows. Meg could handle it, but nope, we'll be safely in the press area. You should come if you're free. Lucinda, too. I can get you both on the press list. That would be so cool. Matt's boot bounced on the snow. Count me in. What about Lucinda? Should I put her on the list, too? Joanna wanted to gauge his response. I mean, you can ask her, but I doubt she'd want to come. You heard her earlier. She's not a snowcross fan. She thinks the sport is pure evil, but I'll pass along the invitation. You never know. Maybe she'll have a change of heart. Joanna's curiosity was piqued. What exactly was their relationship? They were either very comfortable and casual about their connection, or there was something else going on, and she intended to get to the bottom of it. It was the perfect distraction from obsessing over Connor. 27. Meg. Meg's phone buzzed, vibrating on her bedside table and rumbling against the grain just enough to jolt her awake. She groaned and fumbled in the dark, swatting at the screen until the alarm went quiet. She didn't want to move. Not yet. She yanked the cozy layers of fleece blankets up tighter, trapping in the lingering warmth from the fireplace that had long since gone cold. Her head sank deeper into the soft, down pillows, and she curled into the firm mattress like it was her own personal cocoon. A faint hint of cedar and smoke from the bonfire still clung to her hair. Sometime long after midnight, she had stumbled back to the cabin after the bonfire, slightly buzzed, chilled to the bone, but also relieved. No proposal. No shiny diamond ring or confession of undying love. Just the heat from the fire, some laughs, lots of reminiscing, and an unexpected peace. Well, at least temporary peace. Thank goodness for that. Did it mean Matt had changed his mind? Or did he have bigger plans in store? Like proposing at his forest formal party tonight. Her phone buzzed again, louder this time. What time was it? Her head felt heavy. A dull ache spread from her temples across her forehead as she sat up and grabbed her phone. The blue light radiating from the screen forced her to wince. Crap. She shouldn't have had that second mulled cider last night. She needed coffee and Advil. Stat. Gam would tell her to try peppermint oil. Had she packed any? She looked for the alarm button on her phone, but realized that it was a text that had woken her, not her alarm. A text from Connor Howard.
Why was he texting her? She yawned and blinked hard, concentrating on the screen.
Is Joanna with you?
What was happening at work? Yesterday, Joanna had been acting weird, and all those texts. Was something going down? Layoffs? Was she about to be out of a job? In some ways, it wouldn't be a bad thing. It would force the issue, but she needed her ESPN paycheck to cover rent, and there was the glaring issue of health insurance. Gam would say that sometimes the universe nudges us on our path of purpose, and sometimes it pushes us straight off a ledge. This could be one of those times. Meg glanced at the clock. It was just after 6, although that was 9 his time. Connor was a stats guy. Numbers were his thing. He should have done the math and known better. Was he asking literally or generally? Joanna was at her own cabin. You mean Bend? Yeah, she's here. What's up? 3 dots appeared on the screen. She shuffled to the bathroom while she waited for Connor's response and dug through her toiletries. Aha! She had packed a little vial of peppermint oil. She dabbed it on her temples and crown chakra, as Gam would say, and ran it beneath her nose. The strong aroma made her eyes water. She dug her fingers into her temples, massaging the oil deeper into her skin and drinking in the minty scent. Within seconds, her headache began to retreat. It wasn't gone, but it was certainly better. Nothing that coffee and Advil couldn't handle now. Thanks, Gam.
How long you there?
3 days. What's on fire?
No fire. I'm coming. Can't get a hold of Jay. At the airport. Be there by later this afternoon.
Connor was coming? To Bend? A surge of adrenaline pulsed through Meg's veins. Did this confirm the worst? Was he taking over her assignment? Joanna had mentioned some potential shakeups and the possibility of layoffs in the new year. Was this it? Was she about to be fired? She sighed and texted him back. This is my assignment. She added a string of angry face emojis. Connor wasn't the type. Maybe this was coming from someone above his pay grade. She actually liked him the most out of any of the sportscaster bros, but he could have said no. He could have stood up for her. Classic misogyny.
Not taking your assignment, doing my own thing. Don't tell Jay. See you later.
1,000 questions assaulted Meg's mind. Doing his own thing? Was he going rogue? Or was that a lie? He had to know she would be furious if he scooped her on this assignment. Why? It didn't make sense, and she didn't need a guy like Connor angling in on her story. How ironic. She didn't even want this assignment. And now the dazzling Connor Howard was coming for her job. Well, fine. Come for it. She was ready to fight. 28. Joanna. Joanna awoke to moonlight creeping in through the slats in her wooden shutters. It was way too early, but there was no chance she could go back to sleep. So she tugged on her winter gear and trudged to the lodge. It was blissfully peaceful at this early hour. Brunch was set up in the lobby, and a fire blazed, casting a golden glow on the delicious array of breakfast treats. The smell of strong coffee and bacon roused her senses. She poured herself a cup of freshly brewed coffee, added a splash of cream, and slathered butter on a slice of warm cinnamon bread. She found a table near the fire and waited for Meg. They'd agreed to meet in the lodge last night. The first snowcross race was slotted for 9 a.m., but according to maps, it would take 40 minutes to get to the track, and they needed to check in at the press tent. Connor must have finally gotten the message because there were no new texts or missed calls. Good. It was about time. But why did she feel the tiniest hint of disappointment? This was how sick and twisted their situationship had become. She needed a cleanse. Maybe a long weekend in the snowy Oregon mountains wasn't long enough. Maybe it was time for her to walk away. Forget about the job. Forget about Connor. She could extend her stay, take a long sabbatical, think about her next move, plot her revenge. Let's see them try to run the station without her. Good luck. Maybe she just wouldn't show on Monday morning and let them sweat. No, she wouldn't give Connor the satisfaction. She nursed the coffee, enjoying the touch of holiday notes, sweet spices and cinnamon. The lodge was decked out with fresh garlands, twinkle lights, bundles of Christmas roses, and buffalo plaid pillows. Rustic meets elegant. She made the mistake of opening her email just to check and double-check the race schedule. Big mistake. The subject line stopped her cold. Hiring announcement. Connor Howard to lead new division. What? That was it? No heads up? No second round of interviews? Not the courtesy of a conversation after everything she'd given them? They'd made their decision. They had chosen him, without so much as a word to her. Joanna stared at the screen, every muscle in her body tightening. She felt heat rushing to her head. She wasn't just upset. She was furious, fuming. Meg stormed into the lodge in a flurry of pink a few minutes later. She was dressed from head to toe in pink snow gear, a pale pink puffy jacket, matching snow pants, boots, and a knitted hat with a pink pom-pom hanging from the top. Her laptop bag was slung over her shoulder, and her notebook was tucked beneath her arm. She bypassed the breakfast buffet and tromped over to Joanna with a look of rage. "Tell me the truth. Why did you assign Snowcross to me?" She threw her hands over her chest in a protective stance. "What?" Joanna flinched. Did she know? "This assignment." Meg yanked the notebook from under her arm and tapped it with the tip of her finger. "Why me? Was it to get me out of New York? Are they firing me?" "Firing you? What?" Joanna sputtered, nearly spilling her coffee. Where had this come from? But at least she didn't know the real reason. "Spill it." Meg popped into a chair across from her, furrowing her brow as her lips thinned into a hard line. Joanna stifled a laugh. Oh, bless her sweet little heart. Even when she was mad, Meg couldn't pull off anything but cute, especially in the Barbie snow outfit. But she could tell her friend was serious. "I don't know where this is coming from. Why would anyone fire you? And if I were, why would I send you an assignment and come with you?" "No idea, but you're not telling me something, so spill it." Meg propped herself on one elbow and pointed at Joanna, knowingly. "I know about Connor." This time, Joanna couldn't hide her reaction. She froze. Crap. Well, it was out now. Who else knew? No, what? Joanna took a long sip of coffee, hoping she sounded casual. "That he's coming. He texted me this morning." Meg yanked her phone from her coat and held it up to show her, tapping the screen and scrolling through her texts. What? This was a massive violation. She couldn't believe he'd looped Meg in on their relationship. That was low, even for Connor. How dare he? "He's coming this afternoon. He's coming for my job and this assignment. Why didn't you just give it to him to begin with and save me from all this?" Meg stuffed her phone back in her pocket and collapsed onto the table, laying her head on her hands. "I'd expect this from the bros, but I can't believe you wouldn't just tell me." "No, wait." Joanna shook her head and sucked air in through her nose in gulps, trying to control the narrative. Maybe Meg didn't know the truth, but why was Connor coming to Bend? "Connor doesn't have this assignment. You do, I swear, and I would never do that to you. We're a team, girl. I've always had your back." Meg raised her doe-like eyes, looking much younger and innocent than her soon-to-be 30 years. "Why is Connor coming then? It doesn't make sense. Are we both toast? Layoffs are coming, aren't they? It's a freaking boys' club. All the women in sports initiatives are just for the PR spin. If anyone is on the chopping block, it's me. They're going to shutter the entire extreme sports division, aren't they? She blew out a breath, sticking out her lips like a duck. I can handle it. Give it to me straight. Maybe it's a good thing. This will force me to get serious about freelancing and maybe even finally write a book.
A book?
Joanna perked up.
You've never mentioned anything about writing a book. You're holding out on me.
Meg sat up and shrugged. That's because this is the first time I'm saying it out loud. Gam always says once you speak a dream, the universe conspires to find a way to bring it to you. I just didn't quite picture it would happen like this.
Look, I've told you as much as I know. You're not on the list, I swear. But they're planning a massive restructuring. It could be that both of us end up cut in the process, but honestly, I don't think they want that kind of PR. It's a bad look to lean into the old boys club.
Joanna picked up her coffee again, buying a minute to figure out how to come clean with her friend. Connor had forced the issue, like it or not. Then why the hell is Connor coming to Bend? Joanna sucked in her cheeks and pressed her fingers together, closing her eyes for a second. If Connor was already on a flight, there was no point in keeping it from Meg any longer. She opened her eyes and stared at her friend, who looked perplexed.
Because of me. Connor's coming because of me.
What? Meg gasped.
Joanna nodded. We've been hooking up a bit.
What she didn't say was that she was internally raging over the job, that Connor had gone behind her back and interviewed for the same position without telling her. She needed time. Time to think, time to strategize, and most importantly, time to decide whether or not she was going to fight for a position she deserved, march back to the office and demand they reconsider, or strike out on her own. 29. Jill. When Jill woke the next morning, Owen was gone. She rolled over in bed, reaching for his pillow and breathing in the scent of his musky cologne and the remnants of the bonfire. Was he gone for good? He'd expertly avoided her all night, and then when they came back to the cabin, he said he was too jet-lagged to talk and crashed right away. A likely story. He'd slept on every flight. If anyone should be jet-lagged, it was her. But she was up most of the night, tossing and turning, wanting to wake him and force him to deal with it, sleep or no sleep. She dragged herself out of bed, tied on a plush robe provided by Lucinda, along with a note saying to keep it as a token of her appreciation for making the trip to Bend. The woman hadn't missed a single detail. In addition to the luxurious robes, a gift basket had awaited them, filled with Oregon-inspired items. Marionberry jam, blackberry jelly, artisan coffee, wine, crackers, and cheese. Their kitchen was stocked with fruit, eggs, cream, pastries, granola, yogurt, coffee, tea, and juice. Jill brewed a pot of coffee and scanned the event schedule for the day. The morning and early afternoon were free to explore Bend. Lucinda had a brewery tour arranged for happy hour, and then Matt's formal dinner party was later in the evening. Forest formal attire was encouraged. She and Owen had a good chuckle trying to decide what to pack to meet the brief for forest formal. Owen had landed on a green and yellow plaid flannel shirt, slacks, and a skinny forest green tie. It didn't matter now. Odds were good that she'd be attending dinner solo. She lingered over her coffee and a bowl of yogurt with the yummiest spiced cranberry and orange granola she'd ever tasted. Owen still hadn't shown up by the time she'd showered and dressed for the day. The only good sign was that his clothes were still in the closet, and his bags weren't packed. It gave her a tiny glimmer of hope, but he could also be booking a ticket back to the UK. Maybe he was planning to retreat to his mom's house off the coast in Ireland. There was no point in wallowing in the cabin. The sun was up and the sky was bright. She might as well get outside, get some fresh air, and explore the resort. She left Owen a note, on the off chance he was willing to hear her out at least, and went for a snowy walk. If he freaked out about her wanting stability, how would he respond to hearing she was pregnant? Not well. Jill had yet to feel even the tiniest flutter in her stomach other than nerves. She could do this alone. She didn't need him. As she cut through the snowy trails lined with pretty lights, she formed a new plan. First step, call her parents and tell them that yes, she would take the lease in San Francisco. It was actually a perfect enough space to live and for her art studio. San Francisco was the art capital of the world. If she was landing back in the US, there was no better place to pursue her art. Raising a baby on her own was terrifying. She felt slightly nauseous at the thought. Or maybe the butterflies rattling around in her stomach were from the baby. She was grossly underinformed about what came next. The extent of her knowledge about pregnancy was from what she'd seen on TV and the few dozen articles she read on the flight. That would need to change. Jill drank in the cold air, feeling a touch calmer. She wouldn't be completely alone. She had Meg and Matt, her family. Even if Owen opted not to be a part of her baby's life, she could do this. She would do this. She had to. And the strangest thing was, she wanted to, more than anything she'd ever experienced up until this point. She knew she was ready to be a mother, with or without the man she loved. 30. Meg. Meg bombarded Joanna with questions on the drive to the snowcross track. You sneaky little devil. Wait, so all those hot dates? They were all Connor freaking Howard? Damn, I had no idea. She gave her friend a fist bump. Come to think of it, though, I can see it now. He always turns beet red in our team meetings whenever you're in charge. And remember that one time when he tripped over the mic stand like 3 times trying to give you a coffee? I mean, come on. I should have picked up on it. He's totally into you. Showing up at your door with flowers and flying across the country to surprise you? This is the stuff of romance novels.
Hardly. Joanna scoffed. You read too many novels because, trust me, I'm not more than a hookup for him. The only reason he's putting on this show is because he knows he's screwed up. He's not used to women turning him down. You've seen his fan mail. Her voice was sharper than usual. If I were to cave, which, mark my words, I will not, we'd be right back in the same position.
I don't know. Dropping everything to fly out across the country to win your heart sounds like more than a hookup. Meg thought back to a 6 interactions she'd had lately with the sportscaster. He'd brought up Joanna in every conversation they had. She'd assumed he was fishing for information, trying to get the inside scoop about promotions and the potential management changes coming. But now she saw their exchanges in a brand new light. Connor was picking Meg's brain for intel, but only because he was in love with his editor and her friend. Oh my God, this is seriously the most romantic thing ever. Can I document this for social? A story like this would go bonkers, like overnight viral, especially since Connor is such a known personality.
I will murder you dead, absolutely dead, if you so much as touch your phone.
Joanna didn't mince her words.
This is not a scene from a romantic movie, Meg. Get that through your thick little head. This is a gimmick, a trick, a ridiculous show to inflate his massive ego.
Meg started to interrupt. A handful of the star sportscasters had egos. It came with the territory. But Connor wasn't one of them. Joanna didn't let her, holding up a decisive finger.
Nope. Don't. Don't defend him. As soon as I see him, I'm sending him back to New York.
But Meg was a rare loss for words. She understood why Joanna was leery, but Connor deserved a chance. How could Joanna not see how romantic this gesture was?
So Matt and I had a nice chat last night. Joanna changed the subject, bringing an end to any more of Meg's questions. I invited him and Lucinda to come to the race. He sounded interested.
Why would you do that? Meg fiddled with the zipper on her coat, yanking it up and down. Are you trying to torture me? It's bad enough to have to put on a brave face at his party events. The last thing I need is the lovebirds showing up while I'm on assignment. Watch. It will be just my luck that he decides to propose this morning.
Are you sure he's going to propose?
Joanna sounded skeptical. Meg glanced out the window where a view of Mount Bachelor and the Three Sisters came into view. Her breath caught as the mighty peaks rose against the backdrop of a pristine blue sky. Everything was washed in shades of stunning blues and white, minus the occasional ranch ablaze with holiday lights. Yeah, I mean, isn't it obvious?
I don't know. I didn't get the impression when we were chatting last night that it's that serious,
Joanna said, giving Meg her best editor look. It was the one she pulled out when she wanted a favor or needed to be in charge. Considering he was planning to propose last night, I'd say they're serious, yeah. Meg reached into her pack for a granola bar. She ripped open the package and offered Joanna a bite. She'd been so thrown off by Connor's early text that she skipped breakfast. She munched on the bar. It wasn't enough to sustain her, but usually these types of events had on-site catering. She would hit the catering tent and fuel up.
Wasn't that a rumor? He didn't propose and didn't give any indication that it was even in his sphere of possibility.
Joanna sounded like she was hinting at something, but Meg didn't want to let herself go there. He probably chickened out because I showed up. Meg ripped off another hunk of the bar and brushed crumbs from her ski pants.
I don't know. We chatted for a long time and it never came up. I got the impression that he's feeling a lot of pressure with work and trying to balance that aspect of their relationship.
Like colleagues you're secretly hooking up with? Meg interrupted, shooting her eyebrows toward her forehead and giving Joanna a playful smirk. Joanna punched her softly in the arm.
No, I'm serious. His reaction was odd anytime I mentioned Lucinda, even inviting her to the race. He made it sound like he had no idea how to answer for her, and I should ask her myself.
Because he's a supportive partner, she countered through a bite of the granola bar. He's a modern Mr. Darcy, a feminist, a king, Miss King.
Possibly, but he didn't make it sound like he's planning on getting on a knee anytime soon. Actually, he asked a lot about you.
What about this weekend? The invitations? Forest formal dinner tonight? There's a freaking dress code. That's serious. Plus, snowshoeing, beer tasting, and the bonfire? That's not the kind of party you throw for a work friend. Meg refused to give a single ounce of attention to the tiny glimmer of hope building inside. No, Matt was with Lucinda. End of story.
True, but it could be for the company.
What did the company do for your birthday? Meg retorted, tamping down the idea before she let it take hold. I got a Costco cake and an ESPN hoodie for mine.
Right, but this is a family business, and they want Matt to take on a management role. They could be trying to woo him.
Woo him? Meg choked on a bite of the granola bar. What? Are we suddenly in a Jane Austen novel?
Hey, you're the one who brought up Darcy. Joanna winked. Although it's starting to feel like that. Or maybe Shakespeare would be more apropos.
Either way, I have a singular focus. The assignment. Let's make a promise to stop talking or even thinking about men and get to work to figure out some way to make this snowcross race the coziest Christmas event we ever did see. Easier said than done, Meg. But nice try. 31. Joanna. Joanna was finding it next to impossible to concentrate on anything aside from Connor's imminent arrival. Not even the blur and dizzying lights and sounds of the snowcross course could tear her attention away from the speech she was reciting over and over in her head. She should have studied debate in college. When it came to clever one-liners and zings, she was an expert, at least mentally. Her internal fights were the stuff of legend, but when it came to face-to-face confrontations, her witty comebacks vanished, evaporating in the thin mountain air.
Miss, you're too close to the track,
a voice warned her. She turned to see a race official frantically flagging her down. Her thoughts had taken her to the edge of the course marked with red and green bunting. For the holidays, the event management team had leaned heavily into the Christmas theme. Hip-hop holiday tunes thumped from speakers attached to a stage. Bleachers had been constructed for fans and the press to watch the spine-tingling action up close. Signage alerted spectators to steer clear of the marked raceway and to expect to be sprayed with snow as the vehicles flew by at 60 miles per hour, sending a wake of powder in their trail. "Sorry," Joanna held her press pass. "Trying to scope out the best view." "The best view is in the marked press area, miss." The organizer pointed to the stands. "Yep, on my way now," Joanna called over the sound of revving engines and the beat of the music. The energy on the course was electric. An estimated 1,000 fans were expected to attend, but early birds had already arrived, staking their claim at the best seats and hanging around in hopes of snagging an autograph or selfie with one of the racers. Meg was off interviewing racers and capturing sound bites and short video clips for social media. It had been a long time since Joanna had been out on assignment, and she'd forgotten the natural endorphin high that came with any sporting event, but particularly with an extreme sport like this. It was almost as if everyone could taste the danger laced in the crisp alpine air. The pent-up energy built as the morning wore on, and the sun grew brighter overhead. Joanna dutifully trudged back to the press area. Young volunteers greeted her with a cup of hot cocoa piled high with whipping cream and sprinkled with bits of chopped candy cane. "Happy holidays, and happy race day," a bright-faced teen said, handing her the hot chocolate. They wore sweatshirts with the local high school's mascot plastered on the front. Most of the students had made the uniform their own, with holiday embellishments like flashing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer lights and Santa hats. "Are you in the band? Cheer squad?" she asked, gladly taking the hot chocolate. "Ski team," the kid with the Rudolph lights strung around her neck replied. "We're putting in our volunteer hours and selling concessions. There are hot apple cider donuts and a ton of delicious baked goods over in that tent." She gestured to a red tent with a concessions banner hanging from the eaves. "Let me pay you for the hot chocolate." Joanna reached for her phone. She never carried cash. "Can I pay you with an app?" "No, the hot chocolate is free, but we're taking donations. We're trying to raise funds for Teen Special Olympics," the young skier replied. "We're handing them out to everyone. I'm Olivia, by the way." "I'll be sure to swing by concessions and support your cause." An idea sparked. This was just the sort of sweet story she could pitch to another network. "Hey, since I have you here, I'd love it if you could tell me more about the Teen Special Olympics." "Yeah, sure," Olivia replied eagerly, nearly spilling the tray of hot chocolate. "What do you want to know?" "Everything," Joanna replied. "I work for ESPN, and one of the initiatives I'm working on for the new year is highlighting our future sports stars. We're building out a dedicated section of the site to feature young athletes, and this is the kind of story I've been looking for." Joanna's wheels were spinning. She wasn't sure she was giving ESPN this story, but this was like a gift from the sports gods, or goddesses, handed to her on a silver platter. This was the kind of story she could leverage for her next step. "ESPN, yeah, cool," Olivia responded, calling her friends over. Joanna spent the next half hour chatting with the young skiers, taking their photos and jotting down contact information she would need to send them photo releases before she posted anything. Then she asked Olivia for a few extra minutes of her time. If Joanna was here, she might as well take advantage of an opportunity like this. Part of her pitch for any new position would be rolling out new ways of engaging with sports fans. "I'd love to interview you if you're up for it," Joanna said, tapping into her old reporter days. Olivia beamed with delight. "Totally. I can tell you anything you want to know about high school skiing. It's huge here and fairly competitive. Some of our team members are training for the Junior Olympics. Did you know the national ski team practices here at Mount Bachelor? That's why we are so passionate about fundraising for the Special Olympics team, too. We want the sport to be inclusive, and there are some amazing Special Olympics champions in the area." They found a spot in the press tent. For the first time since she'd arrived, Joanna forgot about Connor, and leaned into hearing Olivia's story. Maybe this was a sign she was on the right track. 32. Meg. The snowcross arena was even more wild than Meg could have imagined. It was a strange mix of holiday banners and pulsing holiday beats, mingling with the continuous low growl of engines and screech of tires sliding across the icy snow. She was a practiced extreme sports journalist who knew the drill. She didn't waste any time, checking in at the press tent and pulling racers in for interviews and candid photos she would share on ESPN's social media. Working for the biggest sports network in the country, and arguably the world, came with instant clout. Snowcross racers, organizers, and brand sponsors sought her out. It was a far cry from her early days working for Northwest Extreme magazine. She could hear Gam's voice and gentle nudging, asking, "Is this your path? Is this your passion?" Right now, it was her paycheck, and that was what mattered. It was funny to think about how radically different her life in her 20s had been compared with her vision. She wouldn't have imagined ending up in New York, let alone being a lead reporter at ESPN. This decade had defined her, giving her time to get to know herself and get comfortable in her own skin. She was grateful for that, but she felt something stirring being back in Oregon. It wasn't just the wide open spaces or the reunion with her best friends. It was a longing. She couldn't articulate it, not yet, but she recognized the tug. Gam would say it was her higher self. Maybe. She needed to give it time, to let it percolate. Did she want to come home? Was this home? She shrugged off the thought as she concentrated on filming the snowmobiles warming up and taking a practice run through the track. "Megs! Hey! Megs!" A familiar voice yanked her attention away from the racecourse shortly before the first round of qualifiers was set to begin. Only one person called her Megs. Matt. He'd come. Buzzy zaps sparked in her body like an electric current. "Stop, Meg. Don't go there." She plastered on a wide smile and greeted him with a carefree wave, as if it were every day they bumped into each other on a snowcross track in Bend, Oregon. She checked over his shoulder to see if Lucinda had tagged along. No sign of the heiress. Take it as a win, Meg. "You're pink." Matt's gaze traveled from her hat to her snow boots, lingering for a minute too long before he went in to hug her awkwardly, patting her lightly on the shoulder like he was afraid she might break. "It's good to see some things don't change. I love that about your on-air reports. I can always tell when you're covering a story because I'll catch a flash of pink in the background before they cut to you." He was looking for her on TV? Her heart ricocheted against her chest, speeding up like the snowmobiles catching big air. "Joanna told me the day she hired me that ESPN could use more pink, and I knew right then and there that we were going to get along just fine." Sweat dripped down the base of her neck. She shouldn't be hot. It was below freezing, and snow was predicted later in the day, but she caught a whiff of Matt's aftershave and his minty gum, and everything around her seemed to suddenly vanish, like she was hyper-focused on him and only him. Were there even people around them? Or were she and Matt suddenly the last two people on the mountain? She couldn't resist the pull, the palpable spark between them. Did he feel it too? She sucked in a shaky breath, trying to resist the urge to move even closer to him. Why had she cut off all communication with him? What a stupid move, Meg. Sometimes you're way too much like Pops, stubborn with tunnel vision. She chirred internally and plastered on a smile. "Joanna seems great," Matt said, scanning the crowd for her boss. "It was cool of her to invite me." "Same for Lucinda. Where is she, by the way?" Meg winced at the jealousy in her tone, scanning the slope again to see if Lucinda was lurking nearby. Her visceral response to being in Matt's orbit surprised her. She thought she was over him, at least over him enough not to feel like she was crushing hard again. But instead, one happy memory after another replayed in her head. Her body felt light and dewy, like it was floating above her in the gossamer clouds. If she weren't so bull-headed, maybe it would be her he would be proposing to. I'm not sure. Probably prepping for the festivities later. She lives for planning a party like tonight. It's going to be next level. Yeah, forest formal. I had no idea that's a thing. I guess I'm out of the loop on PNW trends these days. She grinned and ran her hand over her jacket. I guess pink is probably out, yeah?
Hey, you do you. Matt chuckled. Lucinda's going for a forest theme. It's where she wants to shift the company's branding, but she's gotten resistance from her dad. I think she's hoping that the party tonight will help him embrace her vision, but there's some baggage there, and I don't get the sense she's really that thrilled about staying.
What about you? Are you still enjoying Bend?
I love it, yeah. I mean, at least for now. It's the perfect size for me. Small, but not too small. The outdoors, the food, the beer. Close enough to Portland that if I want to get a hit of the city, I can take off for a weekend.
He chomped his gum as he became more animated, speaking about his hometown of choice.
The mountain is right here.
He motioned toward Mount Bachelor in the distance.
And it's year-round sports. Mountain biking, skiing, kayaking. Yeah, I don't think I could ever go back to Portland. Not permanently.
What did that mean for his relationship with Lucinda? If she wasn't content in Bend, was there trouble in paradise? Meg hated that she felt hopeful there might be a crack in their relationship. And what about Blazin? Meg asked, immediately regretting how formal she sounded, like she was interviewing him. Not whatever this was. It sounds like you're flying up the ranks.
It's good, yeah,
he said, kicking at the snow, sending a little flurry in the air.
I'm sort of in the golden handcuffs phase. The money is great, and they keep throwing stock and raises and perks my way.
He trailed off with a shrug.
But I'm not sure it's what I want to do anymore.
I feel you on the golden handcuffs, although, what's the cheapest form of metal? Pewter handcuffs, maybe? Whatever's the least expensive metal they make handcuffs out of these days. That's me at ESPN. He laughed. Still, it's hard to walk away from a steady paycheck. I get it.
Yeah, but you're doing it. You're really doing it.
He looked at her with something that felt like awe. I don't know, she said, dropping her eyes to her boots. I mean, I have to come up with a snow report today. Something that captures the thrill of snowcross with just enough holiday charm to make it sparkle. Forecast. Slightly cloudy with a chance of a dramatic wipeout. She sighed. I've been racking my brain since Joanna gave me this assignment. What am I going to do with that?
Could you take the snow-crossed lovers angle?
He asked, meeting her eyes with an intensity that was equally steady and soft, and made her knees feel completely unreliable. Maybe, she gulped, feeling her cheeks flame.
No, Megs, you've really done it.
His voice was low and sincere.
You followed a dream. A big dream. And look at you. Fancy ESPN reporter, living in New York. A New York Times feature. I'm super proud of you. I tell all my friends about you. They get tired hearing about it and watching the highlight reels I put together of your clips.
Highlight reels? She wrinkled her brow, wishing her heart would stop thundering against her chest. Why did being around him again make her feel like no time had passed? Was it just her? Or did it feel like he was leaning in closer, too?
Sure. He gave her a cheeky grin. It's not many people who can claim they're friends with a famous ESPN reporter.
He paused, the smile fading into a frown.
Well, I guess I probably can't claim you as a friend. Listen, Megs, I'm so glad you came. I still can't believe it. When Luce mentioned that you and Joanna RSVP'd yes, I thought she was pranking me. We have so much to get caught up on, and I just want to say how sorry I am. I could have handled the situation so much better. I understand why you went dark, and I hope you'll give me a chance to explain.
Matt, we've been through this. Meg started to reply. She'd practiced this response, this moment, a million times in her head. It wasn't all Matt's fault. She was responsible for her part in the fallout, too. No, really, Megs, I've got so much to tell you, and I hope you'll give me one more chance to let you know how truly sorry I am, and find a way to make it up to you. The race organizer announced that the first leg was about to start. Meg reached for his hand. Yeah, let's talk later. 33. Jill. Owen was waiting for her at the cabin when Jill returned from her walk. Her cheeks were red with windburn, and her nose dripped like a leaky faucet, but she felt refreshed and resolved after the walk. She could do this. She had to do this. There was no other choice. She shook off her coat and kicked off her boots. Owen was curled in a chair in front of the fire with a flannel blanket draped over his legs and a writing notebook in his hand. He shut it and jumped to his feet, stuffing the notebook under the blanket like he was trying to hide it from her. "Where did you go?" she asked cautiously. "Are you okay?" "Where were you?" He answered her question with a question. "I went for a walk. I needed to clear my head." She moved toward the fire, turning her palms out and toasting them like the marshmallows last night. "We should talk." "Can we talk?" Owen cleared his throat and twirled a strand of his hair, a nervous habit Jill had witnessed on rare occasions. Owen was usually calm and steady. It took a lot to rattle him. The last time she'd seen the hair twirling was with her parents. No surprise. Some days when she was around her parents, she wanted to yank out her hair strand by strand. "I'm sorry I shut down. It's been a lot." He made circles with his sock on the hardwood floor, not meeting her eyes. "But your parents, Jill. You want to live off your parents." He drew in a breath and held it for a second. "You've been so adamant about not wanting to take money from your parents, and we both know how they feel about me. I'm a screw-up, a worthless artist who isn't good enough for their only daughter. They think I'm a loser, Jill. You want to move to San Francisco and work a 9 to 5. This is out of the blue. It's a lot to digest. I guess I just thought maybe we were, finding our own way. The van, our art. I thought we were happy. We are. We have been, but it's been 7 years, Owen. I'm 30. You're 33. At some point, we need to grow up, don't we?" Jill turned her back to the fire, letting her legs thaw out. If this was how he felt about taking up her parents on their offer, he really wasn't going to like what she was about to say. Her heartbeat skittered erratically. She had to tell him. Stop stalling. "Things are, She broke eye contact, wrapping her arms tightly, protectively, around her stomach. "Changing. You're in your head. It's probably coming here, seeing your friends. I get that 30 is a milestone, but we're hardly old, Jill. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to let you go, but I'm not sure I can live under the shadow of your parents. They already don't approve of me. What changed? How did we go from the van to moving to San Francisco, into a place your parents own? What's next? We live off their income?" He shook his head. "I don't think that will end well. That's all I'm saying. I thought you liked what we had. Just you and me against the world, yeah? What happened to that?" "You and me and a baby." Jill quivered, her body trembling with fear as she tried to force her mouth to say the words. "Just say it. Say it." Her mouth opened, then closed, then opened again, but nothing would come. It was like the words were lodged in the back of her throat. Across the room, Owen watched her. "Tell me the truth. Is it more than just your parents?" His voice was soft and distant. He looked at her with his wide, golden brown eyes, peering into her like he could tell she was holding something back. "More than just my parents? she repeated, stalling. She carefully lowered herself, sinking into the tile hearth. Flames crackled behind her as if trying to ignite her courage. It's me, isn't it? Owen's voice was so low now Jill almost didn't catch the last part. You're tired of me. She blinked, stunned. No, it's not that, Owen. I'm... Hot tears spilled down her cheeks. God, I don't know. I have no idea why this is so hard to say. What? Say it. She looked up at him and whispered, I'm pregnant. 34. Joanna. After interviewing the high school ski team, Joanna found a seat in the press section and froze her ass off for the next hour, hammering out an outline for a potential story, dusting off her resume, and watching snowmobile after snowmobile practically slingshot through the sky. Nothing about the sport should appeal to her, but she loved it. The thunderous roar of the engines, the machines doing death and gravity-defying feats, and the constant hum of nervous cheers and collective gasps. She was on the edge of her seat for the entire race, screaming and clapping right along with everyone else. Joanna was so far removed from the field, sitting behind her desk and staring out onto the New York skyline, that she'd nearly forgotten how much more connected she felt when she was immersed in the scene. No wonder Meg's writing and storytelling touched such a tender note and endeared her to viewers. That and her quirky, klutzy personality. Joanna was even more resolved that it was time for something radical. A new network? Starting her own network? She mapped out her pitch while the race progressed. This weekend was worth it. Connor aside, she was gaining momentum. The network was going to regret their decision. Joanna knew how to crush the competition. She'd been doing it steadily, exactingly, for a decade. Connor Howard and his bros had better watch out. Once Joanna set her mind to winning, there wasn't an ounce of room for anything less than success. She deserved the promotion. She worked harder, longer, and smarter than any of her other colleagues, in part because she'd put her career advancement above everything else. She'd watched as her coworkers got married, had babies, and took long sabbaticals. Not Joanna. She practically slept at the office, keeping a fold-up cot and toiletries on hand for late nights, covering breaking news with the weekend anchors. The promotion should have been hers. It would have been hers if it weren't for freaking Connor. Why had she ever slipped into his bed? One mistake. What should have been a one-night stand? His pathetic, dewy eyes and lazy smile had lured her in. That and his bed. Memories of his soft hands sliding down the small of her back, massaging her skin with a light tenderness that made everything else melt away, came rushing forward. God, no. She shook her head and shuddered, trying to refocus her attention on the spectacle of dizzying lights, sounds, and flying snow as the other journalists huddled in the press tent scribbled frantic notes and shot footage on their phones. Connor is an ass and a master manipulator. That's how he'd done it. Buttered her up with leisurely breakfasts in bed. Sourdough waffles smothered with lemon curd and fresh blueberries, a cappuccino, bacon, and buttery eggs with a single flower in a tiny vase. She never should have uttered a single word about the promotion. That was her mistake. She rubbed her arms, trying to keep warm as the high-powered vehicles from the back of the pack came screeching past. Her fatal error. Her ultimate undoing. Connor had never been into her. She wasn't special. She was a convenient hookup who came with benefits. Information. While he'd been whispering sexy, sweet nothings in her ear, he'd been listening for anything he could use as leverage. Her strategy, her pitch, and all those details about the job that she should have just kept to herself. She knew better. And yet, somehow, she'd let herself believe that Connor had an ounce of decency. Now, he was walking away with her job. Meg had it all wrong. Connor hopping on a plane wasn't a romantic gesture. It was his attempt to feel better about what he'd done. He could fly 1,000 miles and try to win back her good graces with every flower and expensive box of holiday chocolate on the market, but the only thing it would serve would be to empty his bank account faster. There was nothing Connor could do that would make her forgive him. She had zero intentions of absolving him of his guilt. He'd made his choice. He would have to live with it. 35. Meg. Meg spent the next few hours recording and documenting the dizzying race with Matt at her side. It was like old times. So many happy memories rushed to the front of her brain. Hiking through densely forested trails, Matt with his backpack stuffed with fun snacks and every tool and piece of gear imaginable. He would intentionally fake a cramp or stop for water breaks so Meg could catch her breath. Winter weekends like this on Mount Hood, where snow fell in heaping buckets, shrouding out any hint of the sun and giving them the perfect excuse to cozy up in front of the massive stone fireplace and drink copious amounts of hot cocoa with extra whipped cream and sprinkles. Summers in Hood River, soaking up the endless sun and watching windsurfers perform death-defying feats. Everything had felt possible and endless in those days. Not any longer. Too much had changed. She had changed. Matt had changed. And really, if she thought about it hard enough, she was also glossing over so many other issues of her youth. The crippling anxiety, fear that her boss and colleagues would find out her secret, insecurities about her body, her worth, her value. No, there was no going back, as Gam would say. There was only looking ahead. Ahead didn't involve Matt.
"This is freaking amazing, Megs!"
Matt shouted over the rumble of the engines, shielding his face from the torrent of snow rained down. The track pulsed with electric energy, where the machines danced, crashed, and defied gravity.
What a rush!
Meg tracked a racer through her lens as he launched off a jump. His sled caught just enough height to float in the air for a minute before gravity yanked it back down to earth. She smiled, snapping a photo. The scent of gasoline and frayed nerves mixed with the thunder of engines and the gasps from the crowd. It's not a bad gig most days. That was true, but she needed more. ESPN had been good to her. She was grateful for the travel and friendships, but her heart was calling her to write something new, something deeper. Did she have another story in her? A full-length novel, maybe? Her mind flashed to the unfinished manuscript hiding in her bedroom closet. She'd tinkered with the story on and off for years, letting it collect dust and convincing herself that taking the leap into creative writing was too risky. The odds were not on her side. She'd done the math and knew that publishing a novel wasn't for the faint of heart. First, there were the months of blood, sweat, and tears to pour into the story, and then the querying trenches trying to entice an agent with a shiny, polished manuscript, finding an editor and publishing house, marketing, and then repeating the process over and over again without any guarantee of a return of investment of her time and energy. A job like ESPN wasn't sexy, but it was stable and paid the rent. Striking out on her own made her hands clammy, even in the bitter cold.
Not bad?
Matt scrunched his windburned cheeks as sleek black sleds decked out in Christmas colors streaked through the blinding white snow.
Are you freaking kidding me? You're living the dream. You get paid to do this.
I do, that's true. Her fingertips were numb from the cold. She fumbled with the camera lens, zooming in on riders dressed in neon Grinch onesies and Santa suits, flinging powder into the crowd at every turn.
I still can't believe you've done this, Meg. I know I already said it, but it's seriously so cool that you're a legit journalist.
Matt yelled over the howl of an engine as another shot off a jump like a missile. The rider gripped tight as they sailed overhead before slamming back to the ground with bone-chilling force. I don't know about legit, but yeah, I guess, technically speaking, I have my press credentials. She winked and focused her gaze on the finish line. She didn't want to miss the final moment. The energy had grown as the race entered the final lap. Everyone was on their feet, chanting and waving colorful red and green flags in the air in anticipation of the finish. The race was a blur of motion and chaos. Snarling engines growling like a pack of ravenous wolves, and fearless adrenaline junkies leaning into impossible turns with effortless grace. She could work with this. There was an angle there. Somewhere. She could feel the threads of a story starting to take shape. Something along the lines of the recklessness and grit mixed with the whimsy and awe-inspiring feats. The cozy element still needed work, but she would find it. She always did. The announcers added to the tension, calling the play-by-play farther out on the course. Meg bounced from one foot to the other to keep warm. Why couldn't she think of anything clever to say when Matt was around? Was he picking up on the weirdness between them too? He used to be the person she could say anything to, but now she was struggling to come up with anything that didn't sound like forced small talk. "Here they come, folks." The announcer saved her. "It's neck and neck." She held up a finger. "This is it. Get ready."
"Oh, I'm ready."
Matt circled his flag, whipping it in the air with the rest of the crowd. Meg angled the camera on the finish line as two snowmobiles came into view, squealing at full throttle as they hurtled toward them. She hit record and planted her feet firmly. The all-terrain vehicles sailed across the line at such breakneck speed that Meg couldn't tell which one had edged out the other. "And our winner is Santa's sleigh!" The announcer boomed into the microphone as cheers erupted from the crowd.
"I would have said it was Rudolph."
Matt pointed to the snowmobile in second place, decked out with a bulbous red nose and deer antlers.
"That was a photo finish. Did you get it?"
"Did I get it?" Meg tapped her press badge. "Remember, I'm a legit journalist with 7 years of experience. Please, of course I got it. You're dealing with a pro here."
"Sorry. How could I forget?"
Matt's blue eyes twinkled, making Meg lose her footing and nearly slip on the snowy walkway. He caught her arm, letting his hand linger for a moment.
"The best pro in the biz, if you ask me."
Meg felt heat creep into her cheeks.
"What now?"
Matt asked, his hand still curled around her arm. She froze in place. She hadn't realized quite how tightly he was holding her until his familiar touch sent a jolt of warmth spiraling up toward her shoulder. He must have felt it too, because he let go quickly and took a step back. Meg's heart sank. The brief contact made her hungry for more. She wanted to pour her heart out to him, to apologize for ghosting him and blaming him. It wasn't his fault, but she'd been too raw to see it, and now it was too late. You probably have a lot to do to prep for your big bash tonight." She wondered if he could see how red she was. She scanned the crowd for Joanna. They needed a buffer. This much time alone with Matt was making her fluttery.
"Nah, Lucinda is all over it. It's her thing, really."
"But it's your birthday."
"Sure, technically, but the party isn't only for my birthday. It's for the company."
"I don't understand. The invite was clear. Matt's 30th birthday bash, right?"
"Yeah, I mean, yes, the party is in honor of my birthday, but it's just an excuse to throw a big corporate shindig. Her dad wants to make a big announcement tonight."
Meg's heart dropped to her stomach. A big announcement, like their engagement.
"Were you thinking about coming to beer tasting this afternoon?"
He looked at her hopefully. Meg gulped. She wanted nothing more than to hang out with Matt, but she was here on assignment. A deadline was a deadline. She couldn't let Joanna down. She tapped her camera. "Sorry, I can't. Deadlines and all. My story is due ASAP. In fact, I'll probably hang out in the press tent and send it off from here. That is, if I can figure out how to lean hard into Christmas." She winced, dragging her teeth along her bottom lip. Cozy and snowcross are a conundrum.
"I have faith. You have a way of making everything pretty cozy."
Matt's tone held a touch of what sounded like longing.
"It's cool. I think it might just be me and Lucinda anyway, which is fine because we have a bunch of work stuff to go over.
Meg was suddenly acutely aware of her body. It was like Matt was a human magnet, pulling her straight toward him. She fumbled with her gear, packing it away and trying to recenter. You mentioned earlier that you're not sure if Blazin is your future. What else would you want to do? His cheeks turned even redder, splotching with color as he gave her a sheepish shrug. You'll laugh. I'd never laugh, she said seriously. Tell me. He patted his face and shook his head. It's so cliché. Matt, come on. What? I want to start a podcast. A podcast? Meg scrunched her face. Why would she laugh at that? What's the big deal? You would be great at podcasting. Matt chuckled. Some of the redness retreated. It's not that easy. You know, the golden handcuffs and all. But I think I've saved enough to be able to get by for at least a year. Maybe more. Meg was intrigued now. Give me your elevator pitch. What's the pod about? Matt took in a small sip of air and nodded like he had already rehearsed it in his head. I've never told anyone this, okay? Okay. I'm not going to laugh. I promise. She made an X over her heart and raised a hand in an oath. I'm seriously addicted to podcasts. I think it's a brilliant idea. You don't even know what it is yet, he retorted with a playful scowl. But it's you, so it has to be great. Her fingers were starting to go numb, but she didn't care. Matt hadn't shared this with anyone yet? Not even Lucinda? A familiar stutter returned to her heartbeat. Did that mean something? Thanks for the vote of confidence. His grin made his face light up. I want to get back to my tech roots. There's so much misinformation these days, especially around media and AI and how we consume technology. It's not all doom and gloom. His eyes grew even brighter as he leaned in. The podcast would focus on the good, how to use tech as a tool, not to fear it. Each episode would dive into a specific topic, like how AI can help an artist push through creative blocks or how to identify and spot a deepfake. I want to include interviews with experts and give listeners real tools they can use in their everyday lives. That sounds amazing. Perfect for you. Yeah, you know me. He laughed. I probably have 10,000 bookmarks saved for articles I want to explore. The podcast would give me a place to share everything I learn when I'm deep down a rabbit hole. Do it. Meg punched him in the shoulder. Seriously, what are you waiting for? He sighed, blowing a puff of cold air from his lips. I don't know. It's a risk. But doing nothing is also a risk, yeah? Something shifted. She could see his face fall slightly. True. He pointed to the riders who were gathering near the press tent. I should let you go. I'll see you tonight, though. Meg plastered on a bright smile. Okay, can't wait to see your forest formal. Oh, it will be forest and formal. He started to move away, but stopped and held up a finger. And if you use snow-crossed lovers in your feature, I want credit. Deal. Meg's mouth curled into a smile. Hey, one more thing. He reached into his parka and removed a letter and a small box wrapped in craft paper and tied with a gingham ribbon. This box is from me. It's something I saw and knew it was meant for you. Open it later. Okay, thanks. Meg took the package, feeling another swell of jitters. You didn't need to get me a gift. I know. He shrugged, giving her a coy smile. I was at a Christmas market, and the minute I spotted it, I just knew it was intended for you. He held out the letter gently, like it might explode. I wasn't sure how much time we'd have, so I thought maybe it would be easier if you just read this. I've been wanting to write to you for a while, but haven't been able to work up the courage to. He said carefully, bending slightly to watch her reaction. You don't have to take it. She stared at it, momentarily paralyzed. The warm and fuzzy feeling evaporated. You really don't have to take it, he repeated, sounding like he wished he had never mentioned it. No, it's okay. She snatched it from him and tucked it in her pack. She had a good guess what the letter contained. His reason for proposing to Lucinda. It would be just like Matt to need to explain why and how he'd moved on. "Do you want to talk?" She shook her head. "Okay, well, maybe later, yeah?" He studied her like she might explode too. "And no judgment, Megs. You can read it or burn it. It's totally your call. I'll see you tonight." He tossed his hand in a casual wave and walked away. For a split second, she had to fight the urge to run after him. 36. Joanna. Joanna waited with Meg in the press tent. She offered moral support as Meg expertly crafted a story and social assets to accompany the piece. Meg rarely needed direction. Her instincts were impeccable. Joanna reviewed the feature. The snow report was a perfect blend of extreme winter adventure meets charming, rustic cabin Christmas. Once again, Meg had managed to whittle down to the heart of the sport. "This is good, Meg. Really good." Joanna handed her the laptop and gave her a double thumbs up. "No notes. Send it." Joanna knew Meg was scared to venture out on her own and freelance. It was understandable. These were tenuous times for any writer, and carving out a path as a freelancer came with inherent risks, but Meg was a rare talent. Joanna felt like a mama bird. She needed to nudge, or maybe fling, Meg out of the nest. If she didn't do it soon, she never would. The powers that be didn't deserve either of their skills or dedication to the craft. Maybe Joanna needed to leap out of the nest too. "How was it?" she asked on the drive back to the lodge, happy for the heat blasting from the vents and to be out of the cold. "You and Matt seem pretty chummy out there on the slope." "Chummy?" Meg stuck out her tongue. "What, are you an old lady who sips tea and eats afternoon crumpets now?" Joanna pretended to be injured. "Apologies for meeting you where you're at with your own vocabulary, Mary Margaret Reed." Joanna snapped her fingers twice. "Now stop deflecting and tell me everything. I tried to make myself scarce to give you two some space to catch up." "While I was on assignment." A touch of exasperation crept into Meg's tone. "It's not your fault, but it's hard to catch up with snowmobiles speeding by at 60 miles an hour, burying me in snow." Meg tugged off her pink hat. Her damp hair was plastered to her head, and her cheeks were flushed with color. "Look at me. I'm a sweaty, gross, wet mess. I kept picturing what Lucinda would look like covering the race. Why is it that women like her can look like they've just spent a day at the spa when I looked like a drowned rat?" "Stop," Joanna scolded. "From what I could see, Matt didn't seem to mind. He only had eyes for you." "Huh, hardly. Plus, he told me Lucinda's dad is making a big announcement at the party tonight. You know what that means." She flicked her hand and tapped her ring finger. "Engagement. It's happening tonight, trust me. Or probably it's already happened and they're going to make it official at the party." "Hold up. We don't even know that they are engaged." Joanna was used to her friend jumping to the worst-case scenario immediately. Meg was an odd mix. A walking contradiction. Fiercely positive and unyieldingly optimistic. She went after her dreams. Hard. Meg could manifest like no one's business. Yet, on the other hand, she tended to leap to the worst possible outcome at a moment's notice. She could be riddled with crippling anxiety out of nowhere and prone to bouts of self-doubt. Given her past with her dad, Joanna couldn't blame her. "They probably are," Meg replied with a touch of melancholy. "I bet he did something sweet and romantic, just the two of them, and they're saving the big announcement for tonight." "But you said he was going to propose last night, and I have to tell you, Meg, my gut says he's having second thoughts. They've barely spent more than a few minutes with each other. Matt seems hyper-focused on you. He didn't say anything about Lucinda. For a guy who recently proposed, or is planning to, that's weird, don't you think?" "No." Meg ran her fingers through her damp hair with exaggerated force, like she was trying to fluff it back to life. "That's why I'm saying it's probably going to be announced tonight." She sighed and stared out the window. Let's change the subject. Any more news from Connor? Joanna bristled at the mention of his name.
Nope, nothing,
she lied. Connor texted about an hour ago to tell her he had landed and was on his way to the lodge. God, it's seriously romantic. I want someone to fly across the country to surprise me.
Someone who went after your job?
Joanna countered. She wondered if this was the time to be the bearer of bad news and tell Meg the truth. But Meg had enough on her plate. It could wait. Meg tipped her head from one side to the other. True, fair point. But you're at least going to hear his side of the story, aren't you? You have to give him a chance. Maybe there's an explanation.
Take those words right back out of your pink little lips. Nothing justifies his actions. Nothing.
Got it? Joanna gasped and punched Meg gently in the arm. Then she pretended to use her hand like a mirror.
Does someone want to take their own advice? Projecting much?
Meg bit her lip and gave Joanna a sheepish grin. You got me there, but at least hear him out. I like Connor. I like Connor for you. I can't believe I didn't put it together sooner, but the two of you are sort of perfect for each other. Joanna shook her head as the rugged, snowy landscape zoomed past them.
Kinda like you and Matt?
Ouch. Meg wrinkled her face and clenched her teeth. You got me. I'll drop it. They shifted the conversation to talk of the party for the remainder of the drive. When the car pulled into the resort, Joanna couldn't control the rapid beat of her heart or the rehearsed words in her head. She needed to confront Connor once and for all and send him back home immediately. 37. Jill.
Pregnant? You're pregnant?
Owen's face went ghostly white. He paced in front of the fireplace, throwing his hand to his chest and shaking his head.
Wait, pregnant?
Jill nodded timidly. This was bad. He was upset. She shouldn't be surprised, but a part of her had hoped, probably foolishly, that maybe, just maybe, he'd be happy about a baby and starting a family together.
How?
He asked. Well, I think you know how. Do I need to spell it out for you? She clutched a pillow, placing it protectively over her stomach and hugging it tight like it might be able to shield her from what was about to come. He let out a single, stunned laugh. Then he shook his head again like he was confused about the mechanics of her pregnancy and still processing.
I mean, how long have you known? When? Why didn't you tell me?
Only a week. I took a test shortly before we left, and I've been waiting for the right time to tell you. But then we were busy packing for the trip and seeing Meg and Matt, and I guess I just couldn't find the moment.
A week?
The hurt in his voice made Jill wince.
This is why you want to move to San Francisco and give up van life?
Realization dawned on his face like a light switch being flipped on. Partially, Jill admitted with a nod. But I've been thinking about it for a while now. It's not only because of the baby.
The baby.
The words fell out of Owen's lips softly, like he didn't want to believe them, or wouldn't believe them.
The baby.
Jill blinked back tears, watching a million emotions pass across Owen's face like a moving movie screen.
The baby,
he repeated softly. His voice was so low it was almost a whisper.
A baby.
She nodded, squeezing the pillow tighter and wishing for any reaction different than this. She could have even handled it if he had gotten angry or upset. Not that that was in his nature, but this was so muted, apathetic, like he didn't even care. She thought back to the night they'd conceived. They'd gone out for a glass of Prosecco after Jill's art show and ended up drinking an entire bottle, laughing and dancing on the rooftop of an Italian garden until 2 a.m. under a full moon. When they'd stumbled back to the van, wrapped all over each other, Jill had felt deliciously happy. Owen sang her Irish love songs as they kissed under the moonlight. The kiss turned into something stronger, more powerful, pulling them together. It had been a beautiful night tangled together under the sheets and a sky full of stars. A baby. You're having a baby. Owen said again, like he was trying to come to terms with the idea. Technically, we're having a baby, Jill replied, staring at him for any sign of emotion. What was he thinking? Why was he saying so little? This reaction was distinctly not Owen. The man was never at a loss for words. Yes, we're having a baby. He shut his eyes and nodded. Are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? Jill searched his face for any clues. Was he furious? Excited? And then, before she could say another word, he glanced at her, then raced for the door and grabbed his coat. I have to go. What? He mumbled something under his breath that she couldn't make out. Then he paused, his hand on the knob, with his back to her. I have to go. I need a minute. He might be back, but Jill could tell he was already gone for good. They'd been together for nearly a decade. One night had changed everything. 38. Meg. Meg decided to swing by the lodge for a snack instead of heading to her cabin. The morning had gone long, and she was suddenly famished. It was nearly 2, and since the party didn't start for hours, she had time to kill. There was also the issue of Matt's mysterious gift and the letter, which felt like it was burning a hole in her pocket. Should she burn it? Maybe. The lodge was bustling with families and couples enjoying the cozy Christmas atmosphere, warming up near the roaring fire with mugs of hot chocolate and sugar cookies fresh from the oven. A group of carolers dressed in Victorian costumes gathered near the large arched windows, harmonizing vintage songs. Meg headed for the bar and found a secluded spot with a gorgeous view of the snowy landscape. She ordered a bowl of chicken corn chowder and a beer and retrieved the festive package from her bag. The words, "To Megs, Merry Christmas," were written in red and green Sharpie on the craft paper. She untied the bow and used the edge of a knife to peel back the tape on the box from Matt. He had obviously wrapped it himself. The folds were precise and neat, as seamless as the work of a Hollywood plastic surgeon. She set the paper and bow to the side and opened the box. Her jaw went slack when she looked inside. It was a Christmas ornament, the most beautiful ornament she'd ever seen, and one with a meaning that sent her head spinning. Matt had given her a Christmas snowy owl. Its dainty features and soft, cream-downy feathers hung from a silver chain. She held it to the light, thinking of Gam. What had she said about the meaning of a snowy owl flying into your life? Wisdom, enlightenment, and a shift in perspective. How did Matt know? Or was it bigger than them? Got you, universe. Message received. Loud and clear. Meg gently tucked the ornament back in the box and drew in a long breath for courage. It couldn't get much clearer than this. Now was as good a time as any to rip off the Band-Aid and read his letter. The letter was smudged and smeared with blue ink. Words were crossed out like he'd taken a stab at what he wanted to say and then gone back and started all over again. Megs, let me start by saying I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I never pictured we'd end up like this, on opposite sides of the country, not speaking. I hate not being a part of your life. I hate not knowing what you're up to, how you're feeling, and getting to hang out with you. Watching you on the screen feels flat, like I'm only seeing a tiny part of you, the part you let everyone see. It used to be me. I used to be the one who got to see every part of you, flaws and all. Man, I miss that. I miss you. Meg paused and gripped the letter so tightly between her fingers that she was afraid it might rip. I miss you too, Matt, she whispered, fighting back tears. I miss you too. 39. Joanna. A timid knock sounded on Joanna's door. Her heart kicked up a beat. Connor was here. She took her time answering, stopping to check her appearance in the mirror. She'd showered after her morning outing with Meg. The sage green sweater dress accented her curves in all the right places. Her hair fell in loose waves to her shoulders, tied back on one side with a silver barrette and a sprig of holly. Her cheeks shimmered with an iridescent powder and matching eyeshadow. The effect was simple, but made a statement. She looked good, sexy, powerful, strong. Take that, Connor. Eat your heart out. She swept to the door, holding her stomach in place with one hand and forcing her face into a calm and composed glower. Connor stood on the porch with a bag slung over one shoulder. Multiple bouquets of red roses obscured his face, and a box of expensive chocolate was tucked under his other arm. He looked like a lost boy searching for his house, or a kid going door to door selling candy for a school fundraiser. "What the hell are you doing here? This is absolutely absurd," Joanna said, not giving him a chance to be the first to speak. She needed to make it crystal clear who had the upper hand here. Her.
"Come on, don't start like this. Can I come in?"
He motioned to the crack in the door with his head.
"I flew to Oregon for you. Can we at least talk, Joe?"
"Don't use that nickname with me. And for the record, I didn't ask you to fly to Bend. You did that all on your own. Without my knowledge, by the way."
"Take these. You said every flower on the planet. I couldn't quite do that, but I bought out the local florist."
He thrust the flowers and chocolate at her.
"It's your favorite. Dark chocolate and orange."
"You stole my promotion from right under me, and you think some roses and a box of chocolates are going to fix it?"
"I didn't steal your job,"
Connor said, with more than a hint of exasperation.
"You're so damn stubborn sometimes, Joanna. Just let me in. Come on. Otherwise, I'm going to beg."
He started to lower himself on a knee, nearly dropping the flowers and chocolate in the process. "Oh my God, do not!" Joanna hissed, yanking him up and dragging him inside. "You have 5 minutes, but you're not staying. I don't know why you brought a bag."
"Call me an optimist."
He flashed her a hopeful smile before he stepped inside. He glanced around.
"Oh, this is cute. Very cabinish."
"Cabinish?" She shot back, closing the door behind them. "You're the guy, the wordsmith, who's going to run my department? Great. Insult to injury."
"Oof, brutal,"
he said, still smiling.
"But fair."
"I'll say." She moved to the living room with a purpose.
"Okay, first of all, you can add ish to anything these days without getting an infraction from the grammar police,"
Connor said, adjusting the flowers.
"It's perfectly acceptable. And for the 100th time, I am not running your department."
"Oh, right. Sorry. My bad." Joanna patted her chest twice and glared at him. "You're taking over the entire operation."
"Joanna, come on. Don't be like that."
Connor trailed at her heels and surveyed the cozy space.
"Where should I put these?"
"There." She pointed to the coffee table. "Anywhere. Doesn't matter. I'm going to trash them anyway." Connor carefully rested the flowers and chocolate on the coffee table. Then he propped himself on the edge of the couch and pressed his hands together, giving her his best puppy dog stare.
"Can we please talk about this?"
"What do you want to say? You interviewed for a job you knew I'd been preparing for weeks, years, honestly, without bothering to tell me. You went behind my back and interviewed for the job I've been working my ass off for, landed said job, and now for all intents and purposes, you're my boss." She threw her arms across her chest. "How did I do? Does that pretty much sum it up?"
"Yes, but no."
"There's no such thing as a yes, but no," she snapped. "Need I remind you of the rules of English grammar again?"
"Yes, you nailed the summary of our situation,"
he said calmly.
"But no, that's not how everything went down. I didn't apply for the job."
"Oh, sorry. Forgive me. You got me there. So you got handed the job without jumping through dozens of hoops, perfecting your pitch, without the months of playing office politics like me. And now you're upset because I'm mad and not going to slip back into bed with you? Is that more accurate?
Sleeping with you would be a major HR violation if I were your boss.
He narrowed his eyes seductively, running them from Joanna's head and letting them linger on her chest for a moment. Exactly. Joanna's voice turned cold. You just proved my point. This is why there's nothing more for us to discuss. She stepped back, giving him a hard stare. It's a shame you wasted your hard-earned promotion cash and a full day flying all the way across the country for what? One more ego trip? Connor flinched. Then he exhaled slowly and stood up.
No, you still don't get it.
His voice was solid and controlled now.
I turned it down, Joe. I'm not taking it. I never was.
Her breath caught.
I'm not going to be your boss because I didn't take the goddamn job.
Connor flung his hands in frustration as he spoke. Then he paused and took a slow breath, meeting her eyes.
I said no, Joe. I told them no. I don't want the job. I want you.
40. Meg. Meg sipped the hoppy Christmas beer, tasting a hint of chocolate and cranberry, and stirred the hearty corn chowder before returning her attention back to the letter.
I'm sorry for letting you leave that day. I'm sorry I didn't chase after you. I should have. If anyone should have left their job, it was me, but I was scared, Meg. You've always been the brave one. Jill and I talk about it all the time. We wish we could be as fearless as you.
Fearless? Huh. Meg didn't have enough fingers to count everything she was terrified of. Spiders, snakes, heights, skydiving, skiing, deep, open water, sharks. The list was endless. He thinks I'm fearless? She read on.
I could have been the one to do something different, but instead, I chose my career over love, over you. It wasn't fair. And seeing you again, hell, even thinking about seeing you again has made me realize what I gave up. I've buried myself in my work and practically married myself to Blazin. Why? For what? What do I have to show? You're out there traipsing around the world, living your dream, and I'm too scared to take a single step. She stared at the paper, trembling in her hands. Matt's writing was just like she remembered. Broad, bold brushstrokes on the page, written with urgency, like he couldn't contain the words within his body and had to race to get them out. It was the way she felt when she was on a story. Where was he going with this? I'm filled with regret, Meg. I wish I'd been braver. I understand why you cut me off. I get it. You needed to.
Meg rested the letter on the table. It was like he was in her head. How had he captured everything she had felt in the last year so concisely? Except the reverse. Everything he was saying was true for her, too. Why had she cut him off? Why hadn't she followed her heart? A tingly sensation spread from the base of her neck to the tips of her fingers as she took another long, slow sip of the beer for courage.
When I read the New York Times piece, it all became so much clearer. It was gutting, painful, brilliant. It's not fair of me to say I'm proud of you, but I hope you're proud of yourself and your many accomplishments. It takes real bravery to bare your soul to strangers like that. It showed me how much you've grown, how much insight you have into yourself, and how you're carving out a path that is entirely yours. You're not writing in the shadow of your dad and the lore of Charlie Reed anymore. You've made your history your own, and I'm wildly jealous. I can't say the same thing about me. I'm stuck in a job that pays well, but doesn't fuel my soul.
Meg shook her head, brushing away a stinging tear and flipping over the page to reveal one last paragraph.
What I want you to know more than anything is that you are an inspiration, Meg Reed. You used to talk about the creative curse. Well, I don't see anything you do or touch as a curse. You are on an entirely different and unique path, and I'm so sorry that I missed my chance to be part of your future.
41. Jill. You're leaving? Now? Jill called after Owen, but he was already out the door. She crumpled into a ball and collapsed onto the couch. That couldn't have gone worse. Her body quaked in violent shivers as she watched embers spark in the fireplace, dancing up the chimney like little fireflies. Owen was out. That much was clear. She rocked in the fetal position, squeezing the pillow to her chest and willing herself to keep breathing. She had to think about the baby. On the plane, she'd read dozens of articles. One in particular stuck with her, about how maternal mental health could have profound effects on the fetus. Great. She couldn't even afford the luxury of falling apart. Owen's out, and now it's on you. She sucked in a deep breath and sat up. The cozy cottage lost its charm as reality sank in that she was going to be a single mother. But she wanted this baby. She was ready, even if it meant doing it alone. Plenty of successful women had raised children independently. Her favorite writer and poet, Maya Angelou, came to mind. Jill had the support of her parents, her friends, Meg. Meg. You have to tell Meg. She tossed the pillow to the side. She needed Meg. Meg's spunky, can-do attitude was exactly what this unfortunate circumstance called for. The timing was terrible, but at least her best friend was here. Jill pushed the grate in front of the fire, grabbed her coat, and trudged outside into the storm to find Meg. On the short walk to Meg's cabin, she practiced what to say. Meg, I have some news. Nope, too ominous. Meg, I'm preggers. No, too direct. Meg, how do you feel about being an auntie? Yep, that'll do. To the point and positive. Jill knocked softly on the door, summoning the last glimmer of courage. She needed Meg to be excited. Someone had to be. A baby was good news. This should be a cause for celebration. Meg would do backflips at the thought of being a doting aunt to this baby. She rubbed her belly and knocked again. Meg opened the door, looking bleary-eyed. Her face was splotchy, and her eyes were puffy and bloodshot. She'd obviously been crying. Hey, she muttered, rubbing the side of her eye with her thumb. What's wrong? Jill momentarily forgot her own problems. Matt. Meg's voice quivered as she pointed to the living room. He gave me a letter, and damn, it's a heartbreaker. Oh, Meg. Jill reached out and wrapped her friend in a hug. Meg fell into her arms, sobbing. I'm an idiot, Meg sniffed, releasing her and wiping her nose with the back of her hand. Why has it taken me this long? Jill squeezed her hand. Maybe because you weren't ready. You sound like Gam. Meg cracked into a half smile briefly. It's a good letter. He took responsibility for everything. And honestly, the thing that finally broke me was that he told me I'm an inspiration. But basically, it's too late for us. You are an inspiration, Jill interrupted. I don't think so. I have this gap, you know? Like, there has always been a piece of me that's terrified I will end up like my dad, completely obsessed, willing to throw away everything I love for the sake of a story. I think that's why I've been closed off. It's why I've kept Matt at arm's length. And probably why I've stayed at ESPN for far too long. It was like seeing that on the page suddenly made me hyper-aware of how I've intentionally told myself I'm small and ignored the things that made me strong. You've never been small, Jill countered, feeling protective of Meg. You've accomplished so much. ESPN is not a small job, Meg. And the New York Times piece. Right, but I want even more. I want so much more. And I don't know how to explain it, but it's almost like I knew at some level that I was terrified, but I couldn't put it into words until this moment. I think there's an illness with my dad. More than an obsession. It's a mental health issue. And I've basically convinced myself that because I inherited my creativity from him, I was destined to follow in his footsteps. Jill nodded, staving off another shiver as a piercing wind cut through every layer of her down jacket. I get it. I hear what you're saying. Also, can I come in? I'm freezing. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm blubbering on and you're standing out in the cold. Yeah, get in here. Meg grinned and stepped to the side, making room for Jill. She motioned to the kitchen. Do you want something to warm you up? A hot toddy? Spiked hot chocolate? Lucinda outfitted my kitchen with everything imaginable. I have to give her credit for being the ultimate hostess. A tea would be nice, Jill said, wondering if she should leave it for now. Tea it is. Meg gestured to the living room. Go warm up by the fire. One hot tea coming right up. Sorry to unload on you, by the way. No, that's why I'm here. Jill felt herself losing steam. Was this a sign from the universe? Meg returned with a steaming mug of tea shortly. She patted the seat next to her on the couch and placed the tea on the coffee table. Where's Owen? Jill's throat swelled shut. She forced a hard swallow, not able to meet Meg's gaze. What? What is it? Meg sat forward and squeezed Jill's knee. Jill stared at the hardwood floor, not trusting herself to speak. She needed Meg's support. It was now or never. She gulped a deep breath and let the words rush out. He left. He's gone. Gone? What? Why? Meg shook her head. I don't get it. He's super into you. Why would he leave? He's not super into me, Jill said, realizing that was the ugly truth. If Owen really loved her and cared for her, he would have stayed. He would have at least listened to her about her parents in San Francisco. He would have wanted this baby. Her hand instinctively went to her stomach. He's gone. Wait, sorry, Jill, what's going on? I don't get it. You and Owen are the ultimate couple, like seriously couple goals. He absolutely adores you. I can see it every time we're together. In fact, I'm always slightly jealous. I want someone who looks at me the way Owen looks at you. This must be a misunderstanding. It's not. Jill shook her head with more force than she intended. He's gone. He took off. But why? Meg sounded as confused as she felt. Just say it. Say it. She released a long breath and met Meg's wide eyes. Because I'm pregnant. 42. Joanna. Connor pleaded with Joanna, pacing in front of the fireplace and dragging his hands through his hair. Would you stop being so stubborn for like 5 seconds and listen to me? What is there to listen to? She grabbed her phone from the coffee table, ignoring the pile of gorgeous flowers. Connor had picked her favorites. Deep burgundy roses and cream lilies mixed with greenery and sprigs of rosemary. He must have been serious about buying out the stock because there had to be at least 100 stems, enough to open her own flower cart. She wanted to believe him. If he had really given up a job for her, for love, Meg would lose her mind. But the evidence was stacked against him. She had tangible proof he was lying. She scrolled through her email until she found the announcement. Read it for yourself. It's all right here. Connor Howard to lead new ESPN Personalities Division. Connor moved close to her, close enough to smell his aftershave and feel the heat pulsing off his rock-hard body. Don't go there, Joanna. He's lying. She tossed him the phone and ducked away from him, curling up on the opposite side of the couch, as far away from him as possible. He scanned the email. Yeah, I saw this. He shook his head and handed her back the phone. It's not true, Joe. So HR is just blasting out random emails now, announcing your promotion, sending out company-wide congratulations just for kicks. She scoffed.
How stupid do you think I am? No, it's not like that.
He ran his hands through his hair, making it look tousled and sexy like it did first thing in the morning after a long night in bed.
Yes, they offered me the position.
Offered it to you? She blew out a breath. You went behind my back and interviewed without even telling me. I'm not even mad you took the job. Well, yeah, actually, I'm pissed about that too, because you're part of the boys' club. But I'm furious that you didn't have the nerve to at least tell me you were going after the role. You owed me that much.
I know, I did, but it wasn't like that, I swear.
He massaged his temples and shook his head.
Look, I did an interview, and I should have told you about it, but it wasn't for the same job. At least, not when I first went in. What job were you interviewing for?
Joanna didn't believe a single word coming out of his mouth. It was semantics and lip service. He was trying to save face for one reason and one reason alone. Himself. He couldn't handle having anyone upset with him. Connor loved being the golden boy, the guy everyone on staff adored. She was ruining his brand image. He wasn't here because he was in love with her or serious about trying to win her back. He was here solely for the PR spin. Well, good luck, babe, because she was not playing that game.
Well, technically the same role, but I didn't realize it at the time.
He stumbled over his words, backtracking into another lie. Connor, let's cut through the bullshit. You interviewed for a role you knew I was the key candidate for, a role I've been vying for the last year. You did so behind my back, and now you've been caught and are trying to smooth things over so I don't cause a scene back in New York. Guess what? It doesn't matter. There is literally nothing you can say that will make me believe you. You've shown your true colors. You used me. You got what you wanted, so enjoy and leave me out of it.
Joanna, I swear it wasn't like that.
He sounded desperate as he collapsed onto the side of the couch.
I'm telling you, they offered me the job and I said no.
How do you explain this email? She tapped her phone screen and glared at him. He had some nerve gaslighting her like this.
They didn't want me to say no, okay?
He shrugged and ran his finger along his jawline like he was trying to release tension. What do you mean they didn't want you to say no? He pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes.
There's more to the story that you don't know, okay? Can we just leave it at that?
No, we can't leave it at that. It took every ounce of self-control not to drag him out of the cabin and kick him to the curb. They were spinning in a ridiculous circle of lies and mistruths. You came all this way. You might as well tell me the whole story. He swallowed, letting his shoulders sag.
Okay. But you're not going to like this.
43. Meg. You're pregnant? Pregnant? Meg jumped to her feet and clasped her hands over her face. Oh my God, Jill, you're having a baby? She reached down and kissed her friend on the forehead and grabbed both her hands, kneeling next to her. This is amazing. Tell me everything. How are you feeling? How far along are you? Holy shit, you're having a baby? A baby? Meg squeezed Jill's hand so tightly she thought she might explode with happiness. This is the best news ever! Jill's eyes welled with tears as she returned Meg's grasp. Thank you. I really needed that reaction. What reaction? This? Meg released her and proceeded to do a little dance in front of the fireplace, making up a little tune and singing terribly off-key. You're having a baby! She rocked from side to side, unable to contain herself. Her best friend was going to be a mom! This was the most unexpected news yet. Jill hadn't even so much as hinted about being pregnant. But then again, Meg had been too self-consumed. God, I'm such an idiot, she thought, as she sat down again and looked at her mug of tea. Jill had tea last night, too. How many other signs had she missed? Emotion welled up inside. spilling out in happy tears. She fanned her face. Come on, out with it. I need every detail. Every detail? A slight blush crept up Jill's cheeks as she picked up her tea and cradled it in her hands. It wasn't planned. It just happened one night. Too much Prosecco and a sky of stars. It was so romantic. Her voice caught. But now, I don't know, everything just sort of fell apart. It's my fault. Owen had a rough childhood. I've told you some of it, and he's terrified of being a dysfunctional dad. He was nothing but clear from the day we met that he didn't want a traditional life. Define traditional. Meg scrunched her forehead, trying to get a read on her friend. She couldn't imagine Owen bolting, or not being over the moon that Jill was pregnant. My parents offered us a place in San Francisco when they learned that the School of Art offered me the job. They don't know about the baby yet, but I've been feeling restless for a while. She paused to take a sip of her tea. I'm ready to come home and put down some roots. I knew Owen wouldn't be happy about the idea. Things are complicated with my folks. You know what they're like. Meg nodded, her gaze briefly drifting to the window where snow fell softly outside, blanketing everything in a soft white. The fireplace crackled, casting shadows on the hearth, but Meg's mind was somewhere else. She hadn't meant to dominate the conversation with her own baggage. Jill had her own family issues. Meg knew that, and yet she'd been spiraling about Pops again, like everyone and everything in the world revolved around her grief and drama. It wasn't fair. Meg had done enough work on herself over the last few years to know better. Jill always showed up for her. She would do the same. She glanced back to her friend, a wave of guilt and affection rising in her throat. I've been waiting for the right time to bring it up, and then I found out I was pregnant before this trip. Jill set the tea down and clasped her hands on her lap. I finally worked up the courage to tell him this afternoon, and he took off. He didn't even freak out. It was like he went totally neutral and detached, like he was having an out-of-body experience or something. He just left? Meg couldn't reconcile the interaction she'd witnessed between Jill and Owen. He didn't say anything? Not really, Jill said quietly, like she didn't quite believe it either. He just said he had to go, and he bolted. He was already upset because I brought up the idea of moving to San Francisco last night. I guess it was just too much at once. I don't know, Jill. I'm not trying to defend Owen, and let me just say that I have your back like 1,000%. But that doesn't sound like him. Even if he's scared about being a dad, he's absolutely in love with you. There must be another explanation. What? Jill narrowed her eyes. Trust me, I want to believe that too. But if your partner of 7 years told you she was pregnant, would your first reaction be to bolt? No. Meg shook her head. She couldn't argue with that. No, you're right. It wouldn't. I've already made up my mind. I'm going to take my parents up on their offer of the loft. I can convert it into a work-life space with a studio for my art. It's kind of the perfect setup, minus not seeing myself as a single parent. Meg picked up on the sadness and fear in Jill's tone. She sat down again and rested her hand on Jill's knee. Listen to me. You're not doing this alone. I am here for you and the baby. Hey, who knows? Maybe it's time for me to make a big move too. San Francisco could be a good place to land. Finally write my novel and dote on you and little Jilly, she teased, hoping to lighten the mood a little. We don't know if it's a girl or not. Little Jack? Meg bit her lip and shot Jill a grin. Jack and Jill could be cute, yeah? Nope, hard pass. Jill chuckled, a slight hint of color returning to her cheeks. Okay, but seriously, I'm all in for anything you need. She closed her eyes and centered her hands on her chest the way Gam had taught her, calling in the energy. You're going to make the most amazing mom. Can you imagine the art projects and how much fun this baby is going to have? I'm already thinking pink baby clothes, if it's a girl, and the adorable tiny shoes. Jill's face lightened a bit. Meg was determined to support her friend and find out why Owen had freaked out. She didn't say more to Jill, but she was confident he had to have a good excuse. 44. Joanna. Connor paced the living room, his boots scuffing the hardwood floors and sliding on the thick rug. Snow fell in heavy clumps out of the bay window overlooking the grounds, which were blanketed in inches of new snow. It should have felt peaceful and idyllic, the ultimate romantic Christmas getaway. But instead, it felt like a blizzard of tension was swirling between them. Joanna glanced at the clock. Matt's birthday party was starting in an hour. They weren't getting anywhere. They were going round and round in endless circles. She needed to finish this once and for all with Connor and move on. "I don't get it. Why are you acting like this?" she snapped. "You're obviously scared to come clean. The only thing I can come up with is that I already know the truth, and you're scrambling to create an alternate reality that paints you in a better light. You know how bad this looks. You always have to be the good guy, don't you? That's your thing. Play the hero on TV and in real life." Connor stopped pacing. His shoulders sagged like a deflated balloon. "No, that's not it. I just don't want to have to be the person to tell you the truth, Joanna." His voice was thick with emotion and tenderness. He sank into the rocking chair next to the fireplace and pulled out his phone. He stared at the screen for a minute, like it had the answers, but he couldn't say them out loud. "I wish I wasn't part of this," he said with a small gulp. "It sucks." "Try having the guy you've been hooking up with steal your promotion," she said. That hit hard. He winced, like she'd injured him. "Good." "We're more than a hookup, aren't we?" he asked, his voice cracking. Her heart sped up, but she didn't flinch. "I have a party to get to." She pointed to the clock. "I don't have time for your games." "This isn't a game." He blew out a long breath, making the strands of his hair fly up. "I did go in for an interview, but it was supposed to be for head newscaster. The interview went well. I thought I had a decent shot at the job, and then they called me back in for a second round. I didn't think much about it because I knew there were at least 3 other anchors vying for the position. But when I went in for the follow-up interview, they threw me a curveball. You've heard the rumors about restarting. They're all true. They offered me your job." "My current job?" Connor pursed his lips and sighed. "No. Well, yeah, sort of." Joanna could feel her blood boiling. Why was he dragging this out? "They're letting you go, Joe." His voice was barely audible as he ran his tongue over his lips and glanced at her from the side of his eye. "What?" Her heart thudded against her chest. He had to be lying. Letting her go? Why? "It's the worst. They have no idea about our connection." "Connection? Huh!" "They're doing a massive restructuring and letting about half the current staff go. They're rolling out AI-enhanced storytelling and reporting and cutting the entire extreme sports department. They're moving away from human interest pieces and fluff, as they called it." "You can't be serious." "I'm deadly serious, Joe." He used his pet name for her again, looking at her with those eyes that made their female, and some of their male, viewership go weak in the knees. "Your current role and the new position are being combined. Same for a few other VPs. They want to cut middle management, and then they're planning to fire a big chunk of the reporting staff. That's all moving to an AI model. They think the algorithms can better predict sports trends and gather data on stats. It's a major shift." Joanna's throat felt dry. She forced her face to remain neutral as she poured herself a glass of water and tried to process what Connor was saying. "So not only are you taking my dream job, but you're also forcing me out of my current role?" "No, that's why I'm here. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I didn't just turn them down, Joe. I quit. I walked out. I'm done. If they're cutting you, they're losing me, too.
45. Meg. Meg and Jill spent the next hour chatting about babies. Names, maternity attire, books, and everything in between. Jill seemed calmer and more present, as Gam would say, when she left to get ready for the party. Meg wrapped her in the tightest hug and whispered, "You've got this, and I will be by your side for every step." "Thanks." Jill kissed her cheek. "You're the best. See you at the party." Meg's thoughts went wild while she showered and changed. Matt's letter proved once and for all that they were star-crossed lovers. It was too late. He was with Lucinda now. Regret couldn't change their fate now. She had to let him go. She ignored the crushing in her chest and focused on getting ready. She opted for a simple A-line black and green plaid dress with a flared skirt. She curled her hair in funky waves and added extra lip gloss and a shimmery green eyeshadow. A loud bang on her door startled her as she tugged on thick-ribbed black tights. She opened it to find Owen on her doorstep, flushed, snowflakes melting in his hair, and a look of utter desperation and determination on his rugged face.
"Meg, I need your help."
"Yeah? Well, I need some answers." She scowled, not ready to trust him. A cold breeze sent a shiver down her spine as she glared at him. "You take off, leaving Jill hanging, vanishing without a word, and now you show up like nothing happened? I'm not impressed, Owen. Not at all."
"Look, I know it seems bad that I took off, but I swear I'm not bailing. I have a plan."
He held up a cream envelope with Jill's name written in brown calligraphy.
"I've been trying to plant clues for weeks, months. She's not picking up on them, and I really need your help."
"Clues?" Meg asked.
He nodded. "I just need you to give her this, before the party. Tell her to look closely at the Christmas letters. There's a message hidden in them."
Christmas letters? Meg was having a hard time tracking. What kind of message?
"You'll see. You're the one who's always cracking puzzles, right?"
He gave her a faint, coy smile.
"Just help her look. Please?"
"Crack the code? I don't understand."
"Just give her the letter and make sure she gets to the party, okay?"
Owen thrust the letter in her hands and turned around, already taking a step off the porch.
"I'll see you there."
Meg stared at the letter as he ran off into the fading light. The last hues of dusk bled across the purple sky. Glowing lanterns lit the pathway to the lodge, their warm light dancing off the icy ground like fireflies. Smoke drifted lazily from the lodge in the distance, curling and vanishing in the air. Every cabin was dusted in a fluffy layer of freshly fallen snow. It looked like something out of a storybook. But the letter in her hand tugged her back to reality. Something was happening. Something big. Meg hurried back inside, finished getting ready, and headed straight for Jill's cabin with the letter tucked safely underneath her arm. At the cabin, Jill greeted her, looking more like her old self. She had showered and changed. Her hair was glossy and tied in a high ponytail, accenting her strong jawline. She wore an emerald green knee-length dress and dangling green earrings. "Hey, we fit the brief for Forest Formal, don't we?" Jill asked, taking a little twirl. "You look great. You're practically glowing." Meg winked. "I wonder why." Jill rolled her eyes. "Have you seen Owen?" Meg asked, glancing around the cabin, half expecting him to be camped out on the couch. A flicker of sadness washed over Jill. "Nope, not a word." Meg pulled the envelope out and held it for Jill to see. "He stopped by my cabin and asked me to give you this." "What is it?" Jill stepped back like she was afraid to touch it. "Is he breaking up with me by letter?" "No, I don't think so. He told me to help you decipher your Christmas letters." "I don't know what his deal is with the damn Christmas letters. He hasn't been able to shut up about them since you mentioned that maybe there was a story there." What the hell does he mean by deciphering? What is there to decipher? Meg made a face and shrugged. No clue. Do you have the letters? These are the ones he's written to you every Christmas, right? Jill's face softened a touch. Yeah, he leaves them in my stocking with candy. Do you have them with you? Yeah, they're in my art journal. He insisted I bring them because of you. Jill glanced toward the bedroom. But why? I don't know, but go get them. Meg waved her arms. He said they contain clues. Clues? Jill scowled. I don't think so. Just go get them. Meg made herself comfortable in the living room, keeping a hand on Owen's newest letter. Jill returned shortly with her sketchbook. She opened it to reveal 6 letters, all in the same cream envelopes and with the same brown calligraphy. I didn't realize Owen was a calligrapher, Meg said, passing the newest letter to Jill. He's a man of many talents, like bolting when he learns he's having a baby. Let's just take a look, Meg encouraged. Jill hesitated, then carefully peeled open the letter. Her eyes scanned the first line. Every day I wake up next to you and wonder. No, I can't. Jill turned the letter upside down on the coffee table as if it had burned her fingers. This is just cruel. Jill, I have a good feeling about this. Meg leaned in, careful not to push too hard. Owen didn't seem like a guy ready to leave you for good. He said he had a plan and was very specific about the letters. He said they contain a clue. There's no clue. Jill shook her head. They're just love notes. Sweet, sentimental stuff. A holiday tradition. We do them every year. It's our thing. But there's nothing more. Are you sure? Meg asked, scanning Jill's face. She wasn't convinced, and she wasn't going to let it go. Can I take a look at them? Jill didn't answer. Silently, she slid the envelopes across the table. Meg took them with quiet resolve, feeling like she was on the cusp of solving a mystery. She read the first letter, which was dated 7 years ago on Christmas Day. It began with, My sweet Jill. The M was bold, underlined with a little squiggle and surrounded by tiny snowflakes. The next letter read, Are you ready for your first Irish Christmas? Again, the A was underlined with the same hand-drawn snowflakes. Meg tore through the rest of the stack. Remember last Christmas? Sipping mulled wine and kissing under the mistletoe? Rembrandt once said, I can't paint the way they want me to paint, and they know that too. You are remarkable, beautiful, talented, and my only Christmas wish. Merry Christmas, as you say in America. She flipped over Owen's newest letter. Every day I wake up next to you and wonder what I possibly did to deserve this life. Jill! Oh my God, Jill, look at these! Meg forced the first letter into Jill's hand. Look at the first letter in the first word. Jill took the first letter. Yeah, what? Meg laid the letters on the table in sequential order. Jill, spell it out. Come on, spell it out. M-A-R-R-Y-M-E. Jill's eyes doubled in size as she scanned the letters and read it again. Marry me? They spell marry me? Meg's knee bounced with excitement. This is the most romantic gesture I've ever seen. She collapsed against the back of the couch and let her mouth hang open. Then she sat up and fanned her face with a letter. You realize Owen's been asking you to marry him for 7 years? 7 freaking years, Jill! Jill shook her head. No, it doesn't make sense. He doesn't want a traditional life. And how would he have planned this for so long? He must have known from day one that he was in love with you and intended to marry you. Jill read the letters again, circling the first letter with her finger as if they might magically vanish from the page. But he's been so upfront about not wanting a traditional life. You keep saying a traditional life, but what does that mean? Meg pressed. That could be interpreted a million different ways. Maybe he just means he doesn't want to work a traditional 9-to-5 office job, or wants to travel and carve out your own way of being in the world. It doesn't mean he's not madly in love with you, or anti-marriage. You think he's actually been planning a proposal for 7 years? Jill shook her head in disbelief. I think the proof is right here on the page. Meg clapped softly, unable to contain her delight. I could write an entire love story about these letters. We need to get to the party, because I have a feeling there might be more than one proposal tonight. One of them is going to be very hard to stomach, but I'm not about to sit on the sidelines and miss out on Owen taking a knee. 46. Joanna. You quit? Joanna searched Connor's face. He looked earnest and sincere as he bobbed his head. He quit? For her? She felt suddenly feverish. Was it hot in here? Just her?
Yeah, of course I quit. I don't have any interest in running an AI department of a bunch of sports bots. Are you kidding me? And I wasn't about to stick around and let them get rid of the best editor ESPN has ever seen. His voice turned husky as he held her gaze with unnervingly deep and prolonged eye contact. It was the kind of smoky, smoldering look he would give the camera when he signed off the broadcast. Damn, no wonder lovesick teenagers and little old grannies sent him boxes of cookies. She was almost tempted to scurry off to the kitchen and whip up a batch of gooey chocolate treats, even though she didn't bake. What about the email? She broke away from his unrelenting gaze, worried that if she didn't, she might not trust herself with what she would do next. They preemptively sent that out. He stood, cocking his head to the side like he knew he was starting to win her over. They assumed I would say yes. I think they're still in shock that I turned them down. You should have seen their faces when I walked out, Joe. It was awesome. Total mic drop moment. I should have filmed it. You turned down the job for me? Joanna was almost at a loss for words. Why would I want to work for a company that doesn't value their best people? He sat next to her, so close that their bodies touched, sending an ache of longing down her neck. I turned it down. Joe. He trailed his finger over her hand while keeping his eyes locked on her. I know you get freaked out by the lovey-dovey stuff. She burst out laughing. Lovey-dovey? No one says that, Connor, except for maybe the grannies who send you banana bread and fudge. What? You want me to call it like it is? Fine. He grinned. You're commitment-phobic and ridiculously independent to a fault. You might even say allergic to anything that resembles emotional vulnerability. She raised one eyebrow. Is this supposed to be winning me over? You're really killing it here, my guy. He tipped his head to the side in a challenge. It's already working, and you know it. Hardly, she scoffed. But internally, blood rushed to her head and her breath caught in her chest. How did he know her so well? And why couldn't she resist his touch? As I was saying, you're stubborn, bullheaded, and the most gorgeous, intelligent, funny woman I know. His finger traveled up her arm in soft, concentric circles. We have a good thing here, and I think it could be even better if you just give me a chance. A chance at what? She asked, breathlessly. At us. At love. Connor cupped his hands around her chin, caressing her jawline so tenderly that it took everything in Joanna not to close the distance between them. To give in to gravity. To give in to him. What I'm trying to tell you is that I'm in love with you, Joanna King. Connor continued with more resolve. And whether you want to admit it or not, I think you love me too. He was in love with her. Love? He'd walked away from his career and a huge promotion, hopped on a plane and flown across the country, and shown up at her cabin with flowers and chocolate. All for her? Her breath felt fluttery, unstable. She couldn't make sense of it. Was this a dream? I don't understand why you haven't figured it out by now. Connor's voice grew even softer. I've tried to show you how much you mean to me. I should have said it out loud a lot sooner, but I was worried I might lose you. I didn't want to push you away. Connor, she finally said, her breath growing faster. No, let me finish.
He pressed his finger on her lips. She opened her mouth slightly, her body betraying her, pulling her toward him like an imaginary force she couldn't escape.
You are the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I don't want to wait another second to tell you that I'm in love with you, Joanna King.
She gulped. Connor reached out and brushed a strand of hair from her eye, his finger tracing her jaw and landing on her lips.
You're so beautiful, Jo.
This time, her body did betray her. She leaned in, whispering his name so softly she wasn't even sure she'd said it. Connor. Connor. Their heads tipped together. Their lips touched. The kiss was slow at first, then deep and more passionate. Desperate. Connor ran his hand down her thigh, his grip becoming more possessive as his lips sampled her neck and traveled toward her cleavage. And for once, Joanna didn't calculate the fallout. She stopped thinking, analyzing, weighing the risks. Nothing else mattered now. No strategies, no plans, no power moves or exit strategies. Only this moment. The warmth of his skin, the way his mouth skimmed the edge of her neckline, the way her body so easily fell into his. Everything else fell away as their limbs tangled together. She closed her eyes, feeling a truth she hadn't been willing to recognize surfacing. I love you too, she whispered, with a certainty that surprised her. 47. Meg. Meg practically skipped to the lodge. Even the thought of seeing Matt and Lucinda couldn't drag her spirits down. Jill was pregnant, and Owen was definitely going to propose, in the most romantic way, no less. It was like the universe was helping to soften the blow by giving her something good, something wonderful, to focus on instead. When she entered the lodge, which had been transformed into a winter wonderland, the party was already in full swing. Everything was washed in variegated shades of green. Glittery green ornaments and garlands framing the windows, swaths of green fabric draped from the rafters, and a sea of guests whirling around the room in festive gowns and well-cut suits. Dozens of Christmas trees lined the open ballroom, stretching to the vaulted ceiling with dazzling lights and glitzy baubles. Bright twinkle lights, velvet green ribbons, and glass ornaments cascaded from every branch. The scent of pine and cinnamon mingled with the faint smell of wood smoke from the fire. At the far end of the room, a vintage wood sleigh for photos had been placed in front of the huge bay windows. It sat on a patch of fake snow, complete with bundles of firewood and wrapped gift boxes. A sign read, "Welcome to Blazon's Winter Wonderland." Long tables covered in green tablecloths were filled with silver platters and cake stands with an assortment of holiday delights. Puffed cranberry and brie pastries, winter salads, buttery rolls, ham, salmon, potatoes au gratin, chocolate and peppermint tea cakes, poached pears, and flaming creme brulee. A birthday cake with marzipan woodlawn creatures, spun sugar snowflakes, and fondant trees took up an entire round table. Matt's name was written in sparklers, and the Blazon Company logo was oddly displayed amongst the mouth-watering spread. The bar was buzzing as bartenders in green suit jackets poured generous glasses of wine and pints of beer. Thanks to a 5-piece band, music wafted from the dance floor. Christmas carols filled the warm room, serenading guests. Glittery ornaments the size of Meg's head hung from the ceiling like disco balls, reflecting the candlelight. The whole room pulsed with happy energy, clinking glasses and laughter. Meg felt like she'd stepped into a real-life snow globe. Everything was flawless. Perfect. Magical. Just right for a winter wonderland proposal. Meg sighed and scanned the large room. There were cozy seating sections with couches where people could gather and high-top tables to rest drinks. Waitstaff circled with trays of delectable bites. Meg frowned, spotting more blazoned logos tucked among the decor, reminding guests that Lucinda's family was sponsoring this party. What was the deal with the subtle corporate branding? She spotted Matt deep in conversation with a man she could only assume was Lucinda's dad, Howard Hinton. He was dressed in a sharp, tailored black suit, accented with a dark green tie and matching boutonniere. His salt and pepper hair was slicked down, and his beard was tightly trimmed. Meg couldn't tell what they were talking about, but whatever they were saying, Howard didn't look happy about their conversation. His lips were pursed in a tight frown, and his closed-off body language, and the way he kept shaking his head, made her sure he didn't agree with whatever Matt was saying. "Meg, you're here!" Lucinda swept up to her and wrapped an arm around her shoulder like they were long-lost friends. She was a vision, in a gauzy sage green gown that clung to her hips and was cut in a plunging V to highlight her ample chest. "You look absolutely adorable." She caught Meg's arm and studied her dress, appraising her from head to toe like she was a project that needed work. "Love the black and green plaid. Super cute." Adorable? Super cute? Wasn't she long past adorable at almost 30? But Lucinda wasn't wrong. In comparison to Matt's girlfriend, Meg was the cute, short friend, relegated to best friend status forever. "Thanks." She managed to smile. "You look stunning." "This?" Lucinda smoothed down her dress. "It's an old one. I thought I was going to retire it for good, but tonight, this most auspicious occasion, called for something, well, what's the word I'm looking for? Gorgeous?" Meg offered. Lucinda chuckled, brushing her off with half a wave. "Not at all. I was thinking more along the lines of formal. It's a formality now, isn't it?" She glanced toward her dad and Matt. Meg frowned. That was an odd way to speak about an engagement. Lucinda sounded almost resigned, like it was a business transaction. She wasn't closing a deal. She was about to commit to a lifetime of happiness with the man they both loved. Only, what if she didn't? What if Joanna and Jill were right? Was the impending engagement just that? A corporate merger? A way to strengthen the company's position after Lucinda's dad stepped down? What if she read the situation wrong? What if this was her last chance to be honest with Matt about her feelings? Emphasis on last. Matt thought she was brave before. But could she do it? Could she tell him she was still in love with him? "Shall we get a drink?" Lucinda looped her arm through Meg's and dragged her toward the bar. "I need a shot of something strong to get through tonight." "Are you nervous?" Meg asked, glancing at the drink menu. The holiday theme continued with Brandy Alexander's, Matt's favorite creamy winter drink made with rich vanilla malted ice cream and blended with brandy. The classics were all featured as well. Hot chocolate with peppermint schnapps and peppermint whipped cream, cranberry mules, hot buttered rum, and cider mulled with warming spices. "Do I look nervous?" Lucinda asked, holding out quivering hands for Meg. But she didn't wait for a response. "I'll take a hot butter rum with an extra shot," she said to the bartender. "No, actually, make that a triple." She shot Meg an impish grin. "Better to be a little buzzed, yeah?" "I'll take the winter solstice ale," Meg said to the bartender before assuring Lucinda that she looked fine. "Why are you so nervous? Shouldn't this be the most exciting night of your life?" If Matt was about to propose to her, she didn't think she'd need a drink, or 3, to get her nerves in check. "Way to reframe it for me," Lucinda said, holding her glass up in a toast. "That's a much better perspective. Tonight is certainly going to change my future forever. I wish I were as brave as you, but nope, I'm riddled with anxiety. I have no idea how he's going to react. I've tried to prepare for every possible scenario, but there's just no way to know how this is going to go." Lucinda sounded tepid at best. Measured, careful, nervous. What was going on? Was she having second thoughts? Or was she hinting that maybe she knew Matt had had a change of heart? Meg's stomach fluttered with a glimmer of hope. Was this her in? Her chance? Meg would never intentionally sabotage someone else's relationship. She didn't need that kind of karma. But was Matt and Lucinda's love story one for the ages? The way Lucinda was talking, their relationship seemed more like a mutually beneficial merger. She suddenly wasn't convinced that their connection was anything more than a strategic business move. Not at all like the fiery friendship she and Matt once shared. Lucinda raised her glass. To new friends and a new decade. They clinked their glasses together. Meg forced a smile, but she wasn't sure if it was a toast or a warning. 48. Jill. Jill read and reread Owen's letters. This couldn't be real. He wanted to marry her? He'd wanted to marry her from their very first Christmas together? But why the resistance to moving to San Francisco? And why had he left without another word when she told him about the pregnancy? She wanted to believe it, but it was too good to be true. By the time she was ready to leave for Matt's party, there was still no sign of him. His silence spoke volumes. No response to any of her texts. He was in full ghosting mode. The brief glimmer of hope she'd felt when Meg pointed out the obvious quickly vanished. Maybe Owen had wanted to marry her, but the news of the baby was too much, too traditional. A permanent residence, marriage, a baby? You couldn't get more traditional than that. She gave herself a once-over, feeling the weight of everything rushing back. She replayed dozens of happy Christmases wrapped in Owen's solid arms, sipping mulled wine and eating peppermint petite fours. He always stuffed her stocking with the best candies: pillowy raspberry marshmallows, tangy citrus drops, licorice buttons, black cherry fruit slices, and boozy German chocolates. They would pop Christmas crackers, wear the silly paper crowns, and curl up to watch American holiday classics like Elf, Home Alone, and her personal favorite, Die Hard. Die Hard, a Christmas movie, Owen had teased before their first viewing. Oh, come at me, I dare you. Jill had bantered back. Not only is it a Christmas movie, it is the best Christmas movie. Bruce Willis versus the one and only Alan Rickman? You can't go wrong. She easily won that argument, making it an annual December tradition to pop a big bowl of popcorn and cozy up with Die Hard while Owen introduced her to the delightfulness of pub hopping on Boxing Day, sipping Christmas beers and savoring mince pies. They had blended their unique upbringings and backgrounds effortlessly. Until now. She exhaled slowly. You can do this. She pinched her cheeks, trying to bleed color into her face, as she added a touch of lip gloss. Her emerald green dress fell softly to her knees. She finished the look with a thick green shawl and snow boots. Then she checked her phone one last time. Nothing. It was futile to wait around in hopes that he might have a change of heart. Time to put on a brave face, Jill. She walked to the lodge, resigned to enjoy herself for Matt's sake. Jill felt a brief tick of hope when she entered the ballroom and spotted a man who looked remarkably like Owen from behind. She started toward him, her heart thundering in her chest just in time to see him turn around and realize the man was at least 10 years older than Owen. She sighed and searched the room for Matt or Meg. Matt was wrapped in a conversation with a man at the far end of the room. Meg and Lucinda were sharing drinks at the bar. She wound her way through the crowd to join them. What's good around these parts? She teased, greeting Meg with a hug. Meg raised her pint glass. The holiday ale is on fire, but Lucinda is knocking back hot buttered rums like a beast. I think it's going down soon. Lucinda's cheeks were flamed from the booze. She gave Jill a loopy grin and downed the rest of her drink before signaling to the bartender that she was ready for another. Jill, you're a stunner. What can we get you? Full bar and good old Dad is footing the bill, so don't hold back. Jill caught Meg's eye. They shared a knowing look. I'll take a hot tea with lemon.
A hot tea with lemon coming up, Lucinda said with a nod to the bartender. Where's Owen? She glanced over at Jill like she expected him to be at her heels. I was telling Matt earlier that you have the quintessential dream guy. He's like something right out of a novel. Tall, burly, handsome, that accent, swoon. And he's an artist. You are one lucky lady. He's a charmer. He can't be real. He's like a fictional character plucked straight from the pages of a spicy romance novel. Jill forced a smile. Yeah, something like that. She was saved by Matt, who bounded over to them like an eager puppy.
My crew! You are a sight for sore eyes. You have no idea how glad I am you're here tonight.
He scooped Meg, then Jill, into a hug.
You and me both,
Lucinda agreed, tipping her glass to him.
Drink up, good sir, drink up.
Jill caught a tight exchange between them and watched as Lucinda's gaze traveled to her dad and then back to Matt. She met his eye like she was searching for answers. He gave her a brief nod and then shook his head.
What was that all about?
Jill tried to get Meg's attention, but she was keyed in on Matt, who had ordered a new round of drinks. Happy birthday, Meg said, touching her pint to Matt's. I can't believe you're such an old man now.
To the old man,
Lucinda said, her words slurring ever so slightly as she used the edge of the table to prop herself up. To Matt, Jill chimed in, raising her tea and wondering if anyone would pick up on the fact that she was abstaining tonight. For a while, it would be easy enough to explain. She had a touch of a sore throat or a cold or just couldn't get warm thanks to the snow. She wouldn't start to show for another month or two, but eventually there would be no containing her burgeoning belly. She wasn't ready to share the news broadly. Not yet. She wanted to cherish this time, this short window where it was her and the baby.
Oh, thanks.
Matt blushed and took a sip.
It's going to be a banger tonight.
You can say that again.
Lucinda downed more of her drink. Matt shook his head as if to stop her from saying more. Something was brewing between them. Jill couldn't put her finger on it, but she knew they were both on edge. The tension was undeniable and thicker than the snowfall outside. They looked like two people teetering on the edge of something irreversible, like they were mere seconds from stepping off into an abyss, and neither of them was sure who was going to leap first. So, what's the vibe? Jill asked, clearing her throat and cradling her tea. What are we doing first? Food? Dancing?
Don't forget fireworks,
Lucinda interrupted. Her smile was sharp.
Literally and figuratively, right, Matt?
Matt hesitated, his jaw tightening.
Yeah, but that's later. I vote let's grab snacks and find a spot to eat.
He motioned to the food tables.
Who's with me?
Me?
Meg raised her hand like a schoolgirl. You had me at snacks. They started toward the buffet. Jill caught a flash of movement behind the crowd. She turned her head and spotted Owen. He cut through the guests like a man on a mission. His eyes were locked in on her. Something was about to happen. She could feel it. But was this good or bad? 49. Joanna. Joanna rolled over in bed and glanced at her watch.
Shit, Connor. We're super late for the party.
We're late for the party, he said, running his finger from the nape of her neck to the small of her back.
I like the sound of that. We're late for the party.
Joanna pulled away, tossing off the cover.
But we are late, Connor. Fair enough, but hear me out. I'm just spitballing here, but what if we skip it and stay in bed all night?
He wiggled his brows and patted the empty space next to him.
I mean, because that was hot, Joe. Like, super hot. What if we just stay, like, forever?
He reached for her, yanking her gently back into the bed and nuzzling her wrist, letting his lips linger on her skin. She was tempted, seriously tempted, but she promised Meg. If Meg was right about Matt proposing, she had to be there for moral support. She had her doubts, but
It would be just her luck if she didn't show and Matt took a knee. Can't. She kissed him slowly and then ducked out of his arms, feeling an odd, yet distinctly different sense of déjà vu as she grabbed her clothes off of the floor. She felt almost drunk from love. Her skin was warm and dewy, and her whole body glowed and hummed. She still couldn't believe Connor was here, and this was real. What they were going to do now was a complete mystery. She'd never been in a position like this. Not since graduating from college, and frankly, not even then. She'd had a 2-year plan and then a 5-year and 10-year plan. An investment plan? A retirement plan? Now, she was in a remote mountain town in Oregon with Connor, who had quit his job. As soon as she was back in New York, she intended to march into the office and resign, although at Connor's nudging, maybe that wasn't the best idea.
Don't quit. Make them let you go. If you resign, you get nothing. Take the severance package. You've put in years. You've given the company your life. They owe you, Joe, he'd said between kisses. He had a point. A severance package would buy her time. Time to think and plan and decide what was next. Would she stay in New York or move somewhere new? It was too much to think about now. She dragged herself to the shower, letting the hot water scald her skin as she soaked in how much had changed in such a tiny amount of time. When she'd left the office a few days ago, she was hoping for a brain break and an escape. Now, she had an entirely different reality awaiting her when she got back. Enjoy the moment. Everything else could wait. Tonight was about fresh starts and new futures, and she intended to embrace that with every cell in her body. 50. Meg. Meg positioned herself next to Matt. The intoxicating aroma of his aftershave mingled with the scent of pine and spices. The Christmas beer went to her head. She leaned into his body for support, wishing she could summon the courage to just come out and ask what the deal was with him and Lucinda. Were they a couple? Or was all of it, the party, the weekend, their relationship, simply a PR stunt for the company? But the right moment refused to come. Every time they were alone for more than a minute, someone else would come by to wish him a happy birthday or congratulate him on his promotion. "Hey, I wanted to say thanks for the gift," Meg said when they finally got a brief moment without interruption. "How did you know about the snowy owl? Did you talk to Gam?" Gam?
Matt scrunched his face in confusion.
No? Why?
It's uncanny. She was telling me about the symbolism of the snowy owl a few days ago, and then you gave me an ornament. What are the odds? It's hard not to mistake that as a clear message from the universe.
We must have a mind meld.
He nodded. Then his face hardened slightly, turning serious. He glanced away before looking back at her, his gaze intense.
What about the letter? Or do you not want to talk about it here?
Before she could answer, Lucinda cut off the band, grabbing the microphone from the lead singer's hand. "Hello, hello, my party people. Raise your hand if you're here to celebrate our newest VP, Matt Parker, tonight." Hands shot up around them. "I didn't realize it was a done deal," Meg whispered.
"No, it's not."
Matt stole a gaze in the direction of Lucinda's father. He returned the look with a stoic frown. Matt tried to gesture to catch Lucinda's attention, but she continued. She tapped the mic twice and blew into it, sending a painful static across the ballroom. "Hello, yellow. Hello, Christmas people. Give it up for Christmas. Who's here for Christmas?" A few cheers erupted. "And let's hear it again. Who's here for our boy Wonder's birthday?" She twirled the mic, slurring slightly. "Give it up for our guy, Matt. Hey, Matty, get your hot ass up here."
Oh, God, she's drunk.
Matt was looking deeply uncomfortable, and his cheeks were turning a dark shade of red. "Meet the man, the legend, the myth, and the new blazing VP, Matt Parker." Giant cheers erupted now.
The room went wild, except for Meg. "Hey, not so fast." Matt was shaking his head, and he set off towards the stage, but the crowd were blocking his way, stopping him to congratulate him and clapping him on his shoulder as he tried to struggle through. What was going on?
Obviously, tonight is a cause for massive celebration, Lucinda continued, flipping her hair over her shoulders as she spoke and swaying from side to side like she was on a cruise ship sailing through choppy waters. Our very own Matt Parker is turning the big 3-0. Happy birthday, Matt. Tonight's for you and for the company, of course. Everything we do in the Hinton family is for Blazin'. Blazin', blazin', blazin' into the future, yeah?
She flashed Matt a tipsy grin and ducked out of her dad's grasp. He tried to take the mic away, but she held up a finger, circling it in the air like a conductor.
All together now. Let's sing.
Then she proceeded to lead the crowd in a slurred version of Happy Birthday. Howard Hinton managed to wrangle the mic from his daughter's hands as more cheers broke out at the end of the song. Meg craned to see Matt closer to the stage now, but still wrestling his way through happy well-wishers. "Thanks, my darling girl." Her dad clutched Lucinda's hand. Whether it was in a show of solidarity or an attempt to keep her upright, Meg couldn't tell. "As Lucinda said, we have so much to celebrate tonight. I'm thrilled to announce something bigger, something that will change the landscape of Blazin' as we blaze into a new decade." He paused for effect, his eyes landing on Matt. "I've offered Matt Parker more than the position of VP. Tonight is my official retirement announcement. Assuming Matt agrees to take over the company," here he gave Matt a firm look, "I know you'll be in good hands. Matt, why don't you come up here and join us?" Howard asked. Meg couldn't watch this. She needed to get out. Now. But the crowd had surged forward toward the stage. Bodies were packed so tight she was completely corralled in. There was no way out. She tried to duck and elbow her way between two burly guys wearing matching plaid flannel shirts, but they wouldn't budge. Her stomach swirled. Panic tightened in her chest like a vice. Just get through this. Just breathe. Up on stage, Howard Hinton beamed, clapping Matt on the back as he handed over the mic. "Matt, why don't you say a few words?" There was a long pause. Matt turned to the crowd, with an expression on his face that looked both strained and deeply sorry. Meg frowned in confusion. He didn't look like a man about to propose. He looked like he might try to bolt. Matt stuttered and stopped. "I want to say I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to have been a part of the company for the last 7 years. Working here has changed my life for the better and taught me so much." "Here it comes." Meg braced herself. "Working with you has felt like much more than a job. It's felt like a family, like I've been part of something bigger." Meg clutched her stomach. He felt like part of their family, and now he was about to become part of their family? It was too late. She should have spoken up sooner. If only she'd told him how she felt. Maybe, just maybe. No, don't go there. "That's why this is particularly hard." Matt cleared his throat. His face turned an unnatural shade of white as he shifted from one foot to the other. A hush fell over the crowd. No one moved. "Howard, I'm so sorry to do this. Now." He paused and turned toward his boss, speaking directly to Howard Hinton. "I tried to explain my reservations about announcing this before the party got started. I wasn't sure I wanted this job, grateful though I am for all you've done for me. It's been an amazing experience working for you and Blazin'. But I am sure now. I can't take the promotion. I'm leaving the company." 51. Meg. Murmurs broke out all around her. Meg tried to make sense of what Matt was saying. He was leaving Blazin'? He wasn't taking the promotion? Lucinda went ghostly white.
Matt stared at the floor as an uncomfortable hum fell over the crowd. Howard Hinton remained perfectly still. Not a single muscle in his face betrayed him. Matt leaned closer to the mic, now speaking to the crowd.
I'm so sorry, everyone. I know tonight's supposed to be a celebration, and I know good things lie ahead for Blazin and this incredible team. I tried to explain, but my time at the company has prepared me for what's next. And there's one person in this room tonight who has finally inspired me to stop being scared and consumed with doing the next right thing and take a chance for once.
Did he mean her? Meg craned to see over the throng of people in front of her.
Damn, talk about the wrong time to be short.
Meg? Megs, are you still here?
Matt placed one hand over his eyes and systematically searched the crowd. Meg jumped and waved. I'm here! I'm here! Matt must not have heard her because he continued anyway.
Please, don't misunderstand. I'm extremely proud of my tenure at the company, and I'm committed to sticking around to find my replacement and the next CEO. But thanks to my friend Meg and her spunky, no-fear attitude, I'm ready to do something radical. I'm ready to invest in myself.
Everyone cheered and applauded. Howard Hinton looked dumbfounded, but he gave Matt a clap on the back and whispered something in Matt's ear that instantly made Matt's face light up. Meg felt like she was floating up with the Christmas ornaments. Matt was leaving the company. He wasn't proposing. She wasn't too late. Relief flooded her body as she squeezed forward, trying to inch her way to the stage. She was on a singular mission. Get to Matt. Matt. Her Matt. Could this really be happening? Was it a dream? Suddenly, she felt a familiar hand on her shoulder. She turned, and there he was by her side. A bolt of heat jolted through her body.
Megs, you are still here.
His voice was breathless as if he'd been searching.
I wasn't sure. I couldn't see you. Did you hear?
You're quitting? She looked up at him, trying to employ every technique Gam had taught her as her pulse hammered in her ears. God, could he hear it too?
Yeah.
His voice was soft and heavy with emotion. He leaned close, so close their noses nearly brushed. Everything else in the room faded away. It was like they were the only people on the planet. Just him. Just her. Just like it had been.
Because of you, Meg, he whispered. Seeing you, being with you again. It reminded me of how brave you are, and for once, I want to be that brave too.
She swallowed. Her mouth suddenly felt like sandpaper. I'm not brave. I'm a train wreck most of the time. Matt let out a little laugh, tipping his head back before returning his gaze to her.
Yeah, right.
No, really. She blinked as she stared up at him. It's true. I'm not brave. I know you said it in your letter, which, thank you for that, by the way, but it wasn't brave of me to ghost you. I was scared, and I felt like it was the only solution to try to forget about you. But I'm an idiot. He studied her like he was trying to cement every feature on her face in his head.
No, that's different.
Their hands brushed. It was just a graze, but it was enough to send her head spinning. She wasn't sure if she wanted to cry or lean in and kiss him. Maybe both. She had to get this out, to finish it, now. It was the only way forward for her, for them. It's not, though. She shook her head, gaining steam. She had to get this out, to say all the things she'd held in for years. It's not brave. I've been hiding from myself and from you. I thought I was handling it and being mature, but now I realize I've wasted so much time. Even working at ESPN, sure, it's been great, and it's let me travel and do some pretty cool things, but it's not my dream, Matt. It's not writing what I want to write, so don't give me credit.
But I do.
He gently swept a strand of hair from her face.
You are remarkable, Mary Margaret Reed. Absolutely remarkable.
And I'm a fool for not telling you that sooner.
You are too. Meg couldn't breathe. It was as if the air had been sucked out of the room. The only thing she wanted was Matt. What about Lucinda, though?
What about her?
Aren't you together? Meg asked, timidly, not wanting to hear the answer if she was misreading the heat between them.
No, not anymore.
Matt shook his head.
We broke up last night. She was great about it. I wish that could have gone differently, but she's a bit drunk and sort of forced the issue, unintentionally.
He paused briefly, glancing in Lucinda's direction.
It's the right thing for both of us. We've been drifting apart for a while. Even though we've spent so much time together, it's become clear that our point of connection is the company. I think she's been feeling the pressure of it too. It's like we're both married to Blazin'. I mean, hell, even my birthday, all of this.
He paused and swept his arm around the room.
Matt's 30th birthday, brought to you by Blazin'. It's a joke. The entire party and the whole weekend is basically an ad for the company. It's not really about what I wanted. I would have been great to chill at a pub and get a couple of pints with my friends. I never wanted a big party, or any of this.
Meg thought back. He'd said that from the beginning.
Lucinda knew I wasn't sold on the promotion and needed time to rethink. I've been clear about that with her for a while. I think she wanted it to happen, though, and then she had too much to drink and tried to push it through. I need to talk to her. I would never have wanted to cause her or her dad any embarrassment. They've been great to me, but I had to catch you first.
Meg released an internal sigh.
Megs, I've been in love with you since college when we met in the lecture hall, and you begged a stick of gum off me.
I seem to recall you graciously offering me a stick of gum, Meg bantered with a flirty wink.
Semantics. But let me say this before I lose my nerve. You've always been fearless, trekking up mountains, running through mud pits, venturing into deep, dark caves and places you have no business being.
Hey! Meg punched him, pretending to be hurt.
The intrepid adventurer whose idea of sports prior to taking a job for Northwest Extreme was a full day of coffee tasting around the city.
Yeah, okay, fine. I'll drink to that.
You took on that role and owned it. You made it your own. You got really good at it. And then when ESPN came calling, you didn't question whether you were ready or prepared or good enough. You went for it. And you've been crushing it ever since. Meanwhile, I took the safe and steady route.
There's nothing wrong with that, Meg said, wanting to reassure him. As Gam says, we all have to find and follow our own path of purpose.
Maybe.
He paused briefly and looked over at Lucinda and her dad.
This isn't my path of purpose, though. I've known it for a while now, but I was just too damn scared to admit it. But seeing you this weekend, well, like I said, you held up a mirror for me, and I'm ready to launch off cliff faces and scale mountains with you, Meg Reed. That is, if you'll take me.
I gave up launching off cliff faces a while ago, remember?
Metaphorically speaking.
Matt bent down, his lips so close to hers she could almost taste them. She couldn't wait a second longer. She reached up, grabbed the back of his head, and pulled him into a kiss. 52. Jill. Jill clasped her hand over her mouth and cheered as she watched Meg and Matt kiss. It was the kind of kiss that would make even the hardest of hearts believe in love. It's about damn time. She chuckled to herself and gave them space, moving with the crowd toward the food table. But her eyes scanned the room. Where was Owen? He'd been headed right for her before Matt's impromptu speech and subsequent confession had taken center stage. She could have sworn that he looked determined, as if he had something important to say. But he'd vanished. Again. He'd either been swallowed up by the crowd, or worse, maybe he'd changed his mind. Maybe Matt's impassioned speech had left him with second thoughts. She did another turn through the room and made her way to the buffet, suddenly famished and out of ideas. She filled a plate with puffed pastries, slices of thick ham, and cheesy potatoes. She eyed an empty table on the far side of the room near the dance floor and staked her claim. Joanna and a handsome man Jill recognized from TV joined her.
"Have you seen Meg yet?" Jill asked Joanna pointedly, nodding in the direction where Meg and Matt were still wrapped in each other's arms.
"Get it, girl!"
Joanna squealed and gave Jill a fist bump. "Have you met Connor?" Jill shook her head as Joanna made introductions. She picked up on a serious spark between the two of them as well. At least her friends were lucky in love. That was enough for her at the moment. Jill polished off her plate and was about to return for seconds when she heard her name. The MC was saying her name. "Is there a Jill Pettygrove in the house?" The announcer paused for a moment, reading from a slip of paper. "Jill Pettygrove. Jill Pettygrove, you're needed outside." Outside? Why? She weaved through the crowd, stopping to grab her coat, and stepped outside. The cold air hit her cheeks and made her suck in a gasp. But what she saw next took her breath away. Owen stood on a patch of snow near the entrance to the lodge. He'd spread out a soft red blanket on the ground. Hundreds of white rose petals scattered like snowflakes on the fabric, mingling with flickering LED candles that cast a soft glow on the snow. 2 boxes sat in the center of the blanket. A long, tall, thin box wrapped in shiny silver paper, and a tiny blue box tied with a silky ribbon. "Owen? What is this?" Her voice felt shaky. Sit. He reached for Jill's hand and gently guided her down to the blanket. "What is this?" she repeated, her stomach somersaulting with nerves. "Our Christmas card photo op." He winked and then motioned to the boxes. "Open the big one first." Jill sat on the edge of the blanket, surrounded by endless white, glistening snow. "Owen, wait. I need to say something." He held up a finger, not unkindly. "Just open the gift first." His voice was steady, like he had everything under control. And for the first time in days, she didn't feel afraid. Instead, she felt eagerly curious. Jill carefully untied the ribbon and peeled back the paper to reveal a life-sized storybook. "Owen, what is it?" "I made it," he beamed, dropping to the ground and scooting next to her. "Turn the pages." "I don't understand." She ran her hand along the cover, a photo of them from their first Christmas together in their tiny studio apartment. She flipped the page, turning to see his first Christmas letter blown up. "You knew? You planned this?" "No, I didn't know about the baby. Not until today. When you told me, I was so excited. I'd already planned this." He gestured to the candles and rose petals. "I had to rush to finish it." He nodded to the book. "But you just left without saying anything. I thought you were unhappy." "Me? Unhappy? Never. I'm sorry. As soon as you said you were pregnant, I knew I wanted to make this, so I called Lucinda and she hooked me up with the local printer." "This is what you've been doing all day?" Jill's hand traced the pages. He'd made this? For her? He cleared his throat and looked at her hopefully. "Do you like it?" "Like it? I love it. But seriously, you bailed. I thought you were gone for good." "Gone for good? Jilly, you're never getting rid of me that easily." He kissed the top of her head. "I guess I got carried away. I wanted to surprise you tonight." "Well, you surprised me." She felt a surge of relief and also a touch of annoyance at him and herself for spending the day imagining the worst. "Can you forgive me?" She nodded, appraising the careful craftsmanship of their love story and how much time and detail he had poured into it. "Open this one now." Owen handed her the tiny box that fit in her palm. The box was small and blue, a signature shade of Tiffany blue. "Owen? Just open it." She opened it to reveal an antique platinum ring with a sparkling diamond mounted in the center. "Owen, no, you don't have the money for this. I've been saving for 7 years, since the first day I met you. I knew that night you were the woman I wanted to marry. You've seen the letters now. He gestured to the book. "Did you finally crack my code?" She nodded, unable to tear her eyes away from the ring. This was more than she could have ever wished for. Owen positioned himself on one knee. "Will you marry me?" "Yes!" Jill stared into the eyes of the man she loved, the father of her child. "Yes! Yes, I'll marry you!" 53. Meg. Meg squealed with delight, watching from the window as Owen took a knee and slipped a ring on Jill's finger. It was happening. Jill was engaged. Finally! Yes! Could this night get any better? She tore her gaze away from the window and to the dance floor. Joanna and Connor looked pretty chummy, as Joanna had said, draped all over each other too. And maybe, just maybe, there was a future for her and Matt. Matt. She sighed contentedly, deeply, a breath Gam would have been proud of. Can you believe it? Jill and Owen?
It's about time.
He grinned, stealing a quick glance at their friends.
Hang on 1 second. Don't move, okay?
He released her with another soft kiss on her forehead.
I'll be right back. I need to go check in with the Hintons.
Of course, yeah. Go. She watched as he threaded his way through the crowd, caught up with Lucinda and Howard near the Christmas tree, and began explaining himself. The twinkling lights glittering off the tree danced off his shirt as he spoke animatedly with his hands. Whatever he was saying must have landed well, because after a few minutes, Howard clapped him on the back and gave him a tight hug, before joining a group of staff congregated by the buffet table. Lucinda looked relieved as she tipped back her drink and waved over one of the staff circulating with a tray of champagne intended for their big announcement. Meg leaned closer to her, his gestures turning smaller as they spoke quietly. Lucinda sipped her champagne, nodding like she'd already processed what he was trying to impart. After another minute, she pushed him away, locking eyes with Meg across the room and raising her glass in a congratulatory toast. Meg smiled warmly, feeling relieved that all was well with the Hinton family. As much as she had wanted to hate Lucinda, she didn't. Not in the slightest. In a parallel universe, they might have been good friends. Maybe there was still a way forward to some form of friendship in this universe, with some time and distance.
Do you want to dance, Meg?
Matt asked, returning to her side and offering her his hand like a gentleman from a Regency ball, and led her to the dance floor. I thought you'd never ask. She took his hand and let him guide her. She never wanted to leave his arms again.
Hang tight for 1 second. Don't go anywhere, okay?
He planted his hand on her hips as if to force her to stay in place.
I'll be right back.
He hurried over to the band and whispered something. The lead singer gave him a nod and proceeded to instruct her fellow musicians to swap out the song. Suddenly, Rosemary Clooney's rendition of White Christmas filled the happy room. Matt swept back over to her and pulled her tight to his chest. They swayed to the music, twirling around the dance floor. Meg wanted to pinch herself. This must be a dream. Matt's lips brushed her ear as he spun her into a final dip as the song finished.
Stay, Meg. Stay here and bend with me. What do you say? A snowy Christmas together? We spend the next couple of weeks cozy in my cabin?
It sounds pretty tempting.
What if I ply you with homemade mochas and my famous grilled cheese and tomato soup?
Well, now you're talking. I mean, those are culinary delights I certainly can't find in New York. He cupped her face in his hands.
Then stay. Stay through Christmas, and then we'll figure out what's next for us.
For us? Her heart sped up to full throttle like a jet engine revving for takeoff. This was the best Christmas ever. There was nothing more she could ever want. Christmas with Matt was the only thing on her wish list. What came next, she had no idea. But she would follow her heart, trusting it would always lead her to love. 54. Meg. The next December, Meg and Joanna scurried around Owen and Jill's loft. Everything was ready for the baby shower. The flowers, the food, the decorations, the pile of gifts.
The loft was decked in more holiday lights than Meg had ever seen. They stretched from the rafters, wrapped around the floor-to-ceiling windows, and adorned not one, but 2 Christmas trees. Jill tiptoed out of the twins' nursery, with bleary eyes but a bright grin. She held a baby monitor in one hand and somehow managed to make her neon green Grinch ugly sweater look chic. "You two, this is so festive. You completely outdid yourselves. You didn't have to go to any extra trouble. Just having you both here is enough." "Extra trouble? This?" Meg scoffed, waving her hand toward the red and green balloon arch and peppermint-striped bunting strung from the high exposed beam ceilings. The industrial space was a perfect blend of Jill and Owen, with massive windows that provided ample natural light for Jill to paint and a maker's space for Owen. A long, open-concept kitchen divided their live-work space. Colorful modern couches, funky chairs, throw rugs, and coffee and side tables carved by Owen gave the living room a homey feel.
"Meg said we should make it look like Christmas threw up in here, and I think we met the brief."
Joanna echoed the sentiment, carefully stacking gift bags and boxes in a pile. Her ugly holiday sweater was slightly more refined, a creamy cashmere with gold and silver snowflakes. She looked relaxed and comfortable. Being her own boss clearly suited her.
"We've been plotting and planning for weeks. It's been the perfect distraction from the whirlwind of work. If anyone asks you to launch your own women's sports network, a word to the wise, run away screaming. Immediately."
Meg rolled her eyes. "Don't believe a word she says. She's been girl-bossing hard and absolutely killing it." Joanna rolled her eyes, bumping Meg's hip dismissively.
"She's just hyping me up."
"Because it's true. Numbers don't lie. I've seen your social. Everything you posted goes viral instantly." Meg centered a bouquet of winter lilies and cranberry roses amongst the food they had arranged on the long counter. "And just so you know, Jill, this is the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Christmas. We're just getting started. Wait for the marching band and dancers. They'll be showing up in..." She paused and pretended to check her watch. 20 minutes.
"You wouldn't dare."
Jill scowled playfully, gesturing toward the other room where the twins were napping. They say never wake a sleeping baby, and definitely never wake 2 sleeping babies. It's a good thing I didn't think of it earlier. I actually might have booked a band, and then you would have murdered me for Christmas. Meg winked and popped a grape into her mouth.
"How are you feeling?"
Joanna asked Jill.
"You look amazing. I'd never know you had twins a few months ago."
"Amazing? Huh!" Jill rested the baby monitor on the counter and adjusted the settings so she could keep an eye on the babies. "I don't think I've slept more than about 2 hours for the past few months. I can't remember the last time I showered, and I'm pretty sure this is spit up in my hair, but thanks for the vote of confidence and the blatant lie." "It's not a lie. You're glowing," Meg said, reaching for another grape. "More like sweating." Jill made a face and then took in the spread. They'd continued with the holiday theme for the food: pumpkin and mince tarts, a tiered cake in the shape of a Christmas tree with glossy green Swiss buttercream, tea sandwiches, cups of tomato soup, and slices of grilled cheese cut out in holiday shapes, and petite fours. "This is so pretty. Everything looks delicious. And I can't thank you two and Matt and Connor enough for coming." "Like we would miss it. We are the godparents, after all. I can't speak for Joanna and Connor, but you're not getting rid of me and Matt until I get to smooch their chubby little cheeks for at least a few more days." Meg was thrilled that Jill had suggested a baby shower after the twins' arrival. The timing was perfect with holiday breaks, and it meant everyone got to lend a hand and cuddle the 2 cutest bundles of joy Meg had ever seen. Was she biased? Sure. Did she care? No chance. Jill reached for a cracker and slathered on a healthy dollop of artichoke dip, then glanced toward the maker's space where Owen was showing Matt and Connor his latest artistic tool, a 3D printer. "Tell me everything. How's it going in Loveland?" "Loveland?" Meg scrunched up her face. Jill bobbed her head and gave Meg a knowing look. Yeah, you 2 lovebirds all over each other. You can't keep your hands off one another. and it's already been almost a year since you made it official. Meg blushed. We're making up for lost time. Hey, no notes. I'm just so happy for both of you. Jill munched on the cracker and helped herself to another. Then she turned to Joanna. What about you and Connor? It's good, Joanna admitted. He's been with me all the way in starting the network. And shockingly, our female viewership loves that such a well-known sportscaster is focusing on women's sports. It's pretty ironic, isn't it? He's the best, Meg said with a sly smile. Who would have ever pegged you for falling for a sports bro? Not me, but I guess that's love, right? Joanna shrugged and changed the subject. Are you still loving band? I need all the juicy details before everyone starts showing up for the party. Honestly, it's been pretty great. Meg looked at Matt, feeling the familiar patter of her heartbeat at the sight of his broad shoulders stretching to hang a string of vintage Christmas lights on the other side of the room. His cheeks had a hint of 5 o'clock shadow, and he'd grown his hair out a bit, so his sandy locks swooped over his forehead as he reached toward the ceiling. He caught her eye and flashed her a playful smile that made her breath catch in her throat. It's just easy. We found a good rhythm. His podcast is really starting to take off. He has 5 sponsors now, and the reviews are great. People really seem to be resonating with it. Not that I'd expect anything different. Like Gam says, when you're on your path of purpose, the energy just flows. Same for you, yeah? Jill held up a finger as she finished a bite. When will I have a hot copy of your novel in my hands? Meg was thoughtful for a minute. She couldn't believe how much had changed in a year, or that she had finally realized yet another dream. The novel needed work, lots of work, but she wasn't afraid of digging deep and doing however many rewrites it took to turn her first draft into a finished manuscript. She couldn't have done it without Matt by her side. Okay, maybe that wasn't entirely true. She could have done it, but having him cheer her on this past year had given her a bonus confidence boost. And honestly, it had been fun. Writing was a new adventure, taking her down unexpected twists and turns, and Matt was all in for the wild ride, the late-night sessions pounding out words on her laptop, bringing her pints of Chunky Monkey ice cream and mochas with extra whip to fuel her word count. It's not done yet. The first draft was decent, but editing is taking more time, which is fine. I'm hoping to finish it while I'm here and have it ready for you and Joanna. I've got nothing but time for the next few days. Send me pages, Joanna practically demanded. Yeah, I could use some midnight reading material, Jill said with a tired smile. I'm up all night anyway, so I might as well get some reading done. Do you think you'll stay in Bend? And what about your dad? Have you seen or heard from him lately? And how is the wedding planning going with your mom? I'm loving Bend for the time being. We both agree that it's a good match for where we're at right now. It's affordable and allows us opportunities to do things like this. Come stay in San Francisco for a few weeks, but who knows? Maybe we'll take a page from your and Owen's book and travel the world next. Matt can record his podcast from anywhere, and the same goes for me. And your dad? Jill pressed. Meg sighed, feeling the lingering swell of regret pass over her. She'd come to terms with their relationship. It was fine. She was glad they were in touch, but she doubted they'd ever be able to recapture the closeness they'd once had. But that was okay, too. It was healthy, and, dare she say, adult? I've seen him a handful of times so far, and it's awkward. Matt helps. He's a good buffer. I wish I could say it was perfect, but I think it always might be a bit strained. Jill nodded, and Meg could tell she was waiting for her to say more. She gave her friend a smile. It's good awkward, though. I wish we could go back in time to how it used to be, but I also realized I idolized him in a way that wasn't healthy for any of us. Matt helped me with that. Since my dad has been knocked off the pedestal I put him on, maybe it's better this way. More real, if you know what I mean. As for my mom, she's over the top with everything regarding the wedding. But I'm just going with it and keeping any snide remarks to myself. Well, that sounds very healthy and adultish, Joanna replied. Adultish? Since when does Joanna King say adultish? Meg wrinkled her brow and stared at her friend like she was speaking a foreign language. Didn't you once lecture me for like 30 minutes on how adding ish to words made me sound juvenile?
Me? Never.
Joanna shook her head and rolled her eyes.
Blame Connor. He's a terrible influence on my vocabulary.
Bad grammar or not, we're in our 30s now. Fully adulting. It's a brand new decade, baby. Meg scooped Jill and Joanna into a tight hug, feeling grateful for their connection and friendship, and happy to be stepping into this new version of herself. She'd made plenty of mistakes over the years, but she didn't regret any of her choices. They'd all led her to this now moment, as Gam would say. I'm ridiculously happy, and I hope you are too.
The happiest.
Jill beamed at her friends.
The happy-ish?
Joanna scowled.
No, scratch that.
Meg squeezed them even harder as her entire body buzzed with a warm coziness, feeling incredibly lucky to be spending the holiday surrounded by everyone she loved. She gave her friends a knowing wink. To happy endings and next chapters. We hope you have enjoyed this Storm Publishing production of A Cozy Kind of Christmas, written by Ellie Alexander and read by Anne McDonough. Produced by 2020 Recordings. Copyright Ellie Alexander 2025. Production copyright Storm Publishing 2025. All rights reserved. The moral rights of the author have been asserted.